which can be found at our website, www.riversideunified.org. You will also find step-by-step information on the board agenda regarding how to submit public comments. We're now going to have our opening ceremony and call the meeting to order at 4 o'clock. I note that we have a quorum of board members present. And now I would like to ask if there's any public input on closed session matters. Ms. Reno-Frosto?
Tonight I will be playing Edna Turnblad in the musical Hairspray for the RUSD Honors Musical.
When I heard about Hairspray auditions, I found out when it was right away. My teacher made an announcement that Hairspray had auditions.
Okay, thank you so much. Ms. Reno-Frosto, do we have any comments, public input on closed session matters? I do not hear from her. Does anybody know how to contact her Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, then we will now adjourn, and we will be back here at 5:30 p.m. for our open session. Thank you.
Tonight I will be playing Edna Turnblad in the musical Hairspray for the RUSD Honors Musical.
When I heard about Hairspray auditions, I found out when it was right away. My teacher made an announcement that Hairspray had auditions, and I really wanted to be a part of it. It's a really good musical, and it talks about change and a different era coming up, and I really think that's cool for younger people and older people to watch.
The Honors Musical pulls students from all across our district, from all of our high schools. They're coming here to perform live at the Fox in this very amazing, professional, historic venue.
I played Tracy in Hairspray.
I play Seaweed J. Stubbs. He's like a cool cat.
I'm playing a Mission Streets kid, and her name is Lorraine.
I played the flute.
I'm doing sound.
I'm the percussionist.
I am Shelly, the nicest kid in town.
I am a sound technician.
What I do is costumes. I do costumes.
I play keyboard in the pit.
I'm House Right Spot.
We have students on all aspects of production. They are on stage, they are backstage working with Live Nation stage crew, they're down in the pit working with professional musicians.
Playing alongside these professionals and having the chance to talk to them and get a little bit of input from them has been really beneficial in regards to showing them what a career would look like.
I have experience doing tech, but this is just way different because this is like an actual theater. It's not a school theater. I'm actually pursuing directing instead of acting as a career. And this production has really showed me like the more intricate parts of putting on a stage show.
It's an amazing opportunity to work with all the schools and all the kids and to have master workshops with people that already starred on Broadway that could help us with dancing and singing and acting, and it's a great way to open the door.
I'm Michelle Grotness, and I'm the director of Hairspray. The students that we find in the Honors Musical come from all of the high schools around the Riverside Unified School District. Students will meet with us 2 to 3 times a week for about 4 months, and here we are, and we're ready to go.
It's a really music-heavy show, so I've taught all of the vocal music to the cast, all of the leads, all of the ensemble. We're excited to have students from every high school this year.
It's very important that we host these district-wide opportunities for kids. One of the things that we don't do enough of is involve kids from many different genres of art across the district cooperating together and having fun. And this is one way we can do that.
It was awesome to have that experience with the kids from all the different schools. Getting together, it's really amazing. It's like a family. To me, it is.
Working with different people from other schools is like really cool. Like it creates basically like a family.
You get to meet these new students that have more experience than you, less experience. You get to help them out and they help you out. It's the best.
We're hearing that some of the students in past years are now going to each other's shows at their other schools. They're keeping in touch. So this really intensive experience is something that perhaps is launching a lifetime of a network for these students.
This is my first time doing this. I've been a tech at my school for a few years, and I figured I might need a change, and I might want to try something in a facility that's more different than the one I'm more used to.
It's so fun. It's like a new experience because this theater is completely different from like high school theaters.
It's great. We have room to move, for one. It's just much more professional and it feels more like real.
It's the Fox Theater. I mean, there's more of everything.
We have to work with the cast, all the tech, all the sound, and the music is totally different. The music pit for the Hairspray Orchestra consists of a mixture of professionals that we brought in from the surrounding communities, as well as a mix of high school students. We wound up with an exciting group of 16 students this year on saxophones, on trumpets, on percussion, drum set, everything in between, keyboards, and it's a fun, exciting mix of students overall. It's been an honor to play with professionals, and they've taught me a lot.
I've never played with professionals. This is my first year doing this, and I tend to do it all next year and the year after that.
This is our third time ever producing this event.
I started 3 years ago with Such Sweet Sorrow, and last year is the chorus line, and here I am for the third time around.
This is my second year, and I hope to do it for 2 more years.
This is my second year doing the honors musical. First year I was an actor, second tech.
This is my first time doing the honors musical.
This is my second time doing the honors musical.
This is my third and final RUSD Honors Musical. I've been here since the beginning. This is my last one, and I'm really excited to be a part of it.
This is all to put together a show for what we're anticipating to be over 3,000 people. We have 1,500 middle and high school students coming to see the production for the matinee. And then in the evening, we'll have a community show for another sold-out house. We're working very closely with Live Nation, which is a nationwide theater management company that really helps to foster our students in the technical components. We're partnering with the Riverside Fox Foundation, who has helped to support some of our programs. We're working with colleges and universities who are coming to see some of our best students in action and talk to them about future opportunities as they move forward and pursue the arts as a career or even in college.
The practice you'll get is what's going to make you good.
I would recommend doing this show, both as an actor and as a tech. You get to meet new people, new directors and stuff like that.
And students as well. Please come audition. It's one of the funnest things I've done for theater, especially. You should really go through with it because it's amazing getting an opportunity to do it at this theater.
The minute the curtain opens, you hear the people clapping, you just automatically get this chill, you get teary-eyed. It's a great experience, it's a great feeling.
It is totally worth it.
I will definitely want to do it again. It's really fun.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Microphone check.
Hi, we're here with Nutrition Services, where we are proud to announce that we've served 1 million meals since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. As we continue to feed our students during the summer, we want to reassure you that our students' safety and quality of food is our priority. The Summer Feeds program began June 1st, 2020, and will run through July 31st, 2020. Grab-and-go meals are available at all 15 of our grab-and-go locations. As we begin to move forward, Nutrition Services is honored to receive the Share Your Strengths grant from the No Kid Hungry campaign. This will allow for different forms of transportation to our food and our families during the pandemic. We've also partnered with the USDA's Farmers to Family Food Box program to provide family-sized boxes of fresh produce to local food banks, community organizations, other nonprofits, and RUSD families. We are in this together and would like to remind families that you can apply or reapply for next school year's meal program beginning July 1st, 2020. For more information, please visit riversideunified.org.
Erin is an amazing school counselor. She is an extraordinary human being. She genuinely cares about her students, the staff, the parents. She has an energy and a positivity that radiates throughout the campus. She has a positivity where students gravitate towards her.
Miller has its own unique gravity that is focused by a caring spirit. Erin embodies that spirit and happens to be a very bright spot in that caring capacity for our students.
Miss Tapaloni is caring, kind, and she gives me the confidence to be me every day and to come to school and work hard. I wouldn't want anyone else to win this award.
The relationship that she has and builds with her students is unlike any I've ever seen. She's also a catalyst for aligning our school counseling program to the Ask a National model so that we can better serve our students.
She's just like really nice to us all, and she helps us when we need it.
The work that she does is invaluable across the whole campus, working with individual students, their parents, our staff, to bring wellness, an opportunity for kids to learn and grow in their ability academically and also in their caring for other people as well.
She's helped a lot of kids, especially me and some of my other friends. And by the end of it, we all had enough confidence to do what we wanted to do. Congratulations, Mrs. Tavoloni. Thank you for helping us.
Congratulations, Ms. Tavoloni. Congratulations. I can't think of anybody more deserving partner.
Aaron Tavoloni, congratulations to you. We are immensely proud of you and the service that you bring to our school, our students, our parents. Thank you for your service and your effort to help others thrive. We appreciate you.
Welcome to University Heights Middle School. I'm Katie Grimbaugh, I'm the principal here at Uni. Today I'm going to share 5 things I love about our school. First is the variety of clubs and activities that we have. While we have traditional sports like soccer, volleyball, basketball, we also have a variety of things that are unique to us. Things like Sisters STEM Interest Program, Club 3.0, Girl Talk, Mariachi, Ballet Folklorico, Robotics, Makerspace, 3D printing, woodshop, and coding as well. The next thing I love about our school is that we're a personalized learning school. What that means is that each student has a learner profile where they identify their strengths and the ways that they learn best as a student. The teachers then use this to help them develop personalized learning plans, which are used to tailor instruction and activities to the needs of each student as an individual. Next step is our family resource room. We have a dedicated space for parent trainings, activities, to come in and utilize computers, printers, or just assistance for parents needing to apply for programs or access community resources. One of the things unique to our family resource room is that we have a food pantry and community closet available for families in need as well. Another thing I love about Uni is our Avid School-Wide program. We have a school-wide focus on college and career readiness, including high academic expectations in all core classes. Students are reading and writing no matter the subject area. And finally, we have a comprehensive social emotional learning program, including restorative practices along with social skills instruction in all classes to make sure that our students are successful not only academically, but also socially. School culture is really important to me. So if the teachers are happy, the students are happy. If the students are happy, they have positive relationships with people on campus, then they're more likely to learn and put forth the effort that we need for them to be successful academically. At University Heights, we believe that all decisions should put students first. We prioritize culture and community in all of our decision making. What that means to us is that anytime we are making decisions, deciding between 2 options, prioritizing programs, spending money, those are the things that we use to decide what we're going to do. So as a staff, we come together and say which one of these furthers our core values, and that's how we decide what we're going to do next. The goal of our school is to provide each student with challenging and rigorous curriculum appropriate to their academic level. We believe every child can achieve academic success. With parents and teachers working together toward the same goal, every child will succeed. Through teamwork, open communication, and a dedication to continuous improvement, we can make this school a place where students delight and enjoy learning.
RUSD families, Nutrition Services invites you to apply for the 2020-2021 meal program. All families are encouraged to apply beginning July 1st, 2020. If your student qualified for the meal program last school year, your household will need to reapply. If you did not qualify last school year and circumstances have changed, we encourage you to apply before the new school year resumes. If you qualify for the meal program, you may also qualify for programs such as utility assistance, SAT fee waivers, and college application fee waivers. For more information, visit riversideunified.org and don't forget to reapply or apply beginning July 1st, 2020.
Today I wanted to talk to you a little bit about my journey into science. Imagine a scientist. What does a scientist look like to you? A lab coat, yes. Glassware, mixing chemicals in a lab, yes. And the big glasses, sometimes sort of falling or taped. But how many of you guys maybe thought of something different? Like a field biologist like Jane Goodall, or the 2 astronauts who just did the first ever female spacewalk, Christina Cook and Jessica Meir. But how many of you guys actually pictured yourselves? Not everyone usually does, and this is something that educators often are trying to sort out, is why don't we picture ourselves in this role? Why don't we ever see ourselves as a scientist? When you ask a male or a female your interest in STEM after graduation, half of the guys are gonna say, yeah, STEM is something I'm really interested in, but a fraction of women are actually joining in that same interest. And this sort of then trickles down into the actual workforce. When I actually graduated high school, I was one of those statistics. I did not identify as a scientist. I had no interest in science. I just didn't know what to do with a science degree.
Inspire Her Mind is a conference that gets girls thinking about actually careers in science. They get to see some of the cool applications of science. They get to see women working in these areas.
We know there's not as many women in the STEM workforce as there are men, so we're really trying to be proactive and be able to get girls involved and really show them that this is an opportunity for them.
I did not expect this.
I'm gonna be honest, I first came here because I wanted to get extra credit, and then it turned out to be more than that.
I wasn't really expecting all of these different interactive activities that we got to do.
The one where you have to inspect the cells of the plants and everything.
We saw stomata and how it's on the back of the leaf, and we just learned more of what we're learning in biology, so it's cool to see it just not in the classroom.
We learned from people who were specialized in their field, so they were really passionate about it, and then so we got to learn just straight from them, and it was really fun.
I don't really like science that much, but my friend convinced me, and it's nothing like what I expected. It's way funner. It's a broad spectrum of different things that you can do. In one of the activities, we kind of learned about how different types of lines can make dresses appear differently. We had to draw lines on the dresses to make appearances either look longer or shorter or thinner or thicker.
When I went to college, you have to take classes that are beyond your major, right? And so I took one that was global environmental problems. And in that class, I was just blown away, and I realized this is where I want to make a difference. I now have a lab that gets to look at these environmental issues, and I absolutely love my job. It took a long time to figure out that this is what I wanted, but I am so happy where I'm at.
I really liked it because it was more focused on us, because we were able to individually analyze what we wanted, not what anybody else wanted us to learn.
We took a personality quiz, and that quiz was honestly my favorite part.
We were able to find out the specific topics that we were interested in.
Mine was advisor, because I want to be in the medical field. I want to be an RN.
I got a maker, and I thought that was really cool because ever since I was little, I would always love working with my hands, and I still do.
This is a really great opportunity for girls to get that hands-on experience and to open their eyes.
I decided to come on a whim.
I thought we were just going to get hour-long lectures and everything, but instead we got to have these fun experiences.
I expected to see men in lab coats.
I also expected people to just tell about their jobs and then how we could help our city, but instead I learned about how those small careers add up to help the whole world.
We're really focusing on getting girls excited and engaged in STEM fields and potential STEM careers.
My expectations when we came here was that we would go into a lecture hall, they would lecture us, and then we would leave. I didn't expect it to be as hands-on and as innovative and interactive as it was, and I think that that's the reason why I enjoyed it as much as I did.
It's part of their everyday lives, and helping them understand that and appreciate that is also part of this endeavor.
My favorite thing was seeing the batteries and the wire thing move around.
Oh, I saw that amazing little robot. Did you guys? Yeah.
The way they were coded had them follow a pathway, and in that pathway were certain color codes, and those color codes would dictate what the robot did.
It was so little and it was so cute, and the fact that I could literally just drop a bunch of colors and it would make the robot do different things
It was really, really like impressive, and I really liked that.
I'm a wildlife biologist by training. I get to work with animals, habitats, and the environment.
We learned about the California condor,
And we found causes of death among condors and why they almost went extinct.
and how due to like conservation by people that are in the STEM field, they were able to multiply and now they're growing species again.
The program provides an opportunity for our students, young ladies, to look into STEM as a possibility and also leadership. There is definitely a gap out in the workforce, so what are we doing? We're bringing our girls in and we're helping build the confidence around those two specific areas.
I'm actually really looking forward to coming back and seeing what other activities that they have for us.
I heard them say that leadership was going to be the focus of the second conference. I'm definitely really interested in that, and I think it's really important for women to realize that leadership is an important skill to have, and it's definitely something that's really related to STEM because STEM is leading the field in so many industries nowadays.
I'm also looking forward to coming back and learning more about the small careers that can build up to help everybody around.
I think it's really important to expose them to the vast array of careers and how a scientific background can help you succeed at anything you choose to do.
We are encouraging all households to apply and reapply for the meal program by visiting riversideunified.org.
I think the food here is an upgrade.
Teriyaki chicken, chow mein, rice, and it's always good food.
It's good.
It's actually real food. They cook it fresh.
We come in every morning and we bake our cookies fresh.
It's always really good.
Food here is a huge step up.
I think it's good.
It's pretty good.
My favorite thing to eat is a cheeseburger.
Cheeseburger.
I had a burger, it was really good.
I got pizza.
Our pizzas are baked in the oven. We have pepperoni and cheese. We get fresh produce delivered twice a week. Strawberries, peaches, apples, oranges, plums, pears.
My favorite lunch is the daily specials where they have the chicken tenders.
I like the lasagna.
You just got a lot of things here.
You can apply for the meal program online by visiting riversideunified.org, so apply as soon as possible.
The thing about Teresa Clark Skaggs that impresses me the most is her kid-centered attitude. She's a phenomenal classroom aide in our special ed department, and she's also just a true presence on campus. The kids know who she is. When she walks through the hallways, all of them are saying hi to her, not just the students that she works with in class.
Teresa worked in my class as a special ed assistant in my reading intervention class and my language arts class as well. I really enjoyed working with Teresa. I nicknamed her the taskmaster because you could give her anything and she would get the job done. If kids needed help, I wouldn't have to tell her. If we had any technology problems, she was right there trying to troubleshoot.
She was absolutely awesome. If any of the special ed teachers needed her, she immediately jumped in to help them. She was also very good at de-escalating some of the kids.
I don't think I've ever met someone who has the capacity to take care of kids and nurture kids quite the same way she does.
She also held extra tutoring time, so if the kids wanted to come in for help, she was available at lunch. She was always willing to help.
The other thing that makes her outstanding is that she is not just here for the kids, she's also here for the staff. If we needed anything, she was the first one to volunteer.
Terry always goes above and beyond to support students and staff. We're so happy for her. She's so deserving of this.
Any school site that would have her would find her to be an incredible asset. We were very lucky she was with us at Earhart.
Teresa, we are so proud of you. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Terry.
Congratulations, Miss Skaggs.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Miss Skaggs.
Congratulations, Miss Skaggs.
Great job, Teresa. I'm so proud of you. You definitely deserve it.
We have very special things to be distributed to all of our students today. In your 6th period, we will be distributing LA Clippers backpacks courtesy of Kawhi Leonard and the LA Clippers. There are backpacks for every student. Happy holidays from the Clippers and Kawhi Leonard.
Martin Luther King High School is very, very appreciative of the Clippers organization and for Kawhi Leonard himself for providing the backpacks for all of our students, not only here at campus, but also throughout the district, considering the fact that he did play for us for a couple of years. And it's a great gesture and it very much shows his quality of character and commitment to our area.
Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers have donated and given us a backpack for every single student in the whole district. 41,000. I'm going to give you a backpack right
now. We would really like to thank Mr. Leonard. He's done an incredibly generous thing and helped the holidays of all of our RUSD students by giving them backpacks. It's an incredibly kind and thoughtful gesture on his part, and we are so grateful. Thank you.
Thank you for just, bringing up your community that you grew up in, handing everybody out a backpack, because, some people really can't afford to get backpacks and such. I know that from experience, and having a free backpack definitely means a lot. Thank you.
We just wanted to say thank you so much to Kawhi. These backpacks are awesome. We love them.
Hey man, thanks for the free backpacks.
Thank you, Kawhi.
Thank you, Kawhi.
I'm glad you went to our school. It makes me really happy to know you walk the same hallways.
Thank you, Kawhi. Bro, you got the new heat, bro.
Thank you, Kawhi. We love you, Kawhi.
I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the Los Angeles Clippers Foundation and two-time NBA World Champion Kawhi Leonard. We are especially proud of Mr. Kawhi Leonard for being a graduate of King High School at Riverside Unified School District. He is an inspiration to students throughout the world. And we know that his contributions and his character of what he does to help communities off the court is what makes him truly an inspiration for all of us. So thank you again, Kawhi Leonard and the Los Angeles Clippers Foundation.
Riverside Unified partners with over 20 local farmers. They deliver fresh produce to our central kitchen, and we deliver it to all of our sites daily.
Here at the Central Kitchen, we get a nice variety of produce that we get in. We have multiple farmers that we use within Riverside. We use not just oranges, but whatever fruits or produce that is available during season. So we also get lettuce, grapes, fresh strawberries from farmers that are local, melons, peaches, nectarines.
I work for our RUSD as the Food Hub Coordinator. I work with local farmers and helping them decide what to grow for the district and what varieties of produce and when we need it.
We introduced the Farm to School program in 2005 to try to teach our students lifelong healthy eating habits.
It is easy and quick to apply online by visiting riversideunified.org and apply online through the meal program application.
Sandy Perry, congratulations. I am so happy for you, and you are so deserving to be recognized for all of your hard work, not only for our district, but our entire community.
We are not surprised that Sandy is being honored with this award. In RUSD, we do a lot of work with our strengths. So I thought I might best describe Sandy to you by sharing her top 5 strengths. Positivity, which is described as contagious enthusiasm. Woo, which is somebody who is always making connections with other people. Connectedness is described as the belief that all things are connected and have meaning. Developer, which is described as someone who cultivates the potential in others. And lastly, she's an achiever, and that is someone who takes satisfaction in being productive. Sandy is not only extremely efficient at her job, she is the greatest kind of people person there is. She is a joy to work with, and she always makes you feel like she cares.
Overall, Sandy is amazing at everything that she does. She does everything with excellence. Sandy is positive, she is honest, she is dedicated, she is an encourager, she is detailed, and she is so passionate about the well-being of our team and our students here in RUSD.
Congratulations, Sandy, on this honor.
Congratulations, Sandy.
You're one of the most genuine, caring, kind, and humble people I've ever had the privilege to work with. I am so proud of you and honored to be your friend. Congratulations, you have made such a difference in so many lives, from the school site to the Make-A-Wish Foundation to our school district, and everything that you do. Just thank you.
Estimadas familias de RUSD, Servicios de Nutrición les invita a llenar la solicitud para el programa de comida para el año 2020 a 2021. Se les recomienda a todas las familias que presenten una solicitud a partir del 1 de julio de 2020. Si su hijo estaba en el programa de comida el ciclo escolar pasado, su familia debe de presentar una nueva solicitud para el nuevo año escolar. Si su familia no calificó para el programa el año pasado y sus circunstancias han cambiado, les recomendamos que por favor apliquen de nuevo parte del 1 de julio de 2020. Si califica para el programa de comida, también conocido como el Programa Nacional de Almuerzo Escolar, tal vez califica para otros programas como ayuda con servicios públicos, exención de la solicitud para universidad y para el examen SAT. Visite riversideunified.org para llenar su solicitud en línea y no se le olvide aplicar después del 1 de julio de 2020.
Gina is one of the managers within our department here in personnel who works with all of the credentialing for all of our teachers and administrators throughout the entire district. She's so deserving of this award. She is an amazing employee who puts 110% effort every single day. She's very compassionate. She's very knowledgeable. She's a learner and never stops learning herself. And she adds so much value to our department and is very deserving of the award.
Gina is incredibly skilled. She has tremendous knowledge. Her expertise is just off the charts. I know she's dedicated, I know she loves what she does, and I know she loves who she works with.
Gina's a great person to work with. She's very patient. She always has a smile. It doesn't matter what she's going through. You know, she always has her door open. I can come in, ask her anything, and she answers all my questions.
She's always willing to help. If I need her guidance for something, or if the department as a whole needs her assistance, she's always very pleasant, very kind, and completes the request from start to finish, making sure that we have what we need.
Gina deserves that recognition primarily because of how thorough she is with the work that she does. She is extremely knowledgeable, and her skills in regards to assisting all certificated staff members with their credentials is impressive.
Congratulations, Gina. This is well-deserved.
Thank you, Gina, for all the support you give us every day. You deserve it. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Gina. Well-deserved.
Thank you, Gina, for all your hard work and dedication to our department. We appreciate you every single day and everything you do for our USD and our students and our teachers and our staff. You are amazing. Joe's very kind, loving, works well with his families. He has built a collaborative team.
He is a great leader. I am proud to be part of your team, Mr. Nieto.
He's open. He's got a great open door policy. He's very accommodating to us, and he listens to us in our needs.
He always finds ways of overcoming barriers and obstacles so he can find the best services and supports available for the kids and families in his school district.
Mr. Nieto is a very nice person. He's very helpful with the people and the kid, especially with the parent. He did the Dad University every day.
Joe helped me a lot with my family. My kids really enjoyed with all the activities that we did through Dad University, which helped us spend quality time together. Joe really deserved this award because he has great leadership skills and are knowledgeable in the program that he's organizing.
Every time that there's a resource, event, or health fair, he is there to ensure that he gets the resources for the families. He always goes above and beyond for their families. I've met with Joe Nieto at different school sites, after school or before school, to ensure the patients, parents, and families get the resources that they need.
Every week we go do a little activity with the kid in the field, in the classroom. He provides some information and he brings some special people to provide us more information how you deal with the kid, how you help them out with the school and everything else.
He is great at problem solving and listening to all stakeholders, getting their input, and coming to a resolution that is best for students and families and our staff.
He respects us in the work that we do for the program.
He's a very active person and very helpful. I mean, thanks God we met him and we become friends.
Joe is a partner who consistently focuses his time and energy on finding the best ways to support the youngest children in the Riverside Unified School District. He is a good human with a good heart who absolutely deserves the Certificated Administrator of the Year award.
Overall, Joe is a wonderful person. He really cares about others, family, friends, and the community.
He deserves to be the Administrator of the Year.
He's one of the best bosses I've had, and he deserves the award because he puts everything into his work, and he loves it here.
I tell him, hey, it's very good. Keep going like this, and then you reach your goal. And thanks.
Joe, I am so proud of you. Your work is a tremendous asset to our district. You garner the respect of all who work with you, and we are grateful for all the contributions you make.
I don't think there's anybody better deserving than it. Congratulations, Mr. Nieto.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Joe.
Congratulations, Joe, for receiving this award. Thank you, and awesome.
Congratulations, Mr. Nieto. You're a great boss. You're always committed in making sure that we have the best program to our families.
He's an awesome boss. Congratulations, Mr. Nieto. Thank you for your dedication and your patience.
From all of us here in RUSD, many thanks.
My mission for our students is to provide them with a nutritious meal, authentic foods that they will enjoy all year long.
I'm hoping all the effort that we put into our meals are enjoyed by the students.
Can I get the orange chicken?
Chicken sandwich.
Teriyaki rice.
Chicken chow mein.
Can I get some nachos? Nachos. I'm gonna get everything on them.
Cheeseburger, chicken sandwich, spicy chicken sandwich, pizza.
Bean and cheese burrito. I had tacos today with beef.
We get fresh produce delivered twice a week that we use on our salads and our tacos. We have a vegetarian wrap with no meat.
We serve tortas and burritos, chicken chili verde. We have our barbecue served every day with hamburgers, hot dogs, and crispy chicken sandwiches. You can apply for the meal program online by visiting riversideunified.org. So apply as soon as possible.
¿Qué quieres hacer cuando estés grande?
I want to be a veterinarian when I grow up.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
Yo quiero ser un científico. When I grow up, I want to be a teacher.
If you're interested in your child being bilingual, the Dual Language Immersion Program gives the students the opportunity to learn in 2 languages. El programa de inmersión del lenguaje dual le da a los estudiantes la gran oportunidad de aprender 2 idiomas, en español y en inglés, para que puedan ser bilingües y puedan terminar ser estudiantes que puedan leer y escribir en los 2 idiomas también.
My children's first language is English. They actually learned Spanish in the DLI program, and then I just supported everything at home once they were involved in the program.
And Mommy was in Spanish class. Did you help Mommy?
Sí, pues mi mamá preguntó que ellos están en español clase y ella necesita ayudar con un examen y os ayudó y ella se ganó 100%.
They have the same curriculum as the other students do. In the primary grades, it's heavy in the Spanish, and they get English language development in English. In the upper grades, they have a 50-50 model, half of the day in Spanish and the other half in English.
What do you like to learn in school?
Me gusta aprender matemáticas.
¿Qué te gusta aprender en la escuela?
My favorite subject of school is writing because I can learn things that are bilingual.
Los padres pueden solicitar una aplicación para el programa de inmersión del lenguaje dual tan pronto como en jardín de niños o hasta primer grado.
At Fremont Elementary School, our DLI program is expanding. It's currently in kindergarten, 1st, and 2nd grade, and next year it will move on to 3rd.
Longfellow is proud to offer dual language immersion. We're also a STEM school. We emphasize hands-on STEM activities for a portion of the day. We begin in kindergarten, which means that our students can apply the year before, which would be a preschool or transitional kindergarten age, to enter our school to begin in kindergarten.
Jefferson Elementary School offers a dual language immersion program, kindergarten through 5th grade, and next year we will add 6th grade. They participate in all regular school activities, field trips, special events, assemblies, just like everyone else.
Spanish is interwoven into everything that we do here at Mountain View. Our assemblies are in both languages. Our morning announcements are in both languages. Our students are speaking in both languages.
¿Cuántos años tienen? I am 7 years old. ¿Cuántos años tienes? Yo tengo 7 años. How old are you? I'm 7 years old.
And where do you use what you've learned?
Mi mamá preguntó dónde ellos están hablando español. Están ayudando a mi abuela y mi abuelo se habló en español.
¿Qué te gusta aprender en la escuela?
I like learn English because I like science.
Solicite la aplicación en riversideunified.org.
¿Usted le quiere decir algo a sus maestros?
I would like to say that thanks for teaching me how to be bilingual.
Would you like to thank your teacher?
Sí. Gracias por enseñarme. Gracias por enseñarme español.
¿Qué quieres decir a tu maestra?
I want to say, Mr. Ana y Miss Sierra, thank you to teaching me in English and Spanish.
Is there anyone you'd like to thank?
La pregunta era si hay alguien que quieres decir gracias. Yo quiero decir gracias a todas mis maestras de DLI. Yo quiero decir gracias a mis papás por ponerme en el programa de DLI.
Is there anything you want to tell your teacher?
Gracias por enseñarme. Gracias por enseñarme español.
¿Qué quieres decirle a tu maestra?
I would like to say to my teacher that thank you for teaching me in 3rd grade. Yo quiero decir a mi maestra, gracias por haciendo español yo. And I want to say thank you to my mom for taking me to a Spanish class so I can learn more Spanish. Yo quiero decir gracias a mi mamá porque traje a ellas español clase y ayudar que yo se pueda ayudar a ella. Yay!
Good job, baby girl.
Now take me to the class.
It comes as no surprise that Judy Furman is RUSD's professional developer for the school year.
Judy is the early literacy guru. She is the smartest person in RUSD by far. We are grateful for your authenticity, creativity, and expertise in building the Gateway program for the students of RUSD. You are building a wonderful legacy to advance achievement for our most vulnerable learners.
Congratulations on your award. We are so lucky to have your skill and expertise in Riverside Unified.
She knows how to connect with teachers and connect with kids.
Her expertise and dedication has not only supported teachers across the district, but she has helped thousands of students through the curriculum that she has created and strategies that she has shared with our educators.
She gives people exactly what they need in a very respectful manner, and people feel very safe coming to her.
She can take theory and create practical instructional strategies that assist in closing the achievement gap. I have observed her engage with various learners in the classroom and train both elementary and secondary teachers. Each time, I leave knowing that another student has benefited from her belief that all learners can excel. She exemplifies what it means to be extraordinary.
I am so honored to call you a colleague and so honored to call you a friend. Congratulations, it's well deserved.
Congratulations, Judy. Your hard work and dedication make you very deserving of this honor.
Thank you, Judy, for helping all of us in our journey from going from good to great.
Here at the Central Kitchen, we get a nice variety of produce that we get in from fruits and vegetables. We have some oranges behind us that we are wedging. We use not just oranges, but whatever fruits or produce that is available during season. Some people ask when we package the food. So our fresh fruits and vegetables are packaged on the same day, every day. They're never done multiple days in the past, but they're done the day of. Our sandwiches are also done on the same day as well. So when we are doing the sandwiches on the after-school program, we make those sandwiches fresh day of.
I'm at one of our local farms. We purchase citrus, lettuce, tomatoes, pepper, avocado, pears, apples, cucumbers, and many, many more. In addition to purchasing from our farmers, we brought some activities for the kids to connect the cafeteria with our farms. We have gardening activities, classes in planting to encourage our students to eat nutritious meals.
Principal Reller deserves this award because he is beyond dedicated to the success of his students.
He's the most dedicated, positive person that I've ever met.
So you can just talk to him, he's really kind.
His two favorite lines are, "Kindness is the key to cool," and "Have a Gatorific day."
Please remember, kindness is the key to cool.
All of our announcements that he sends, phone calls home, it always ends with, "Have a Gatorific day."
And have a Gatorific day.
He's awesome.
Gary Reller is so beloved by his family and community. In fact, there was a quote I heard about him being the rock of our school.
He is the leader of our school, and it shows every single day when he's out in front of our school greeting parents.
He takes time out of his day to go and greet his kids, not only as they walk in the gates in the morning, but throughout the day as he circulates during lunch and in the classrooms.
He greets everybody with a smile. He has the best intentions. He wants the best for our students, and I think that is the purest form of a leader.
Gary Reller also practices shared leadership, in which he involves his teachers and his staff in decision-making on his campus, and he authentically focuses on the things that are necessary for success for his kids.
He supports leaders on campus, and I feel empowered to have a say or a voice to help shape policy
and procedures.
Gary Reller is so positive. He's very polished, and he's just very focused on what he's doing and doing it well. So pretty much a role model for all of us.
It is a lot of fun working with Mr. Reller. His sense of humor, his work ethic, his energy, it inspires me to work harder too.
I've had a great experience being the PTA president. He's been super welcoming and always supportive of everything we want to do to help the kids.
Mr. Reller is the most engaging principal I've ever met, not only from leading his staff, but with interacting with the kids because he truly cares. The kids and the parents in the community find him readily available.
He's a fun principal, and he's a principal that you can go to and talk to anytime.
He is always very active in what the students are doing. He's always out here at lunch talking to students.
He always has a smile on his face. He's always so happy and positive.
Just really fun. He's just a great person.
Gary is one of those principals that is always there. You'll see him at almost every single activity, whether it be History Day, Science Olympiad, basketball tournaments, volleyball tournaments, track and field meets.
Whenever there's events that students are taking part of, such as sports games and different events for like dance and color guard, he's always there to support us, and no matter what time of day it is, he'll be there on the spot.
He always wants to be involved in everything. He's just so supportive to us. I can't think of anyone else who deserves it more.
I can tell you he's done a lot for this school. If you notice, our front of our school has been a major improvement. He spearheaded that so that we can have this entrance and the mural behind us so that our school would stand out a little more.
Congratulations, Mr. Reller. You're an awesome principal. Thank you for taking part in being a part of our school life.
Congratulations, Mr. Reller.
Congratulations, Mr. Reller.
Congratulations, Mr. Reller.
Congratulations, Mr. Reller.
Congratulations, Mr. Reller. I'm really proud of you.
Congratulations, Mr. Reller. Congratulations, Mr. Reller.
Congratulations, Gary. Well deserved.
RUSD families, Nutrition Services invites you to apply for the 2020-2021 meal program. All families are encouraged to apply beginning July 1st, 2020. If your student qualified for the meal program last school year, your household will need to reapply. If you did not qualify last school year and circumstances have changed, we encourage you to apply before the new school year resumes. If you qualify for the meal program, you may also qualify for programs such as utility assistance, SAT fee waivers, and college application fee waivers. For more information, visit riversideunified.org and don't forget to reapply or apply beginning July 1st, 2020.
I met Teresa when I came to Woodcrest Elementary as principal 4 years ago. She was then and still is the reading intervention teacher for our students with the greatest need.
She was probably one of the first people who welcomed me into the Woodcrest community. She is the friendliest person you ever met. She cares deeply about people.
Teresa is a leader on our campus. She's a motivator and she's encouraging to every person who walks through Woodcrest doors.
She just has a personality that draws you into relationship with her.
I was instantly drawn to her huge smile and her positive attitude. Her energy and her positivity is so infectious. It just brings a smile to everyone that she encounters.
Teresa has supported our entire staff with her insightful data analysis, her focus on the positive in every situation, and her love for our most challenging students.
She currently works with my son at Woodcrest Elementary School. However, prior to her work with my son, I heard about her through the parents, and they all had nothing but nice things to say about her and what she's done for their children and the success they've had.
When we met Mrs. Anderson, she was just a breath of fresh air for us in the first and second grade. I actually volunteered in the class for Bodie once a week, and I watched her class just light up every time she came into a room.
My son faced some challenges returning to school, but Mrs. Anderson found a way for him to overcome that. She gained his trust, he felt very comfortable working with her, and started to open up. She provided the necessary tools, working one-on-one with him, being patient. We have seen a significant improvement on his learning abilities, and we owe it to Mrs. Anderson.
With our SST team, Teresa contacts each and every parent to create a relationship, build that rapport, and helps our students to academically become on grade level, to push themselves harder.
Miss Anderson had a very positive impact on my life. She always pushed me to be the best I could, and she always believed in me.
When Bodie was 3, he was diagnosed with leukemia, and so Bodie never went to preschool. When he got to Woodcrest Elementary, kindergarten was a challenge. Not only was he coming out of the cancer treatments, but he was also a very young kindergartner. 9 years later, he's 14, and she still plays a very active role in his life. She is his tutor in high school. She was his tutor in middle school, and he actually received honor roll for the first time in 7th and 8th grade.
Teresa tutors kids after school, multiple days over the week, and not just kids that are enrolled in her program, but kids that are on campus that are needing extra help.
She invites them into her classroom after school. She also allows them to come into the classroom during her recess time, especially those students who don't feel comfortable out on the playground. She wants to create a safe space for them to come.
She loves our most challenging students, and she lets them know that she is on their side even if nobody else is.
I believe she deserves this award because she is amazing. She is the kind of teacher that you want your child to be loved by, cared for, mentored by.
She goes above and beyond for her students. She is what all of us parents dream of a teacher to be.
She also has a reading club on Tuesdays where she allows students to come in and read with her and read together and discuss books together.
Even now in our distance learning, I've seen her go above and beyond what her position calls for. She is reading to students. She is encouraging students.
Thank you for going over and beyond the call of teacher duty, because she also reads my daughter a book on Google Meets out of her own free will, and I appreciate that from the bottom of my heart.
Teresa definitely deserves this award. She is a person who doesn't just say she loves students, she backs that with her actions. Every morning she's out there greeting students, welcoming them into the school, and they look forward to seeing her.
Every morning, Teresa is out in front of the school, greeting kids, welcoming them with a smile, with music, with an encouraging quote.
She's always looking for ways to support her colleagues, the students' families, our entire community. She does a lot of community outreach.
She pushes me to be a better teacher. She pushes me to love students even more than I already do.
She is such a positive influence on all students and staff, and she really does make Woodcrest a better place.
She is just such a kind and caring person, and she does that not just for her friends, but for everyone on campus. She is a noticer. She notices when students need to be loved. She notices when staff needs to be loved, and she does it because of the goodness of her own heart.
She has that enthusiasm, she has that love, she has that passion for these kids, and it shows, and it makes them want to learn.
I think Mrs. Anderson deserves this award because she makes everybody feel special, and she drives all of her students to be the best, and she makes everyone feel like they can succeed in life.
I can't think of anybody else that deserves this award more than Mrs. Anderson, because I see what she's done through my son, and I can see it through what she's done through other children.
Dear Miss Anderson, I have many reasons to thank you, so I have to write them down so I don't forget. I was scared to return to school after missing a year because of my injury. I knew my challenges, but when I worked with you, I was happy because I heard all the good things about you from my friends. You were right. They were right about you. You make me feel comfortable talking, sharing, and being myself. You helped me learn ways that helped me understand things better. I told my parents I wish you were my teacher all the time because I feel I can be myself. Miss Anderson, I want to thank you for getting me back on track, learning and liking school again. I also want to thank you for bringing back the old me to my friends, but especially my family. There aren't enough thank yous, but
congratulations on being the Elementary School Teacher of the Year. You deserve it.
We love you, we're proud of you, and we're blessed beyond measure to have you in our lives.
Congratulations, Miss Anderson.
Congratulations, Teresa.
Congratulations. I'm so thankful that I know you.
I am so thankful for you. I feel very blessed to have been able to work with you, and I truly believe that you deserve this award.
Teresa, congratulations on earning the Teacher of the Year award. We are behind you, we support you, we appreciate all that you do.
Ms. Brown deserves to be the Riverside Unified School District Teacher of the Year because of the positive impact that she has on our students and our staff and everyone across the board.
If there's one thing Kisa has that stands out above all the many other qualities that we know a good teacher should have or must have, are her bonds and relationships that she forms with her students when they walk on campus.
She builds on a strong rapport with learners as she teaches a rigorous academics and builds on positive character traits.
Students who leave University Heights Middle School, go on to high school and go on to college, they always come back to uni and they come and see Miss Brown.
Every year we have a number of students who come through the front office because they need to talk to Ms. Brown about where they're going to college, or they need to talk to her about what they accomplished when they're in college. She's been a huge part of so many students' journeys, influencing them in the most positive manner possible.
Growing up with older siblings, I already knew so many of the teachers that they liked, they didn't like, and one of them in particular was Ms. Brown. And she was such a big impact on everybody, and I really wanted her, so I joined Abbott, which was her profession, and I finally got to have her 8th grade, and it was such an amazing experience.
Ms. Brown has done a lot for me. She's given me great opportunities and has given me more confidence.
She's taught me to keep my goals in check, to stay focused, and that right now, you have to look at the bigger picture.
Ms. Brown has shown me the importance of college and how it will affect the rest of my life. She has taught me that these years of my life are very important to where I will end up in life and what kind of college I will be accepted to.
Ms. Brown has taught both my children the importance of note-taking and organizational skills to prepare them for college.
Ms. Brown also helped refine my leadership skills and helped me grow as a person.
She is kind, she is caring, she helps students who are struggling academically, and she encourages students to invest in themselves and their future by cultivating a work ethic and pride necessary to be successful.
She taught me how to be more organized and how to deal with life beyond high school.
She has taught me how to keep going for my goals and never to give up.
Ms. Brown always taught me to finish my assignments, helped me with all my grades, and made sure everything was done.
She's really helped me keep up my grades.
She builds excellent relationships with parents. She's an outstanding educator both on our campus and throughout the district.
13 years, we've seen a lot of kids go through her school, through her classes, and they've been awesome. She's helped them in many ways.
Over the past 14 years, Ms. Brown has taught 3 of my children, 2 which have graduated from college now.
Mrs. Brown has been a great mentor to all 4 of my children. Mrs. Brown is more than a teacher. She's part of our family.
Ms. Brown has not only been a teacher from my past, but a mentor and a role model. She has guided me through school and life. She has been there for me through a numerous amount of events, and I can only be grateful for her staying in my life.
The kids would bring stuff home with them to help us to become better parents. And Ms. Brown has always been awesome. You can't take that away from her.
When I think of Kisa, I think of the words again of Rita Pearson when she said, "Every kid deserves a champion, an adult who will never give up on them, and one who understands the power of connection and insists they become the best they can possibly be."
She's always trying to make her students better people, which is what she's done for me. She likes to make sure someone's okay, and she knows her students very well. She gets to know her students, so when something's wrong, she knows what's up.
When I first started, it was readily apparent that all of the staff and students on campus felt like she was a positive leader. She had excellent relationships.
Kisa is being an individual that is always willing to give support and words of encouragement to uplift myself and others.
She's a very positive person. Whenever a kid is sad in our class, she's always joking around to try and help us.
She has always been there for them, giving them extra help when they need it, lifting their spirits.
She's always there to keep you up whenever you're down.
She cares about a lot of other people, and she goes out of her way to be a better person and to make other people better people.
You can see the value of the relationships that she has nurtured as a teacher in the faces, and reflects in the faces of those students who come back and visit her.
Ms. Brown deserves this award because she's a very caring and determined teacher, and she cares about the well-being of the students.
Ms. Brown deserves this award because she has done so much for students and helped them in so many ways.
Kisa Brown's commitment to her students and her relationships that she builds even outside of the classroom are deserving enough.
I want to say thank you, Ms. Brown, for all you've done for my children and for all the children of University Heights Middle School.
I would thank her for getting me in check in 8th grade so I can grow and be a better person in the future.
Congratulations, Kisa. Job well done.
Congratulations, Kisa.
Congratulations, Ms. Brown.
Congratulations, Ms. Brown.
Congratulations, Ms. Brown.
Congratulations, Ms. Brown, for being named RUSD's Middle School Teacher of the Year.
From the Molina family to Ms. Brown. Congratulations, we love you.
There's no one I think is more deserving. We always stay in touch, and it's been such an amazing thing to keep such a great teacher, a great mentor around, because we all need one like her.
Estimadas familias de RUSD, Servicios de Nutrición les invita a llenar la solicitud para el programa de comida para el año 2020 a 2021. Se les recomienda a todas las familias que presenten una solicitud a partir del 1 de julio de 2020. Si su hijo estaba en el programa de comida el ciclo escolar pasado, su familia debe de presentar una nueva solicitud para el nuevo año escolar. Si su familia no calificó para el programa el año pasado y sus circunstancias han cambiado, les recomendamos que por favor apliquen de nuevo parte del 1 de julio de 2020. Si califica para el programa de comida, también conocido como el Programa Nacional de Almuerzo Escolar, tal vez califica para otros programas como ayuda con servicios públicos, exención de la solicitud para universidad y para el examen SAT. Visite riversideunified.org para llenar su solicitud en línea y no se le olvide aplicar después del 1 de julio de 2020.
My name is Matt Cash, and I have the privilege of serving our community as the principal at Fremont Elementary School. Here are 5 things that I absolutely love about Fremont. The first thing I love is our Dual Language Immersion Program, or DLI for short. All of Fremont's DLI teachers have a bilingual credential. In our DLI classrooms, students are taught in both English and in Spanish. And by the end of their 6th grade year, our students have the opportunity to grow into students that are biliterate, bilingual, and bicultural. Next, Fremont is a no excuses university school, or NEU for short. That means that we adhere to the belief that every single child deserves the opportunity to be educated in a way that prepares them for college and career. Fremont is also an AVID elementary school. That means that our teachers and staff are trained in the most up-to-date techniques to keep our students engaged in content and in the classroom. NEU and AVID go hand in hand. NEU provides us the systems we need to prepare our kids for college and career, and AVID provides us the strategies, real-time, on the ground, that we use inside the classroom to accomplish that. If you ever have the opportunity to walk around Fremont Elementary School, you will see a college presence here on campus. We have banners, pennants, and flags from a variety of colleges around the country hanging in our hallways and in our library. That means that from day one of a student attending our school, we instill the belief that if they want to, they can go to college and pursue the career that they were made for. Fremont Elementary has an amazing show choir. Our show choir is so dynamic that they've been invited to perform at places like the Festival of Lights, at City Hall for the mayor and city council, and even here in our community for local holiday shows. If you ever have a chance to catch one of their shows, you should. Here at Fremont, we are all about partnerships. That includes partnerships with local universities like UCR, the University of California, Riverside. They have a program for volunteers called AmeriCorps, where they come onto campus and college students tutor our elementary students in math, language arts, and other subject areas. Each of these college students work with individuals each day to ensure that our students not only know that they can do their best, but they're also given a mentor that they can aspire to be. Lastly, we pride ourselves on meaningful interventions. That means that data management is a high priority. We know who our kids are, we know their strengths and their challenges, and we design instruction that meets those needs and takes them from where they are to where they need to be in order to be successful. One of our core values is student engagement. We create opportunities for our students to meet their current needs and challenge them to become their best. Fremont Elementary School is unique. Opened in 1917, Fremont is one of the most storied elementary schools here in our city. Our school has been in the La Placida community for more than 100 years. That means we serve generation after generation of learners who have come through our doors. Fremont provides art classes, community service projects, band, show choir, social and emotional services, parent training, community activities, after-school enrichment, and so much more. We're excited for the programs we bring to the La Placida community, and we're happy to serve our families. So with that, we say, welcome to Fremont.
I want to say congratulations to Alexia Wilson for being named the High School Teacher of the Year for Riverside Unified School District. I can't think of anybody that is more deserving of this award than Alexia is. The impact she makes on our classroom, the work that she does with our students, it is absolutely amazing.
She is truly one of the most gifted teachers I've ever met.
I don't know if you understand how good of a teacher she really is.
She is not just knowledgeable, she's able to convey knowledge and enthusiasm and a love of learning to her students and to her colleagues, quite frankly.
Alexia has definitely taken me under her wing. She inspires me on a daily basis with her tireless efforts to perfect her craft.
Coming in, I really didn't know what I was doing or how to lesson plan appropriately or effectively, and she was a huge guiding factor in my early development as an educator.
I've worked with her as an English teacher. I've worked with her in the AVID program. I was the AVID coordinator and she was an AVID teacher. And I can tell you without a doubt, she is one of the most outstanding teachers I have ever had the pleasure to work with in any subject area that she's given.
Mrs. Wilson has done so much for me in terms of understanding and learning more about literature. She helps me with understanding the components necessary to write a poem, write an essay, and also just making literature more interesting with funny videos and funny writings about literature.
Miss Wilson has made me a much better writer, but she's also inspired me to just care about literature in general.
She had this magic of making even the simplest of texts feel like they matter to you, like you are directly impacted by them.
It doesn't seem like there is a wasted moment, and it seems like she really pours herself into thinking about what is she going to bring to these students, what is she going to offer them, rather than just, here's the curriculum, here's what I'm going to do.
It's a gift for her to be able to bring the content that she's teaching alive to her students.
I'm personally a STEM-oriented person, but she managed to help me find a love and appreciation for literature that I didn't know I had.
She made it to where there was never really a dull moment, even when we were just reading a book or writing, and it really made my days more interesting, to say the least.
It's just really cool to see that she has such a lasting importance in their life.
I always think of when I walk into her classroom, just how engaged students are and how excited she is to do the work that she does.
What I've heard from students is just how intense and how deep the conversations are in her class.
She has this power to make literature that could have been written hundreds of years ago feel deeply intimate, deeply personal, and most importantly, important to us.
She's generous with her time and her talent with her students, and not just her students, but really any student who needs help. She's not a teacher who says, those aren't my kids, they're not in my class. Any student at Poly High School is one of her students.
no matter what age the students are, they seem to have some sort of connection with her. I've had sophomore students, junior students, and senior students all rave about her.
I met Miss Wilson my sophomore year when I took her honors literature class, and I liked her so much that I decided that I wanted to have her as a teacher again.
You can really tell that she loves what she does, and her enthusiasm a lot of times rubs off on us.
When I started taking Miss Wilson's AP literature class, and I just saw her undeniable passion, her excitement, I realized that she was becoming the benchmark of what I wanted to be, of the way I wanted to teach.
Passion. That is really the word that jumps out for me. When we have conversations about students that are doing well, students that are struggling, you see the passion in her eyes. You see the desire to get everything she possibly can out of her students. And you see the care that she truly has for every one of her students.
Not only is she a wonderful literature teacher, she's also a kind, generous, and caring human being who cares about her students' mental health.
On a personal level, she was kind, caring, always had an open ear for any student that needed it.
She had great empathy and sympathy towards me and our whole class in general. I mean, it's very rare to find somebody that could empathize with teenagers because we're so all over the place our sophomore year.
She's the type of person who you can come to whenever to talk about what's bothering you or any of your problems, and she'll give you great advice. She's very approachable and caring.
Anytime I needed someone to talk to, she was there. And I know that I'm not alone in this.
It's obvious that she cares about not only her craft, but the students that she serves and the colleagues that she serves alongside with.
She's the first person to offer to help another teacher with a lesson plan, with watching a class, with really anything we need.
I've never heard her complain once. I've heard her be upset with things not working out the way that she planned and that she thought about, but she doesn't even, it's like a speed bump for her. She just keeps going and she just keeps really getting better at her craft.
She's the advisor for multiple clubs, which just goes to show how much she cares about her students' goals and passions.
She's a club advisor for multiple clubs. She's part of Philosophy and Ethics Bowl. It's astonishing to me how much she is able to give to our school.
She even decides to take her time off from lunch and her mornings to give us time to work on assignments or ask her questions.
She really puts in the effort for us.
She is a gift to Poly High School, and we are just beyond fortunate to have her working with us.
She truly does deserve this award.
She deserves this because of, well, everything that I've said and more. Miss Wilson, if you're watching this, congratulations. You deserve it along with all the amazing things in life. I am so happy for you, and I am so grateful to you.
Congratulations, Miss Wilson.
Congratulations, Alexia.
I really hope that she continues doing great things, and I just want to tell her, congratulations, Mrs. Wilson.
Alexia, I want to say congratulations. This is very deserving. You are a great English teacher, and we are so proud and happy that you are part of our family at Riverside Poly High School.
Good evening and welcome to the Riverside Unified School District Board of Education meeting of July 21st, 2020. Lately, I've been reading many quotes that resonate with me from Susie Qassem, an American poet of Egyptian parents who has a wonderful, resilient philosophy. When you keep hitting walls of resistance in life, she says, the universe is trying to tell you you are going the wrong way. It's like driving a bumper car at an amusement park. Each time you slam into another car or the edge of the track, you are forced to change direction. Well, tonight we've run into another metaphorical bumper car and are changing directions again. At our last meeting, we committed to 3 pathways: a home-based, parent-taught program, and a virtual program of online lessons given by our credentialed teachers with a definitive schedule, which will be described more fully later this evening, and a hybrid in-school model for getting kids back in the classroom. Since that meeting, the governor has made an announcement. Schools must not reopen for in-person learning if the county they live in is on the California Department of Health monitoring list. Riverside is on that list based on metrics prepared by the state, which include the number of new infections per 100,000 residents, the test positivity rate, and the change in hospital rate, among many others. Any county that does not meet the state's benchmarks is put on the county monitoring list. So tonight we will hear plans for an in-school model to adopt if and when the board recognizes that we have been removed from the county monitoring list. We also have a few items of other business that we need to take care of tonight, so please bear with us as we get through these. I'm going to start with a report on closed session activity, and we did take action to approve the following positions. Dr. Hanson, would you like to make these announcements?
Sure, thank you, Mrs. Alvey. And
You're going to need to speak up. We're all going to need to speak up.
If I don't speak up loud enough, please let me know, all right? As mentioned, the board did take action 5-0 on the following positions at school sites: principals and assistant principals. The first one, and I understand that she's going to join us via Zoom, is a new principal announced for Victoria Elementary School, Miss Jennifer Jackson. And I'd like to first read her bio, and then Jennifer can jump on and take maybe 60 seconds to introduce herself personally and talk about her excitement to join us as new principal at Victoria Elementary. Jennifer's career with RUSD began in 2001 as an elementary school teacher. Jennifer's teaching tenure included the following experiences: teaching multi-grade levels throughout elementary, serving as a grade level team lead, student success team coordinator, and an administrative designee. And since 2016, the last 4 years, she has transitioned to her current role as an elementary assistant principal, serving at 3 different schools throughout the district. Jennifer ensures to collaborate with staff in creating and sustaining student learning that is engaging and meaningful while providing a safe environment. And we just are very, very grateful for Jennifer for being with our district for nearly 20 years and accepting the new position as principal at Victoria Elementary School. So, Jennifer, are you able to, I'm not sure how this is going to work, but can you get on and introduce yourself briefly, please?
Hello, Dr. Hanson. Can you hear me?
Barely. Oh, there she is.
Hello. Thank you for having me, Dr. Hanson, and the RUSD board. I'm so excited to be the principal of Victoria. Like Dr. Hanson said, I've spent nearly 20 years in Riverside as a teacher, assistant principal, and now a principal. I have 4 children, of all whom attend or attended RUSD schools. I'm so excited and grateful for the opportunity to be principal of Victoria, and I look forward to working with the students and staff. I'm also excited to get to know the community of Victoria. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Jennifer. Congratulations. Let's give her a round of applause. Although the sound was difficult to hear, it's still absolutely amazing to see what technology can do. And let me just run through these other quickly. There are several assistant principals that we hired. The athletic director, assistant principal at North High School, not new to RUSD, not new to administration. It's Dennis Brown, who was an administrator, went back to coaching. He's come back to be the administrator. He'll be the new athletic director at North High School. We also have Zara Sutel, who's a new assistant principal at Franklin Elementary School. We have Eric Duke Connor, who's a new assistant principal at Emerson Elementary School. Dean Deaver, new assistant principal at Highgrove Elementary School. And the last the board took action on is Princess Charles Johnson, coming to us from Compton, a new assistant principal at Jackson Elementary School. Now, some might be wondering about Ben Franklin, because that's where we had a principal retire, and yet we put the replacement at Victoria Elementary School. We took the existing principal at Victoria Elementary School, Eric Fladland, and he has been moved to serve as the new principal at Franklin Elementary School. And Eric, we're grateful for your willingness and your expertise to go up there and serve the community of Ben Franklin. And then we have one last move that we made, not really part of the action, but Andrea Sullivan. She's been a long time assistant principal at Highgrove Elementary School. We're moving her up to Twain Elementary School to assist in that vacancy. So those were the things the board took action on. And again, congratulations to all these folks for joining RUSD.
Thank you, Dr. Hansen. And now you can stay on because we would like to do the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'd like you to lead it if possible. Would you like to lead the pledge? Yeah.
You bet. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And now we will turn to the superintendent's comments. And Dr. Henson, you have some.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, members of the public here in person and also joining us via Zoom. And good evening to the board members. I have heard deep concerns and some pretty sharp criticism from members of our school community who feel that we are reducing our commitment to teach ethnic studies to our high school students. This is not the case. In fact, we are working to enhance ethnic studies. What is accurate, however, is that we poorly communicated the message, and for that, I apologize. I believe that trusted leaders own the organization's mistakes and missteps rather than push them down the line. And in this situation, the poor communication is my own. It's not staff members, nor is it the board members. It's my own. And I sincerely apologize for the confusion, misinterpretations, and misunderstandings. Going forward, I'll be more mindful of improved district outreach and communication processes. Please be assured that we are not reducing our commitment to deliver a curriculum that addresses both African American studies and Chicano history and is representative of our rich community heritage. However, I would be remiss if I did not point out that our staff members were organizing the expansion of ethnic studies at the same time that we are all processing the many demands and changes thrust upon district operations due to the COVID-19 pandemic. I point this out simply hoping that you will forgive the poor communication and allow us a few minutes tonight to push the restart button and explain how we plan to expand ethnic studies to reach more high school students as we move forward. Thank you for your patience, grace, and understanding. Now at this time, I ask that our Chief Academic Officer, Ms. Renee Hill, provides us with more specific information on this topic. Ms. Hill.
Dr. Hansen, thank you for yielding these few minutes to me. I would like to share some information about decisions around ethnic studies that were made this past week or so. While our intent was to bring African American studies, Chicano studies, and ultimately ethnic studies to more students, the timing and the process we used, unfortunately, eroded trust rather than built it. First, I would like to assure you that RUSD already has in its course catalog a semester-long African American Studies course, a Chicano Studies course, and an ethnic diversity course. In addition, a group of teachers worked this past year to update those 3 courses. They collaborated to create a scope and sequence and select materials to support the teaching of the courses. In researching a course request, we discovered that African American Studies had been offered as a year-long course at one site and offered as a semester course in others. We then, offering African American Studies as a semester, then made 3 singletons that you see there. Singletons are semester courses that are not paired. We chose to recommend to pair African American Studies and Chicano Studies, and also request that every high school offer them where they had not been offered at each high school. And we encouraged enrollment for the fall. Our intent was to bring more ethnic studies across the district. In that proposal, with the African American and Chicano Studies, we also proposed to provide grab-and-go kits to teachers, which are supplemental materials to add a multicultural perspective to a number of English language arts and history courses. We proposed to rewrite several ELA and history courses, among them 9th grade language arts, 5th, 8th, and 11th grade history, and then begin work on 10th and use 2021 to do some more work. This is how the changes, on the next slide, shows how the changes would have played out at each high school. 2019-2020 is just there for historical perspectives. In 2020-2021 is what had been in place in the spring. The proposed side on the far right is what my team communicated to teachers and counselors. So the misstep was not including all the teachers involved and not working ahead of time with the community. Now that we have arrived at this point, trustee members, I would like to suggest that we go back to the middle column as it was in the spring with the courses that were in place. I would like to suggest that my team and I meet with teachers as soon as Thursday to express our regret about the problem and to ask their grace in helping to resolve this. During the year, I would like to suggest that during the year then, my team and I work with teachers and the community to have a different proposal for 21-22 school year that is a collaborative decision arrived in partnership with our teachers and community. Thank you for your time.
And that concludes my report. Thank you, Mrs. Allaby.
Thank you, Dr. Hanson. Thank you, Ms. Hill. Okay, and now we will move to board members' comments, and I will start tonight with Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Mrs. Allaby. I do have some prepared comments. Wasn't sure if I was going to go first or not, but thank you. And thank you, Dr. Hanson, and thank you, Mrs. Hill, for those comments as well. First, I just wanted to thank and acknowledge the team for working tirelessly the last 12 days to reconvene discussions for ensuring a safe return to school for our students and our staff. And I am grateful that the members of the task force committees were agreeable to take time away from their families to volunteer to provide solutions for a potential in-person hybrid model. I'm encouraged after my initial review of the presentation, and I look forward to discussing with my colleagues and the staff with the way forward tonight. I also want to thank the parents and the students for their patience and understanding as we make decisions for our students to start the school year. I understand the initial frustration parents and staff had after our meeting once the letter went out asking parents to make a choice for their student without much context or answers to questions many of us were asking. As parents, my wife and I had questions too. It appears the FAQs that went out a couple days later shed some necessary light and answered many questions, as did the community meeting that was hosted virtually last week. As a trustee and representative to the community, I apologize for any additional angst and anxiety that was caused as a result of the letter and the communication. As a board and a district, we will continue to improve our communication and engagement both internally and externally. Next, I would like to clarify my position on ethnic studies, as well as African American studies and Chicano studies, since there was some information out there about, untrue information about some of the things that I intended to happen. These comments that I'm going to make are directed specifically to our teachers and to our parents that are concerned and have been advocating on behalf of their students. I want to thank each of them for reaching out and sharing their concerns around ethnic studies, African American studies, and Chicano studies. And I want to assure you the board is supportive of these courses, wants them enhanced, not diminished, and has never voted or given direction to eliminate any course. As a representative for this community, for this district, it is imperative that we listen to our community. And we strive for parent and community engagement. And in this case, the engagement only confirms that we are on the same page in regards to our priorities. And it demonstrates to me and our district that of what our community values. And I offer an open invitation to any teacher, counselor, or employee, or community member to reach out to me and share their concerns anytime. Over the last 7 years I have served this district, I've built great and trusting relationships that oftentimes result in conversations that are pivotal in making priorities and decisions for the district and our students. I'm here to listen, I'm here to learn, so together we can take actions to make our district better for our students and staff alike. For a little background, at the last board meeting on June 16th, I shared during my comments that I had asked Dr. Hansen and his team to bring forward additional anti-racist centered professional development programs, curriculum, and experiences for our students and our staff. Specifically, I asked to begin the process for creating a year-long Afrocentric U.S. history course that would satisfy the 11th grade history requirement for high school graduation and UC-CSU admissions. I personally reached out to several districts to confirm such a course had been approved as an A course and not an elective G course, thus providing choice to students for their 11th grade history course without foregoing an alternative elective. I want RUSD to join a handful of districts in the state that offer choice for students at every one of our high school campuses. Assuming we are successful in this opportunity, I would like to provide the same opportunity for students for a year-long Chicano-centric U.S. history course that would also satisfy the California graduation requirements and admission into a Cal State or a UC. African American history is U.S. history. Chicano studies is U.S. history. For those that are skeptical or chalk these actions up to politics, this is not a zero-sum game. I'm not asking our district to rewrite history, but asking to re-examine the history content, perspectives, resources, and materials we are providing and seeing what is missing. The students we serve represent diverse backgrounds, and we must honor them with the experiences we provide as a district. After my initial request and shared at the last board meeting, and Mrs. Hill just shared some of those initial steps, including the grab-and-go resources for teachers, refreshing the 9th grade English language arts to include curriculum called for in AB 331, as well as changing 8th grade and 11th grade history for more racially and ethnically diverse and culturally rich courses. After hearing these initial steps, I had stated publicly that these actions were a good start, emphasis on start, and by no means was at the extent of my request or the vision that I had moving forward. During the meeting, I also encouraged the entire Ed Services team to start reviewing all the courses we offer, including math and science, and see how we can enhance our course offerings, resources, and curriculum to be diverse, culturally relevant, and rich, while providing an experience that looks through the lens of equity and inclusion that celebrates the diversity of the students we serve. And last week, just a personal anecdote, to celebrate the life of Congressman Lewis, my family and I watched John Lewis' Good Trouble. And as we watched this, I talked to my wife and I said, this is exactly why we need to provide more diverse curriculum and choice for our students. Because when I attended RUSD schools, I didn't learn about John Lewis and many of those that served alongside him during the movement until I was in college or later as an adult. John Lewis, his fellow freedom riders, and the civil rights leaders he marched with and served with celebrate what America can be when we aspire for greatness. They are icons of the American story. Now more than ever, our students must be provided with these diverse perspectives and culturally rich curriculum. The goal is to provide more opportunities and expand the choices for students to take courses such as ethnic diversity, African American studies, and Chicano studies, not less. We shouldn't be substituting the existing choices we have. We should be adding and building to improve and enhance the education we provide. I was pleased to hear Mrs. Hill's idea about convening teachers in the community because I wanted to ask Dr. Hansen to bring together an ad hoc group of K-12 teachers, counselors, and community members over the next 6 months or so to create a plan for the board to consider that explores how we can improve what we currently offer students and ideas on new offerings and experiences to ensure our students are provided with an education that is culturally, ethnically, and racially diverse, rich, and relevant. And I'm hopeful that with the brilliant, thoughtful, and passionate minds in our district and community, we can adopt a series of goals that we can implement in the 21-22 school year. I'm also asking for this issue to be placed on the next agenda or a future agenda so that the board can discuss it since it's not on the agenda for discussion. And with that, thank you, Mrs. Alley, for the time, and sorry it went a little long.
Not at all. That was very nice. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Mrs. Lock-Dawson.
Thank you, Mrs. Allaby. I hope folks can hear me. First, I just want to thank everybody that participated in our parent and our community task forces to help us come up with some solutions for this coming year. It's a really difficult time. I don't have to state that again. I think a lot of folks are scared, we're emotional, people don't know what's happening, people are confused. So I think it's incumbent on all of us to try to be as problem-solving focused as possible and work together to try to come up with solutions that work for us. So I really want to thank our community members and our teachers and our families who have been there with us every step of the way trying to come up with these solutions. And we're going to be delivering education differently, and I don't think that's a bad thing this year. I see this as an opportunity to retool and do our education and deliver public education differently. And I'm hoping we see some good things come out of that. I see that as an opportunity. So I want to thank everybody for participating in that. And also back to the ethnic studies issue and the discussion we had. So I want to make it clear, I think there was some confusion or misinterpretation that we were somehow doing away with our ethnic diversity course, and that was not the case at all. And I think Ms. Hill cleared that up today and hopefully put that out there. That has consistently supported ethnic studies and ethnic diversity classes and Chicano studies and African American studies. In fact, I worked with Assemblymember Jose Medina several years ago, 2017 and 18, on his bill for ethnic studies while I was a member of the school board and his employee. And I worked with districts around the state to organize a letter writing campaign to the legislature to support his bill. And so I was actually kind of pleased to see some of the letters that we received over the past few days actually had the language from that letter that I wrote when I was working with Assemblymember Medina. So the fact that studies have been shown that students do better when they're in a class that makes them feel good about themselves and they are aware of their history, I think it's really critical that we offer those opportunities for our students. They all benefit, we all benefit from it. So I also think that as a decision maker, we need to surround ourselves with people who don't necessarily share our perspectives, right? I see things just as Mr. Lee was referring to. I see things through my lens and my life experiences. That's why we need to have really good people at the table in our staff, in our teaching, in our community that can help us make decisions based on others' life experiences. And I think that's what we're trying to do here as a district. And I want to thank everybody who's been helpful in providing, how do I put this? Productive discourse in coming to a resolution on this issue. So thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Alavi.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lakdasan. Dr. Farouk.
Thank you. Thank you, President Alavi. I just first want to begin by just, expressing my tremendous gratitude for everybody that has been taking the time to share their perspectives with us on a variety of different issues. There's so many complex issues that we're dealing with, whether it's about reopening schools, whether it's about ethnic studies has been brought up a lot. I really just want to begin by just appreciating everyone taking that time, because everybody is going through a lot right now, and we are listening. We're reviewing and reading and taking all of the input very seriously. And I really want to commend staff for the tireless hours that each of you are extending on behalf of our students and our families round the clock throughout this crisis. So thank you for all of your leadership. I want to begin by addressing the ethnic studies issue, and I appreciate the statement that Dr. Hansen provided and providing the context of what went wrong with the communication administratively. As my colleagues mentioned, the board has never considered any action to reduce these course offerings. In fact, our interest is only to enhance them. I do want to say, though, that because I think that it's important from an accountability and a standpoint of how we move forward more functionally as a district, that in these unfortunate instances where there is a breakdown in communication or issues, that it has an effect of eroding the trust between the district and the community, as Dr. Hansen himself cited. And rebuilding that trust requires even more a sustained demonstration of values and meaningful actions to operationalize them. And again, even if it was not our intention, and even if it was not a direction that the board had provided, the consequence of that miscommunication has that lingering effect. And so I think it's unfortunate because there's so many issues that we need to deal with as it relates to COVID-19 and making progress on our broader equity issues. And our goal is to be focused, to have to expend so much energy on trying to preserve the status quo, which is essentially what was presented to us about our current offerings. That really is not an aspirational goal that any of us should strive for. And so I think that one thing I hope is that we can have stronger protocols on how information is shared, whether it's internally within the district or externally, to prevent these instances from happening in the future. I also hope that within our hierarchical structure, in terms of our decision-making processes and how we reach decisions on things at the management level or up and down again the hierarchy, that we really think about how we can ensure that voices that are from a critical thinking and sharing the values of the board can always be represented properly again throughout the entire system. This issue about ethnic studies is deeply personal for me, and I don't just say this as a person of color, but I say this as somebody who, again, born and raised locally, but went through public education and did not get a chance to take these types of opportunities until I was a student at UC Berkeley. And not only did it help me understand my own culture and a re-examination of U.S. and world history better, but it also, I think, helps us foster a better understanding of the rich cultural contributions from throughout the diverse communities that we live in. And it's important to note that our school district, majority of our student population are students of color. And that means this is not a niche issue, not that regardless of whether somebody identifies with a particular culture, that means that they would be the only ones interested in this issue. Obviously, these are educational opportunities that have value for everybody. But I say that we really need to be very intentional and bold with how we approach these issues, especially because of that. And I think the most glaring thing to me about, again, this whole issue and what was presented about what our offerings are and why the board has, again, been directing staff to provide more course offerings is that the current situation is not satisfactory. The demand and the number of students that are taking these courses needs to be enhanced, and that whether that means we need to have our counselors and more concerted efforts disseminate information about the value of these. Those are things that we all need to look at as our efforts for professional development with our teachers on how these kinds of efforts, again, can be incorporated. This is a very important fabric about the broader equity conversation our district is having. And so I really hope, again, in the spirit of everything that I just said, that our district can take a bold position of actually aspiring on a long-term plan about how we can have a much more robust effort as it relates to these course offerings. And there's so much focus on high school, right? And high school of having, potentially a student take one time an ethnic studies class, and that in and of itself is important. But we need to be mindful of the fact that students are, throughout the spectrum of the school district, from kindergarten all the way through high school, are being exposed to information and educational opportunities that can help provide them better context at an earlier age of involvement. So I hope that we're looking at this systematically from K through 12. This is not an issue that we want to just start engaging students at high school. And I think that we're fortunate that our assembly member and former teacher, Assemblymember Jose Medina, is actually a statewide leader on this issue. And he is, I don't know if when the session reconvenes, if the legislation number might change or there might be some variations, but AB 331, which has to do with, again, advancing ethnic studies throughout California schools, I think we should be following and taking heed of that kind of leadership and how it could be applied to our school district. So I hope that our board can take consideration on developing, directing staff to develop a long-term plan. We know that any school district that wants to look at whether it's as a high school graduation requirement or whether it's, again, how we systematically incorporate all of these course offerings throughout the K-12, that it has to be a long-term plan. Because students have to be, the efforts have to be in place before students get to high school and so forth. So as Santa Maria School District, our former Assistant Superintendent Antonio Garcia, similarly how they adopted, I know that's been cited as a best practice, where there is a 5-year transition period. I think the district should look at that, and I think that the combination of that and AB 331 should be guidance, again, for how our board and our district can be a leader in these efforts. Again, because the goal isn't just to preserve the current offerings, but again, to enhance them. One other comment I want to make is an important issue that I'm following is I know that our staff and our nutritional team in particular have been phenomenal, serving, I think it's been about 1.5 million meals around, not only to our children in need, but elderly, as well as the elderly and the homeless. And so I think that's been fantastic. It's my understanding that the federal government might not be extending the policy on whether that students don't have to come to their home site where they're actually enrolled and registered. And this is going to create a lot of confusion and concern. And I think about the kids in Eastside and Casablanca that don't even have a neighborhood school, what complications this will mean for them to have access. And so I hope that this is an issue that we're following as a district, and that that if this issue does come to pass the direction it seems like it's going, that we are very proactive in communication to our families so that they don't make unnecessary trips. Some of them have to take public transportation to pick up these free meals. It's a very encumbering process. And I hope that, that even if we're not reimbursed for some of these meals because of these potential changes, that we consider maybe absorbing those costs for those specific communities so that, again, that those families are not vulnerable. The last thing I'll just say is in a meeting that Dr. Hansen and I were at LULAC, we were told that about the potential implications of a project, a mobility hub from the city of Riverside in the East Side community that might have some implications with our proposed neighborhood school there. I just want to put out there that I hope that staff, I know Mr. San Martin is following this issue closely, but to please let us know if there's any efforts we need to take to be an advocate on this issue. We obviously support the city in general, but we want to make sure that that doesn't conflict with our plans for the neighborhood school there. Thank you, President Alavi, for giving me this time.
Thank you, Dr. Farouk. A little reminder to board members, you need to speak a little closer to the mic with our masks on to make the sound a little more well heard. Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. I appreciate that. And the remarks of our colleagues before this. Thank you, Mr. Lee, for that insightful and I know passionate remarks and very much respected. And you, Mrs. Lockdoss, and Dr. Farouk, I appreciate too you articulating the strong allegiance and passion that we have as a district and a board to ethnic studies, to talk about that first. After all, we are Riverside. We are a 135-year-old district that in 1965, when 14% of our city's population was minority, desegregated our schools, the first in the United States. We're the district, you're the voters, this is the board that passed a bond to make sure that we have neighborhood schools that were taken away in that 1965 in Casablanca on the east side. Dr. Hansen, I don't fault you, I never will, for action. I would fault you for inaction. And I appreciate that you and your staff took this on, particularly in this era we have right now where it's even, the issue is raised up, and we should. I think the courses, though taught by dedicated people, they need to be enhanced. They need to be expanded and have more young people that will have incentive to be introduced to them. Of course, as you and I have talked about, it's all about the messaging and the communications, and that's how neighbors get into trouble with each other, and that's how nations fight wars. So I know we'll work on those communications, and I'm very enthused about what Chief Academic Officer Renee Hill will be doing. I like, thank you, Dr. Farouk, for that, noticing that in Santa Maria, and kudos to Antonio, but it is just about a high school. That is a joint union, it's a district, it's just high schools. So as someone we were talking about these issues, racism isn't found at a school, it starts at home, just like the teaching of love and respect and et cetera. So I love the idea if we begin to incorporate it in with our little people, whatever we can, that we understand each other. That video that was all ablaze on YouTube or whatever the last couple of years, the two little boys, the little black boy and the little white boy running together to hug. That's how we start, and then something happens. So the schools have been long looked to set the standards in this nation, and I'm glad that we will continue to do that here. And I can understand those that were, particularly in this city, again, that those that were alarmed that it seemed we were cutting ethnic studies and on a very short notice. We can forgive that alarmness and we can forgive that outcry because they're doing what they're supposed to do, as Mrs. Lock-Dawson talked about. We're supposed to have a forum of different ideas and opinions, but hopefully come to resolutions and decisions that are good for all and equitable. So as we go forward, again, I want to say just two more things, Ms. Alavi. One is just to continue to praise and thank our staff, from Dr. Hansen to everyone involved, to our bargaining units, our management, in the job that we have achieved, that they have achieved since the middle of March. In the early days when we could sit together as Vice President and President, Mrs. Alavi and I would were allowed to come to the meetings with the staff, and we would go in the afternoons, and it was just so interesting to see. The common word was pivot, that today something else changed, and they would come together with the different plans. And I think that as we adopt something tonight and we move forward as the governor has instructed, we need to all be ready to pivot. Dr. Hansen's word is to be flexible. Let's be more than that. Our times have changed. That I think in many ways will not be retrievable back to the days as it was before. But it can be, and it should be, something even better, and something that will improve education and its delivery. I know there are a lot of folks out there, I've talked to other parents, that are concerned that the plans that we're about to go into, the distance learning, eventually I believe we'll adopt the hybrid plan. All these are different than whatever school we all went to and what we were doing just last year at RUSD and had been for 135 years. And they're concerned that, as one educator told me, so worried that folks are saying to her that there's going to be lost education time, that the kids' education will recede. And, if we were in this alone, if RUSD somehow was in a bubble, I think there's a time card. I'm sorry when you yelled that. RUSD is in a bubble by itself, that would be one thing. But we're still in a if you will, and excuse me, a competitive race of education, advancing our children, advancing our young people, advancing our replacement parts. And I think that when you look, moms and dads, grandparents, guardians out there, when you look at the district that you have the choice of with RUSD, I want you to remember this. Whatever the plan is, you're handing it to a district with excellent administration, stellar, dedicated teachers, a classified staff that is humbling when you think about the things that they've been doing, nutritional services and management. And you hand it to them. This is the same team that achieved in 2019 a 97% graduation rate, the highest among the 16 big districts in the state of California, the highest among the 16 big districts in the state of California, the highest in the Inland Empire. So if you want to go out and shop, Mom and Dad, that's fine. We are the gold standard. And I know it's going to be tough. I know it's going to require pivot. I know it's all blown up and we're having to put it back together and still deliver the same product from an engine that is disintegrated by not our doing. But I want you to have confidence in this district. You have very fine leadership here and a teaching staff that wants to be here. We've made sure that we are an attractive place to come to work and to stay. And it's the same with our classifieds. We need to always improve on that. But people that are since the cuts of years ago, many of those jobs haven't been replaced and they've been there. So they're dedicated. And I'm proud to be part of that, but a humble part of it. And I look forward to what this board is going to be doing going forward, and particularly on some of the items that have come up tonight, and for the difference that we make, that the school district in any city, in any community makes, but particularly Riverside Unified makes for Riverside and the larger area that we serve. Thank you, Mrs. Allaby.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt, and thank you, everyone on the board. You've all basically come together, and we have reached a consensus that we are not going to be cutting ethnic studies, contrary to all of the online talking that's going on. So thank you for your good comments and your direction on this. And now I would like to start public input, and I will ask for Ms. Reno Frosto if she would like to begin.
Good evening, Mrs. Allaby. We have one public input for in-person. Kelsey Pope, if you could please come to the podium.
Perhaps we can ask Mrs. Frosto to read that name one more time.
Yeah, could please read the name one more time. And
Kelsey Pope.
Kelsey Pope?
Correct.
Okay. All right, well, maybe we could move along. If Kelsey comes, we will definitely get her in, okay? Why don't you move to the next
Absolutely.
comment?
We will move on to our Zoom, beginning with Jennifer Naharo. Jennifer, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead and speak. You're unmuted.
Thank you. And I wanted to thank the school board trustees and the superintendent and other administration who's been working on the issue of ethnic studies. My name is Jennifer Nakara. My 2 children attend Magnolia Elementary School, and I have been serving on the school site council there for the past 2 years. I'm also a professor at UC Riverside, and I'm the chair of the Department of Ethnic Studies there. My comment today was originally about the proposal to streamline the diversity and ethnic studies courses. And I'm still a little concerned about the elimination of the ethnic diversity course, because it seems like that was the only course that would offer students the opportunity to learn about Indigenous and Asian American studies, as well as comparative perspectives. So I'm sure some of you are familiar with the many monuments that have been toppled across California, especially with regard to Junipero Serra, including at Mount Rubidoux. And I think a lot of us are trying to grapple with, why that is happening. What are the perspectives? What are the points of view that are leading to these actions? And it's important, I think, that we understand our Indigenous cultures and our Indigenous communities here as not something of the past, but people of the present. And so I really wanted to emphasize that as something that I'm still very concerned about when we think about when I look at the way that you are proposing to move forward with ethnic studies. I'd also like to offer maybe somewhat of a reminder to the educators who are working on the curriculum for ethnic studies, just that ethnic studies are more than simply content courses. Certainly content courses are helpful to students to engage in deeper explorations, say, of Mexican American history or Black cultural production. However, ethnic studies courses, the general courses that really deal in race and ethnicity and how they work in society, teach students how to be critical thinkers. They teach students how to understand how power circulates and how race operates in society. In other words, they teach students how to read the world around them. So it's not surprising that study after study has shown that students who take ethnic studies courses in high school are more academically engaged. And this is I think, partly, a lot of students feel that what is the relevance, when I'm taking this class about what happened 100 years ago, when I'm taking this, literature class about, things that, don't relate to me. The thing about ethnic studies is that it ignites something in them, not just because it's about their particular group, but because it provides to them a lens by which they can understand society. And so they become more academically engaged. We see them receiving higher grades, not just in their ethnic studies courses, but in their other courses as well. And they have higher graduation rates. So at this moment, when we're witnessing demonstrations all over the country to protest racism and closer to home, when we see
Thank you. Your time has been exceeded. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
One moment, Ms. Reno-Frosta. Point of clarity, we are not getting rid of the ethnic studies course. Thank you. I'm just making sure that we are not repeating the wrong information again and again. All right. Thank you. Ms. Reno-Frosta.
Thank you, Board President Alavi. Next, we have Becky Bernard. Becky, you are unmuted. Go ahead. Becky, go ahead and unmute. There you go.
Hello. Hello, my name is Becky Bernard. I am a mother of 3 daughters within the RUSD district, as well as the practicing member of the local medical community. I wanted to thank all of the RUSD school board members for all of their hard work in finding solutions and options that our students deserve. I just want to pose a couple questions that hopefully can be answered later on this evening. I have some concerns with starting out with distance learning. I know that we are under the governor's orders, and I understand that Riverside County must be off the watch list for 2 weeks to switch to hybrid if that's what the student's family selected. But my concern and my question is, once off the watch list, how quickly will we pivot to hybrid if that's what is selected? And then I know that there's different phases. So I was just wondering how quickly we would move from the phase 2 to phase 3 to phase 4 and so on. And then just a couple other quick questions. I was just wondering how the groups would be selected for the hybrid model in secondary. I didn't know if it would be like alphabetically or by grade level. Also, our family hasn't submitted our selection. We know what we want to do, but is the selection for the entire year or the semester? Because I've heard conflicting information regarding that. And I just wanted to thank you guys for your time. My girls are anxiously awaiting to return to school face to face to grow and learn with all of their friends and wonderful teachers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Bernard. Let me make a point that the public input we're listening to now should not be about school starting. It should be about any other topic, because we are going to devote a whole section of the meeting coming up to the school starting. And we will be talking in great detail about the different plans and giving more information. So the comments that should be going on right now should just be generic, not having to do with the agenda. And I'm just sending that as a reminder. Ms. Rena Frosto, continue.
Thank you. Our next speaker who has selected public comment is Jasmine Tellez. Jasmine, you are unmuted.
No, I don't know what happened. I didn't raise my hand or anything.
Okay, thank you, Jasmine.
Yeah.
Our next comment, Mrs. Alavi, is via writing, Isabel Mendoza. Just the thought of a class that includes minorities and allows all sorts of cultures and races to come together and learn about the world's history being taken down is infuriating. History classes that are offered in high school only teach about white people, and it completely discriminates those of color. This class actually gives it to you straight without whitewashing anything, and that's how actual history classes should be taught. Many schools now have more numbers of colored students than white students, and the idea of them not being taught about their ancestors and the actual first Americans makes me angry. People should know the actual history that occurred on this land, and this class allows this to happen. Next comment, Dale Kinnear. Transparency in decision-making is critical to our success, particularly with such important goals as equity. Recently, 2 staff development specialists sent a memorandum requiring each high school to offer African American Studies and Chicano Studies as a paired course set beginning in a few weeks. The result is the elimination of ethnic studies. What happened to public dialogue with respect to the goals of equity? Who were the decision makers in this decision? What are the chances for genuine success in the implementation of these courses when a last-minute decision is made? What happens if the courses do not fill with students as a result of this late decision? What's the future of the course of ethnic studies? Next, Lavon Mobley. Please do not replace the current ethnic curriculum in RUSD. As a Black parent, the rich and authentically true historical narratives, novels, and art of Black culture is important. It keeps my children to be encouraged in academia, to be able to identify with a history that has made a major impression on American culture. I would also stand in the gap for Hispanic families, reiterating the same importance for Chicano, Asian, and all ethnic groups. When you can, I identify where your strengths come from. You are given a point of reference that reminds you to stay the course and to never give up. Next, Alicia J. Yesterday, I became aware that the ethnic studies classes at the high school level have been removed and the African American and Chicano studies electives have been shortened to 1 semester classes instead of year-long. I understand that this may be due to wanting to incorporate these areas of study into the U.S. history and language arts curriculum. While I think that these areas should be included in U.S. history, I do not think they will be given the breadth they deserve as they do when being its own class. A possible better solution would be allowing these courses to count as a core history or social studies requirement. I believe that these areas of study are extremely important. They teach things that are not taught in the elementary and middle school levels, given their complexity, but these classes must be available to our high schoolers. These classes promote multicultural awareness. They provide a place for students to express themselves and explore diversity and impact in our country. It gives a place to reflect on current events. I believe students should have the opportunity to take these classes, and not only as an elective. Our very own Assemblyman Jose Medina has proposed legislation that makes ethnic studies a requirement for high school graduation. Instead of RUSD waiting for this to become a requirement, why not pave the way for this kind of thinking that diversifies our students' education to include year-long courses that focus on Black Americans and Chicano studies? Next, Nate Horton. Angela Davis reminds us that freedom is a constant struggle, and struggles are what makes learning stick and what has made this land into what it is today. Our communities that struggle for liberation today are the same that were enslaved, mass murdered, removed, relocated, and demoted to objects, or are past rather than active subjects. African American studies, Latinx, Chicano-X studies, and ethnic studies should be year-long and, with emphasis, graduation requirements. Only then can we call ourselves a district committed to equity. For although struggles have existed for centuries for BIPOC in the United States, so too have movements for equality and not revenge, resistance and resilience, and success in the face of white terror. Our students need to see themselves as powerful and their communities as beautiful and not broken. Thank you. Next, Catherine Gordon. Greetings, members of the board, staff, parents, and students of RUSD. My name is Catherine Gordon, and I am the mother of 2 students soon to be enrolled in RUSD. I am writing to express my concern with what I understand to be a very recent decision to eliminate the ethnic studies course that was offered across all high school campuses, and to cut from 1 year down to 1 semester the African American Studies course and Chicano Studies course. I recognize that the coming school year will be challenging and so different from what we all hope for at multiple levels, but I think it's more important than ever to not eliminate or reduce such courses. Our children were certainly watching and listening this summer as peaceful protests sprung up across the nation in response to the death of Mr. George Floyd, or listening to social media reports of their friends of Asian descent who suffered racist discrimination and even physical attacks. What message will they receive?
Ms. Reno Frosto?
When we tell them, yes.
I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
Sorry.
We have our speaker here, and so I thought you were finished with that comment. Do you want to finish that up?
Yes. What message will they receive when we tell them that the courses at their schools designed to elevate the voice and experience have been eliminated or reduced? While I understand the part of the reasoning behind eliminating such courses was to put more energy toward rewriting history and language arts classes to make the curriculum more diverse and inclusive, a commendable effort, it is not a good enough reason to completely eliminate such courses. The limiting of the length of courses also diminishes opportunities such as teaching and sharing stories of resistance and joy. These courses provide a realistic opportunity for students interested in non-dominant cultural histories to engage in an academically rigorous learning experience and are shown to increase engagement and performance among students of color. I respect the challenge that is ahead of you as you lead RUSD through some of the most challenging time known to this generation, but I hope you will carefully reconsider this decision and the impact it will have upon all RUSD students in generations to come. That concludes that comment, Mrs. Alavi. So if we'd like to switch to the in-person.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Pope?
In-person or not, so I wrote in as well, so just don't read that. Thank you, Mr. Hunt, for asking me to speak. What RUSD stands for is defined by their actions and tolerant for bigoted acts. When I was in middle school, I had a teacher named Randy Jensen, who was most recently in the news for saying that black students should be called Negroes. The district stated that Jensen was within his rights. 12 years ago, when I, the daughter of lesbians, was in his class, he told me that being gay was an abomination. He didn't just tell me, he told the whole class. My point is that the district believed that Jensen's right to offend was more important than our right as children to feel safe in our schools. My story took place 12 years ago, and the article about calling blacks Negroes was written March 9th of this year. How many other instances have you stood by and been silent in the race of bigotry or racism? Now let's talk about the school to prison pipeline. This is the criminalization of our children by excessive discipline principles that push students out of jail and out of schools and into juvenile hall. According to Princeton, black students are viewed as problematic and more likely to be given harsher punishments than those of white students. Black students are 3.6 times more likely to be suspended than white students. According to Columbia law, black and Latina girls are disproportionately more likely to be punished and even sexually assaulted by teenagers, administrators, and school public officers. Per the American Bar Association, incarcerated youth are 70% more likely to be jailed again by age 25. What is RUSD doing to stop our contribution to the prison system? According to the ACLU, there are currently 1.7 million students with no mental health counselors, 3 million students with no nurses, 6 million with no psychologists, 10 million with no social workers, and 14 million with none of these. All of these children have police in their schools. Removing RSO officers from school is not a radical idea. Districts in Seattle, Portland, Oakland, Denver, and Minneapolis have already made steps to do this, stating that they prohibit many students and staff from feeling fully safe. There's been no shortage of instances to back up the national concern, but since I only have 3 minutes, let's move on. RSOs have not stopped a single mass shooting, but have caused students of color and students with disabilities to be more harshly punished, according to Education Week. With the budget cuts that are going to happen in this pandemic, it is wiser to hire social workers to address these issues such as difficulties at home, sexual assault, intimate partner violence, which does happen in high school, and drugs instead of resource officers.
Thank you. I'm sorry, your time's up. Thank you.
Again, Ms. Pope is a young lady I met at the NAACP's memorial event for Mr. George, and I shared with all of you is the one that asked, and we're going to be scheduling, and I've never thought about this, but I've had it come up before, about the SROs and the type of training we get there. So I commend her, and I'm, as a father of 2 daughters, and both Polly, I'm very sorry that occurred in your classroom with that teacher. That was completely unacceptable, and we need to ensure that doesn't happen again. I'm very sorry about that, young lady. Thank you.
Serena Frosto, please continue.
Next comment, Jillian Murillo. Why would you take away ethnic diversity class away when it clearly should be in the curriculum? Next, Alma Lopez. Schools, school climate, school staff, teachers, and curriculum all play a major role in the identity formation of our students of color. Our education institutions are founded on white supremacist ideals, which has done a great disservice to all children. Eliminating ethnic studies and ethnic diversity perpetuates racism. How can white children learn to value and appreciate the diversity that students of color bring to our community if you're taking away that opportunity? How can our students of color grow into their greatest potential, be proud of their heritage and historical contributions if you take away the opportunity? As a voter, a youth mentor, and a parent organizer, I urge you to expand ethnic studies, make African and Chicano studies year-long courses, provide additional support such as counselors at different sites to support our students, adopt a resolution to designate racism as a public health crisis, and create policy change to address structural racism in RUSD. Next comment is no name.
One minute.
Please move the...
Ms. Serena Frosto. We've reached the end of 20 minutes of commentary on the ethnic studies. Unfortunately, what happened here is so many people had a chance to give a comment before they heard that that wasn't the case, that we were taking away the ethnic studies. I'm just asking the board if they would like to extend the period of public input for a longer period, and if so, for how long?
I'll make a motion, move to approve to extend for at least another 30 minutes.
Okay.
How many more comments do we have, Mrs. Elvey?
Looks like 30.
Can we, are they a mix of in-person and? Are they delivered in person or are they on?
No,
they were sent in earlier. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Overlapping issue. Perhaps if they had heard that we were not eliminating those classes, they wouldn't have been so worried. But we will extend Ms. Reno Frosto for another 30 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment, no name. Please move the board meetings so they are not on the same nights as City Council. It's a shame that people have to choose which one to attend. Next comment, Ross Wolfarth. I am writing to express my strong disagreement as a parent with the district's plan to eliminate the high school ethnic studies course and reduce the length of the existing course in African American studies class. It is absurd to me that one would look around at our nation and our world and conclude that our kids need less directed education in ethnic studies and African American studies. Next. No name, our country is in disarray due to the pandemic and racial tension. It is an absolute shame for the district to decide to take away ethnic studies classes for the upcoming school year. Now more than ever, the district should be a leader in supporting diversity and breaking down the walls of racial discrimination. Ethnic studies is one way to cross that bridge. These classes should be reinstated across the district. Next, I am an alumni of Riverside Poly High School. I am shocked that it is even a consideration to not teach ethnic studies. This knowledge is of the utmost importance. To not offer this college is to erase the history of marginalized people. Next, Karina Alejo. My name is Karina Alejo, and I have been teaching social studies in RUSD for the last 13 years. For the past 7 years, I have taught ethnic studies and Chicano studies since these courses are elective courses. I have to advertise and promote my course so that students are aware of this option and enough students are enrolled to keep these sections. Most years, I'm able to keep one section. Some years, I have had multiple sections, while at times all of my sections were eliminated due to administrative reasons such as staffing and the master schedule. Since these classes have always been an elective, it has really been up to me to keep the classes alive with the help of some counselors and with the help of some admin throughout the past 7 years. I was very empowered last year when the district provided professional development that focused on these two courses along with African American studies. This was the first time that multiple teachers throughout the district came together to collaborate and develop content and materials that would enhance these courses. Additionally, we were asked to look over possible new textbooks so that we may adopt a newer version. It seemed that the district was getting prepared to expand these courses, and I was excited to say the least. Fast forward to this summer when I found out that changes were made to social studies, including the elimination of the ethnic diversity class. It seems the district does want to integrate ethnic studies through various courses and grade levels and make changes that will promote a broader view of history and literature. I commend them for that. But these changes should supplement the courses we have in place, not replace them. I urge the district to keep ethnic studies, Chicano studies, and African American studies this year with the goal to expand them in the future. If this was miscommunication on part of the district and their support, and they indeed want to preserve and expand these courses, then I commend them and look forward to working toward this goal in the years ahead. Dr. Liz Probisky. I write in support of ethnic studies courses for RUSD students. The potential decision to eliminate ethnic studies and to minimize African American studies for our high schoolers is concerning. Classes in these areas support critical thinking, and culturally relevant pedagogy helps students become more active and participants in their own learning. If any changes are to be made in this area, we should be expanding opportunities for ethnic studies, teaching and learning in these complex times. RUSD students deserve the opportunity to learn together about diverse cultures and should be supported in asking critical questions about race and society. As you consider the needs of RUSD students, I urge you to put a diversity of voices and perspectives at the center of their learning. This means including Native American, African American, Latinx, and Asian American voices for the benefit of all learners. Skylar Kund. The fact that we have to fight for ethnic studies to even exist within our school district is appalling. The district has a moral responsibility to educate its students on history that is truly representative. An ethnic studies course provides that opportunity. We have learned, especially at this time, just how much our past methods of teaching history have been incomplete. To propose cutting African American studies from a year to a semester is unacceptable. Both African American and Chicano studies should be year-long courses. Furthermore, removing the ethnic studies course then removes Asian American and Native American history from the curriculum. It has been mentioned that a year-long Asian American and Native American history course would be created, but that has been said for years. If creating that course is a priority, why cut ethnic studies, which already creates a space to teach it? We know the benefits of ethnic studies courses. Research has shown it increases students' self-efficacy and attendance, which leads to academic success. It promotes multicultural awareness, tolerance, acceptance, and compassion. This course also leads students to be historians, activists, media analysts, and more. RUSD has an opportunity here to fulfill its promise to include all students and to choose to be a leader in racial equity. Bring back the ethnic studies course and make African American studies and Chicano studies year-long courses. Next, Corey Jackson. As a member of the Riverside County Board of Education, I am deeply concerned that U.S. history and other Eurocentric classes are being prioritized over ethnic, African, and Chicano studies. These in itself is racist. These courses should not be diluted into other classes, but should stand alone as full-year courses that meet graduation and A through G requirements. Knowing one's history is a human right that should be increased, not decreased or diluted. Thank you. Natalie Ethel. Hi, I am a 2013 graduate of Pauley High School, and I am writing in because I believe that ethnic studies and African American studies are an essential part of American curriculum. Completely cutting ethnic studies and shortening the length of the African American studies curriculum does a great disservice to RUSD students. Where's the space for students to discuss Native American and Asian American studies? Students deserve a curriculum that covers the entirety of American history. The length of the African American studies curriculum should be kept to at least 1 year, and ethnic studies should be brought back. Next, Connor Voss. African American history should be offered as a year-long class that earns 10 credits, not 5 credits, and that counts as a history course A in the A through G, not just a G elective. Chicano studies should be offered as a year-long class that earns 10 credits, not 5 credits, and that counts as a history course A in the A through G, not just a G elective. Ethnic studies should be offered with both semester-long and year-long options, considering economics is not a required semester-long elective and another semester-long course can take its place. These courses need to be better advertised in advance, and these courses should be offered at all high schools in the district. Embedding ethnic studies within ELA curriculum is not enough. These offerings should not ever be dumping ground courses. They need to be courses that students self-select with various levels available: college prep, honors, and AP. The students of RUSD deserve more choices and opportunities to see themselves and their friends in the curriculum. And Mrs. Alavi, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. DeAnda at this point.
Good evening. Our next comment is from Donatella Galea. I'm writing to oppose the proposal to terminate the Ethnic Studies class and to reduce the African American Studies class. I'm embarrassed to say that I did not understand Japanese American internment as a part of U.S. history until graduate school, and I'm Asian American. This kind of erasure of history enables not only plain old ignorance, but also the continued centering of white nationalism and incarceration of other immigrants, other people of color in concentration camps. Now I'm an associate professor of theater at the University of California, Riverside, where I helped students to produce the first play by an Asian American artist on campus and taught the first course on Asian American theater. It has been invaluable for students to be able to see themselves on the page and on the stage. One student wrote, "This course changed my life." And it is important for all students to learn about the representation in history to become a well-rounded, empathetic, and critical thinkers. I'm also an expert in African American theater. On day one of class, I ask students what is their favorite Black play, and most of them don't know because they have never read or seen one. They all know Shakespeare, but they have not heard of the first African American playwright whose work survives, William Wells Brown. This remarkable imbalance denies a fuller picture of history and artistry and contributes to ongoing racial inequalities. When my daughter enters the RUSD system, I want her to have an excellent education. The excellence cannot be achieved without an extensive ethnic studies and African American studies curriculum. Next, Angela Marquez. There's an ongoing issue of systematic racism in our school district and within our community that I would like to see addressed and changed for the better. Our underserved students do not deserve anything less than forward movement. There have been some changes made to courses offered to our students, ethnic studies, African American studies, and Chicano studies. And I would like to see these courses not only brought back to their original status, but these courses should be added to the graduation requirement course list. Having these courses as a requirement would give every student more opportunities to learn and be represented. Next, from Anna G. This comment is in regard to a mass email I received that said RUSD was eliminating an ethnic diversity course. I fully support the district's decision to eliminate such a course. With inevitable budget shortfalls, this is a non-essential part of the curriculum that can be cut. You may receive many form-style letter comments from people who do not have children, do not live in Riverside, and do not have children in Riverside public schools asking you to keep this course. I know because the mass email I received implored recipients to contact RUSD to keep the course. The people who sent this mass email are employed by it as ethnic diversity studies teachers and thus are very biased and not at all objective. I attended high school out of state where such a course was offered, and despite the neutral sounding title of ethnic and diversity studies, the class was nothing more than propaganda, encouraging all non-white people to see themselves as oppressed and all white people as oppressors. We did not learn about different ethnicities, cultures, or study effects of diversity in institutions. It was a total waste of my time and extremely offensive to me as a Hispanic woman. RUSD is a majority non-white Hispanic immigrant school district where students' instruction time should not be wasted on this type of non-academic activity. Patricia Orozco-Pelagi. Good afternoon, members of the school board. My name is Patricia Orozco-Pelagi, and I have been teaching at Arlington High School for the last 22 years. For the last 7, I have been teaching Chicano studies and ethnic diversity. I was shocked, to say the least, when I found out last week that my ethnic diversity class has been eliminated. At a time when we should be expanding these classes, eliminating one and reducing African American studies from a year-long to one semester course seems nonsensical. I applaud the effort to infuse the ideas of ethnic studies into various classes, such as U.S. history and English language arts, but I do not believe that these efforts should come at the cost of eliminating a class that has proven so powerful in engaging students in their history. I urge the board to reinstate ethnic diversity for the 2020-2021 school year and to carefully plan and consult with both community members and teachers to help determine appropriate professional development to make these classes available for all high school students across the district. At this time in our history, our students deserve nothing less. Thank you. Karen Rowan. I am utterly dismayed to learn that RUSD has decided to eliminate the ethnic studies course and cut the African American studies course in half. Courses like these are absolutely essential to our curriculum and to the success of our students, both in the classroom and beyond. These courses prepare students to become active and informed citizens, historians, activists, media analysts, and community members. At this moment in our history and country, we need more such courses, not fewer. Further, ethnic studies, African American studies, Chicana X studies, and other similar courses draw on interdisciplinary approaches to knowledge making and learning. That is, they encompass more than just history. They draw on fields such as literature, art, sociology, political science, cultural studies, in addition to history. Ethnic studies also endeavors to reframe the way knowledge is made, emphasizing cross-relational, intersectional, and interdisciplinary approaches to exploring the histories, lived experiences, and contemporary realities of peoples and communities who are too often erased from the curriculum across the disciplines. Given this, RUSD simply cannot revise the U.S. history curriculum to incorporate ethnic studies themes. Rather, RUSD must both revise the U.S. history curriculum and reinstate the ethnic studies and expand the African American and Chicana studies courses. As both a parent of an RUSD student and an educator, I object to this decision wholeheartedly and request that RUSD reverse it immediately. Fernanda Mendoza. Hello, my name is Fernanda Mendoza, and I'm a Poly High School graduate from 2019, and I've recently heard about the RUSD Board of Education's decision to eliminate the Ethnic Studies course and shorten the Chicano and African American study courses. I am emailing you to show my support for these courses and to explain why these enriching classes should stay as year-long courses. I took this class my senior year because honestly, it was the only one available to fill my schedule, but little did I know that it would be one of the best classes I ever took and one of the most enriching ones. And that's saying a lot coming from me because I mainly took only AP courses. Future students need these courses because it teaches about so many beautiful cultures and backgrounds that aren't just white history. I identify as a Chicana Mexican American, and I thought I knew quite a lot about my culture's history, but I was very wrong. I learned much about myself and other cultures, and I walked out of that class every day with more knowledge about the real world than I ever felt in any of my other courses. Not only was this one of my favorite classes, but it helped me to figure out what career I wanted to pursue and what I wanted to do with my life. I know that many at-risk students that were in that class with me who were inspired to better themselves and their grades because of what they had learned. Not to mention that the teacher at Poly, Mrs. Alejo, is an incredibly strong Chicana who taught me with so much passion that it was contagious. I saw every day how the students' attitudes flipped like a light switch after entering that class because the environment just felt so safe and wonderful knowing that it was a place where we could learn about our history and our identities, not just white history. Not only would it be a shame to eliminate these enriching courses, but it would be a complete loss for the students who identify as minorities. They would feel underrepresented and as if their voices had been quieted. We need these courses to stay because it's not only white history that exists in the world. There is a plethora of other things that have contributed to how the world is today. In my AP US history class, I never learned how immigrant minorities shaped this country, which is an absolute shame since America's history is so dependent on immigrants. Something that I would have never learned had it not been for these amazing classes. I urge you to please vote against the elimination and shortening of these courses at the Board of Education meeting. The students need it and want it. Minorities' cultures are just as important as white history, and it's not fair many don't get to learn about their backgrounds and identities. I thank you for your time and realize that this has been a rather lengthy message, but that's how important this issue is. Next, Kimberly Correa. I do not support the cutting of any ethnic studies classes. These classes are detrimental to the youth in our community, especially for those students that come from our predominantly minority neighborhoods. Why now? By cutting these classes, RUSD is saying minorities do not matter. Next, Derek Mikhail. Regarding the removal of ethnic studies from RUSD curriculum, I find it ironic that in one of the most diverse states, I would be advocating for the necessity of a curriculum which addresses the diversity of the culture therein. It does not take an advanced degree to recognize that stories matter. The stories you tell your kids, the stories we tell ourselves, and the stories we keep with us that frame the way we see the world. To limit the diversity of stories given to students is to limit the diversity of perspective. In a time where empathy and care for our fellow citizens is becoming an exceedingly rare commodity, it only makes sense not only to keep ethnic studies within our schooling system, but to increase the availability of such courses for the duration of which students spend in them in their primary academic careers. Ethnic studies courses can not only provide this much needed civility, but it reinforces the trust we can place in schools to educate for future generations regarding their race relations. Ethnic studies courses will ensure that students will not locate information about race and culture in toxic spaces. It will promote healthy dialogue across races, important historical narratives which U.S. history may undermine in favor of narratives of conquest, and democratize the voices we hear in our education system. To be in favor of ethnic studies is to outright claim that all voices matter in the storytelling of our world. Casey Thompson. I am writing to voice my support for enhancing people of color and Black curriculum within the school system. Education provides a unique opportunity to allow students to learn about experiences outside of their own while validating the experiences of marginalized folks. All students deserve representation in their curriculum and opportunities to learn about people, cultures, and the experiences that outside of their own. The Ethnic Studies Diversity course should not be eliminated. African American and Chicano Studies courses should be year-long courses to enable folks to learn about the colonization and anti-Blackness. Racism has always been a public health crisis. It is past time for the education system to acknowledge this and work on dismantling white supremacy from within the system of education. Developing and promoting courses that provide students with the opportunities to learn about history, not just white-centered history, is one important step towards anti-racist work. Thank you. Next, from Ann Davis, Riverside Unified Board of Trustees and Superintendent Hansen. I would like to submit to you my comments regarding the district's position on ethnic studies curriculum. I am dismayed to know that RUSD plans to only embed diversity studies into ELA courses. I believe the district can and should make a better effort to improve the curriculum by taking it even further, not just for the students of color, but I believe all RUSD students would benefit by having African American history year-long courses, satisfying an A requirement of the A through G, Chicano Studies year-long courses also satisfying the A requirement, and Ethnic Studies courses with semester and year-long options. This is not the time for half-stepping for the sake of equity. Our students need to see themselves in the curriculum and have opportunities to make these choices. As a district, we have far to go to achieve equity for every student. My grandson and his peers should not encounter brief moments of diversity in their studies. They should know that their history is valued and has an important place in their education. Our next comment has no name. Please help RUSD parents understand why the board has decided to take two very important classes, African American Studies and Chicano Studies, and water them down into one class, a semester each. Now is not the time to change, reduce, or do away with ethnic studies. RUSD has had their fair share of racial tension and racial problems. Further, what trainings are being offered to RUSD teachers and what trainings are being offered to RUSD students? Please help us to understand what change is happening. What symposiums have you held since reporting that you would do so at the March 2020 board meeting? Have you helped RUSD teachers why it's not appropriate to fly Confederate flags in their classrooms regardless of historical significance? Have you helped RUSD teachers to not address students by the color of their skin? Have you helped RUSD students understand why creating a white student union Instagram page is not appropriate nor helpful among students? Darlene Trujillo Elliott. I understand the importance of learning about my heritage and the history of others. This discovery and heritage of others provides us with a strong sense of personal identity and self-worth. In traditional classrooms, history doesn't always reflect the struggles of the community. 78% of RUSD students are of color, and this is not the time to water down ethnic studies. Save ethnic, African, and Chicano studies at RUSD. Our next comment has no name. Comment is in response to the ending of ethnic and diversity classes at RUSD and the consolidation of Chicano and African American study courses into one. Cancellation and consolidation of classes is not effective to provide wholesome and robust studies to student population. RUSD needs to address inequities in regards to how these studies are taught, curriculum and instruction. Ethnic studies programs needs to be expanded and made an A through G requirement like other districts have already done. Ethnic studies needs to be a graduation requirement to better serve the student population. I'm asking the board to expand these programs. Richard Lowery. I feel the ethnic study should be a requirement that would be a college preparatory and not only an elective. And I would like to see Chicano and African American studies continue for the whole year. We are living in very difficult times right now. under the Trump administration, and it's extremely important that students be exposed to the discussion of race, ethnicity, and other things that have been in the news. I want to see ethnic studies be a viable option and not an elective, but as a requirement. It can be a substitute for U.S. history. I hope this helps in making a decision for the students. And Mrs. Elavy, that concludes our public comments.
Perfect. That was almost exactly 30 minutes, so thank you very much. And I recognize that a lot of these comments were made prior to our discussion, where I will reiterate to you that we are not going to be dropping ethnic studies. And the board has never discussed dropping ethnic studies. But I was kind of heartwarmed by a lot of the positive comments for what they saw ethnic studies, the role of ethnic studies in the school. So perhaps listening to all those opinions was valuable, because it sort of reinforced our opinion that we need that kind of curriculum. So thank you very much to everyone who called in, and I'm sorry if we didn't get to anybody's comment. I'm going to take consent calendar, and then we're going to take a short break before the action calendar. So, Ms. Rena Frosto, are there any public comments about the consent calendar?
No, there are not this evening.
All right. Board, is anyone prepared to make a motion?
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am,
Hunt?
I am. By me, Mrs. Elavy, I'll move the consent calendar as presented by staff in total.
There's been a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I heard Dr. Farouk. We are now going to try and vote, and this is new for me, so bear with me.
Got it.
Okay, what do I do to get to the vote? Okay.
Which one is it?
Okay, thank you. Okay, now, your boards should have your vote on there. If you could please vote. Okay. Do you do, what do I do now?
Did you vote?
Yeah.
You voted?
Yeah, there's 5 here.
That's everybody?
Yeah.
Okay. So just
Okay. All right. That worked?
yes.
Thank you. Okay, so that has been motioned and approved, and we are now going to take a 10-minute break. So everybody, please come back here at about 7:17.
Tonight I will be playing Edna Turnblad in the musical Hairspray for the RUSD Honors Musical.
When I heard about Hairspray auditions, I found out when it was right away. My teacher made an announcement that Hairspray had auditioned and I really wanted to be a part of it. It's a really good musical and it talks about change and a different era coming up, and I really think that's cool for younger people and older people to watch.
The Honors Musical pulls students from all across our district, from all of our high schools. They're coming here to perform live at the Fox in this very amazing, professional, historic venue.
I play Tracy in Hairspray.
I play Seaweed J. Stubbs. He's like a cool cat.
I'm playing a Mission Streets kid, and her name is Lorraine.
I play the flute.
I'm doing sound.
I'm the percussionist.
I am Shelly, the nicest kid in town.
I am a sound technician.
What I do is costumes. I do costumes.
I play keyboard in the pit.
I'm House Right Spot.
We have students on all aspects of production. They are on stage, they are backstage working with Live Nation stage crew, they are down in the pit working with professional musicians.
Playing alongside these professionals and having the chance to talk to them and get a little bit of input from them has been really beneficial in regards to showing them what a career would look like.
I have experience doing tech, but this is just way different because this is like an actual theater. It's not a school theater. I'm actually pursuing directing instead of acting as a career. And this production has really showed me like the more intricate parts of putting on a stage show.
It's an amazing opportunity to work with all the schools and all the kids and to have master workshops with people that already starred on Broadway that could help us with dancing and singing and acting, and it's a great way to open the door.
I'm Michelle Grotness, and I'm the director of Hairspray. The students that we find in the Honors Musical come from all of the high schools around the Riverside Unified School District. Students will meet with us 2 to 3 times a week for about 4 months, and here we are, and we're ready to go.
It's a really music-heavy show, so I've taught all of the vocal music to the cast, all of the leads, all of the ensemble. We're excited to have students from every high school this year.
It's very important that we host these district-wide opportunities for kids. One of the things that we don't do enough of is involve kids from many different genres of art across the district, cooperating together and having fun. And this is one way we can do that.
It was awesome to have that experience with the kids from all the different schools. Getting together, it's really amazing. It's like a family. To me, it is.
Working with different people from other schools is like really cool. Like it creates basically like a family.
You get to meet these new students that have more experience than you, less experience. You get to help them out and they help you out. It's the best.
We're hearing that some of the students in past years are now going to each other's shows at their other schools. They're keeping in touch. So this really intensive experience is something that perhaps is launching a lifetime of a network for these students.
This is my first time doing this. I've been a tech at my school for a few years, and I figured I might need a change, and I might want to try something in a facility that's more different than the one I'm more used to.
It's so fun. It's like a new experience because this theater is completely different from like high school theaters.
It's great. We have room to move, for one. It's just much more professional and it feels more like real.
It's the Fox Theater. I mean, there's more of everything. We have to work with the cast, all the tech, all the sound, and the music is totally different.
The music pit for the Hairspray Orchestra consists of a mixture of professionals that we brought in from the surrounding communities, as well as a mix of high school students. We wound up with an exciting group of 16 students this year on saxophones, on trumpets, on percussion, drum set, everything in between, keyboards, and it's a fun, exciting mix of students overall.
It's been an honor to play with professionals, and they've taught me a lot. I've never played with professionals. This is my first year doing this, and I tend to do it all next year and the year after that.
This is our 3rd time ever producing this event.
I started 3 years ago with Such Sweet Sorrow, and last year is the chorus line, and here I am for the 3rd time around.
This is my 2nd year, and I hope to do it for 2 more years.
This is my 2nd year doing the Honors Musical. First year I was an actor, 2nd I'm tech.
This is my first time doing the Honors Musical.
This is my 2nd time doing the Honors Musical.
This is my 3rd and final RUSD Honors Musical. I've been here since the beginning, and this is my last one, and I'm really excited to be a part of it.
This is all to put together a show for what we're anticipating to be over 3,000 people. We have 1,500 middle and high school students coming to see the production for the matinee, and then in the evening we'll have a community show for another sold-out house. We're working very closely with Live Nation, which is a nationwide theater management company that really helps to foster our students in the technical components. We're partnering with the Riverside Fox Foundation, who has helped to support some of our programs. We're working with colleges and universities who are coming to see some of our best students in action and talk to them about future opportunities as they move forward and pursue the arts as a career or even in college.
The practice you'll get is what's going to make you good.
I would recommend doing this show, both as an actor and as a tech. You get to meet new people, new directors and stuff like that.
And students as well. Please come audition. It's one of the funnest things I've done for theater, especially.
You should really go through with it because it's amazing getting an opportunity to do it at this theater.
The minute the curtain opens, you hear the people clapping, you just automatically get this chill, you get teary-eyed. It's a great experience, it's a great feeling.
It is totally worth it.
I will definitely want to do it again.
It's really fun.
Hi, we're here with Nutrition Services, where we are proud to announce that we've served 1 million meals since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. As we continue to feed our students during the summer, we want to reassure you that our students' safety and quality of food is our priority. The Summer Feeds program began June 1st, 2020 and will run through July 31st, 2020. Grab-and-go meals are available at all 15 of our grab-and-go locations. As we begin to move forward, Nutrition Services is honored to receive the Share Your Strengths grant from the No Kid Hungry campaign. This will allow for different forms of transportation to our food and our families during the pandemic. We've also partnered with the USDA's Farmers to Family Food Box program to provide family-sized boxes of fresh produce to local food banks, community organizations, other nonprofits, and RUSD families. We are in this together and would like to remind families that you can apply or reapply for next school year's meal program beginning July 1st, 2020. For more information, please visit riversideunified.org.
Well, more break. Okay, I think we're coming in now. Thank you. Ms. Reno Frosto, would you please tell me if there's been any requests submitted for public comment on action agenda item I1?
No, Mrs. Alavi, there are no comments for I1.
Thank you very much. So we will now take a look at the approval of a new RUSD board policy, response to immigration enforcement, which is being presented as a first reading. Dr. Lewis.
Could I ask that the microphone on the podium please be turned on?
Check, check, check. Is that better? So good evening. Thank you for giving us time to bring you a first reading of a new board policy. You'll be familiar over the last few board meetings, Dr. Perez has brought several different policies to bring us in alignment with some of our work on our equity actions. This is one policy we have in relation to our federal program monitoring that does need to be explicitly added to our board policies. So I will review this with you this evening. It's 5145-13, titled Response to Immigration Enforcement. The key points is number one, the district will provide training for teachers, administrators, and other staff in relationship to this board policy.
Dr. Lewis, could you either raise the podium or it's a little bit hard to hear you.
And I don't know if that microphone pulls closer to you, Dr. Lewis.
It's on, it's got the red light. I think it's on.
That
no,
turned it off.
You turned it off.
Or maybe just remove
off.
your mask.
Let me try again here. It's only offering me close.
It's on.
It's on now. Is that better? Yeah. Check, check, check. Use my coach voice. Okay, I'll be louder. Is that better? Are we good? Okay. Every school site will be a safe and welcoming place irrespective of citizenship or immigration status for all of our students, preschool through 12th grade. Parts of the key points of the policy is district staff shall not, regarding citizenship or immigration status, solicit, collect information or documents, or provide assistance with immigration enforcement except when required by state and federal law. No student, due to immigration status, shall be denied equal rights or opportunities, or be subjected to unlawful discrimination, harassment, intimidation, or bullying. Our district shall develop procedures for the purpose of immigration enforcement as requested by legal officials when they need access to district records, access to school sites, or access to students. That concludes the policy, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. I will now ask Dr. Farouk.
Thank you, President Alavi. I just want to confirm that this stated policy, one, this is required by the California Department of Education, is that correct?
Yes, as part of the FPM or Federal Program Monitoring process.
Correct. So this is required by that, and that this is in alignment with the currently adopted safe zone policy, the enforceable policy that was developed with the ACLU. Is that correct as well?
Yes, sir, in our equity actions, yes.
And just to reiterate again, our school district does not track the citizenship status of our students, period, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So again, I'm happy to defer to other questions also, but I'm willing to propose adopting it without having to go through a second reading if the board so wishes.
Thank you. Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. Thank you, Dr. Farouk, for those comments. I believe, Dr. Ryan Lewis, that the only problem I'm concerned with is just the understanding on this last one. No student due to immigration, excuse me, wait a minute. No, the district should develop procedures for the purpose of immigration enforcement as requested by legal officials. That's going to I think, frighten some people. And you recall the board adopted a resolution a couple of years ago that Dr. Farouk brought forward to make sure that our citizens knew that school districts are not in that business. It's just to provide education and advance the child. We don't ask those other things. So this is just a little bit, it seems contrary to that. What is the responsibility? Who is the district supposed to be working with of immigration enforcement?
So thank you, Mr. Wright. If we could put the presentation back up, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is this the slide, Mr. Hunt, you're referring to?
Yes, sir. That's it. Thank you.
So what it's stating is we have to have procedures as a district when we have a legal situation where we have to do these things as a district. And that is what the policy is outlining we must develop.
So, and who are so this would be working with the federal authorities or something like that on immigration?
Correct. In our Student Services Division led by Mr. Walker, he and his team.
So I'd like to understand from Mr. Walker, if I can even, what is the entree for the federal or whoever to come in and ask for these things? What is the prerequisites for that?
Okay.
If I could, would that be all right?
Mr. Walker?
It's not that I understand this is, as Dr. Farouk pointed out, this is part of we're mandated by the California Department of Education. This has to do with federal or state law. I understand that, but I just want to make sure, and a good example was what we just went through about the total mistake that we're shutting down, our classes, our ethnic studies. So I want to be sure that we understand, so our community understands. So just thank you, Mr. Walker, if you could.
No,
that's
fine. You have the ability to have input in the creation of the immigration requirements. So if you read it, it says shall develop procedures for the purpose of immigration enforcement as requested by legal officials. So what that process is at the discretion of the district. We have to have the development of the procedures. That's the requirement.
Okay, and then?
So the requirement could be access to district records. They will be provided to give this type of information. Access to school sites. You can meet with the principal. You can meet with teachers. Access to students. Right now, we don't give access to students to our law enforcement. I would imagine we will touch base with our legal, but I would imagine we will not give access to our students to immigration at school.
So in supporting and seconding Dr. Farouk's motion tonight, I'm only agreeing to that we develop these procedures, but I'm not agreeing to just a blank check of what those procedures will be. I don't want them to have access to children.
We have to develop the procedures.
And all that.
You're aware that we have passed a safe haven
yes, sir.
Resolution, and it is the intention of the district to create those procedures within the confines of that safe harbor scenario.
Thank you. I ask for my colleagues' patience with me. I just think that, as we've seen, these misunderstandings can lead to bigger problems that are blown out of proportion. But I am very interested. So this will come back to us as the exact procedures that the staff is recommending we adopt to this requirement.
You'll be provided those procedures once they are created, yes. But you're taking action on us creating those procedures because it's a requirement by the state.
Yeah. And just in your experience of your career, Mr. Walker, how often does federal authorities come in and meet with school districts about these type of issues?
I've been in the educational arena of public schools for close to 25 years and not once.
Yeah, well, but, okay. Thank you. I would, thank you, Mrs. Allaby. When you're prepared, I'll be glad to support Mr.
Sure.
Thank you, Dr.
First, a few more comments. Dr. Farouk.
So just two things. I just want to reiterate, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness, Trustee Hunt, behind your inquiry. I just want to reiterate that the reason why it's required by the California Department of Education is purely because they just want there to be a procedure. It doesn't, again, mean that we're going out of our way to providing that kind of a role. My only request, and I don't know if this is going to be part of my motion being amended, is that those procedures are developed in conjunction with the ACLU specifically, just out of abundance of caution. But I'm confident that, again, with what I stated earlier, that as long as it's not in conflict with the safe zone district that's already been adopted by the board, there should be no issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lee.
I was just going to make sure the rest of the board knows that there's a number of public comments, my understanding, on this item. Is that true? No, there's nothing? Oh, okay. Just want to make sure before we vote. Oh, okay.
Dr. Farouk, I believe you had a motion.
Yes, I believe Trustee Hunt seconded it.
Could you please restate your motion?
My motion is to approve this as a first reading, so that a second reading is not required, and that the protocols cited by the California Department of Education that are required are done in conjunction with the ACLU for guidance, and that it does not conflict with the currently adopted safe zone district policy of the board.
Thank you. Does the second concur?
From what I can understand, yes, but I just want to be able to add that it will be coming back here, that the final wording of the policy will be coming back here.
If we take action this evening, it's about creating the policy. We can bring that back to show you what we created, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. I do second that motion, President Alavi. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now we're going to try and vote on this using our new method. Okay, help again. How do you get to the list of...
To vote again?
To vote. Okay. All right, everyone, please vote.
I'll just be loud if that helps.
Okay.
I can maintain that. Yeah, I'm clear on that. Thank you. Appreciate your action.
Mrs. Alavi, I don't know that your microphone's on.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Maybe can I just interject? I know that it looks like we're having some technical difficulties. This is our first meeting back in this boardroom in close to a year, and we do have new systems, and we're all learning them. And so I thank you for your patience. And it's a beautiful room, great technology. We're just figuring it out. So I just wanted the public to know that, Mrs. Alavi.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I definitely need a little help with these new systems. So we have a number of comments for the next item, and I'm going to limit, if the board concurs, I think we should limit the discussion for 20 minutes at 2 minutes each.
How many do you have?
I have Ms. Reno.
Yes, Mrs. Alavi, we have about 60. It's hard to hear you again. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So a lot, yes. Let's start with 20 minutes or 2 minutes and see where we want to go. How about that? Okay. Ms. Rena Frosto, 2 minutes apiece. Let's start for 20 minutes and see where we get.
Excellent. We will begin with Sonia Alamdak. She is in person in the boardroom.
Oh, very good.
I just want to notify the folks running the clock that Mrs. Alavi said 2 minutes, and the clock currently is set to 3 minutes. And so if you could make that adjustment, please.
Okay, thank you. You can pull that mic to you a little bit more too.
I would just like to complain about this. I don't really think it's fair. I had to sit through a public comment at 3 minutes, and I think it's unfair for you guys to limit time for speaking on an agendized item to 2 minutes. So I will try to make it as quickly as possible. Good evening. I'd like to start off by thanking those who are involved in the planning for return to school. After looking at the survey results, it looked like more than 2/3 of the respondents were in support of an in-school model. After rereading the results, it showed me that distance learning was not successful. I can say that in my household, that distance learning was not successful and was very stressful. I'm not a qualified teacher, and I do not pretend to be one. I do not have those skill sets, and it is not in my wheelhouse. I commend all teachers who have chosen this profession. You are essential. This distance learning has created a tremendous amount of stress in my home. Kids need their parents, and by forcing parents to become teachers, you are denying kids of their parents. This especially applies to students who have IEP programs or struggle with learning in general. We cannot deny children a soft space to land. These children are particularly at risk and require in-school teaching. This plan disproportionately affects elementary school students. Kids have already been denied every activity already that they love, and now they're being denied an equitable and equal opportunity to an education. And I hope that you guys decide to be brave and not listen to King Nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Reno-Frosta?
Our next speaker is Elvia Romero, joining us via Zoom. Ms. Romero, you can go ahead and unmute.
Okay. Hello, board members. My name is Elvia Romero. I am a classified employee and feel that we are always the last ones to get any type of information, yet the first ones to try and help parents with any questions or concerns relating to school. Right now, it has been very confusing for the classified to have a clear understanding for a return date, since we are supposed to receive a training before even returning. As our union president Anaí mentioned in our last meeting, we are the backbone. The district always makes sure that they schedule meetings for the certificate and not for classified. I've mentioned this before when we had meetings at King with administrators, certificate, and classified. I feel at this time, any person's school is a safety issue. I know some board members really wanted us to return already, but this is a safety issue no matter how you see it. Since the closing of the schools, I personally have had 4 of my close family members get sick, 3 of them due to the COVID, 1 of them being a 3-year-old, and 2 of them passed away, and 1 being the 3-year-old's father. Let me tell you, it is a very devastating feeling having your hands tied, and it's really heartbreaking to have anyone go through this situation. You can't visit your loved one while in the hospital. You can't touch them to say, your last goodbye. You can't even have a normal viewing or burial. I humbly beg of you to reconsider your decision in the opening of schools for any type of in-person. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will proceed to our comments submitted in writing, beginning with Josefina Valdez. My name is Josefina. As a teacher aide for the special education program, I work very closely with my students as I assist them with everything from wiping their nose to helping them use the bathroom. My students and department are the most at risk, and because of this, I beg you to consider all the safety concerns and risks that could come up if we return to in-person education. I personally have lost several relatives to COVID and have seen how serious this virus is. Thank you. Next, RUSD staff member. Please explain, without dancing around the subject, why it has taken this long to get a detailed hybrid option. If only the board had come out with the information 2 months ago, parents and staff could have better prepared for what is to come. There should have been contingency plans in place for all scenarios regarding the severity of coronavirus cases in Riverside County. Instead, it seems that Dr. Hansen decided early on that schools should open wide up, and he never pivoted from the idea until public comment and most likely pushback from unions. As a result, we have wasted time, and now people are scrambling to make hard choices in a small window of opportunity. I have spoken to many teachers, and as of today, they still are unclear on how to plan for the school year that starts in just a couple of weeks. The board has lost the confidence of many RUSD families and employees and will need to make an effort to restore faith that they have our best interests in mind and not just dollar signs for children in seats. Next, Billy Faulkner. My name is Billy Faulkner, and I'm a concerned parent of 3 and husband of a teacher in RUSD. Everyone is looking for hope and stability in these crazy times, and leaders start from a higher position. It is the district's mission statement to provide meaningful employment and education services. With this in mind, the district should be preparing the best possible in-person scenario once the state allows the school to be opened. There should not be any barriers beyond what's already in place, since there is already a system of checks and balances from multiple health agencies. This is my story. My oldest son made the most of distance learning, but my younger ones struggled, and they are the most vulnerable. My 6-year-old was making progress until the virus stole that momentum away. He became angry and frustrated with virtual learning, even with our continuous support. My 9-year-old was excelling at 3rd grade standards, but couldn't sit in front of a screen and effectively learn. It became very clear that even the best teachers could not effectively teach kids in K-6 through any type of distance learning model. And now with the virtual learning requirements by the state, which I'm sure many parents are not aware of, it is only going to add to the already strained mindset of the kids, parents, and teachers. We are all being set up to fail. As mentioned in the beginning, leaders start from a higher position, so please don't start from a lower position and ignore 60% of constituents that know what's in the best interest of their kids and want them to return to an in-person model immediately. You have already provided distance learning to protect those with compromised health. Now please provide an option that will get our students back in the classroom at the earliest point possible. Finally, I urge you to explore the waiver provision in the governor's order so we can at least have a choice to return with an in-person model for grades 3-6 as soon as possible. Thank you. Sonia Navarro. Good afternoon, all members of staff, families, students, and other peers in our community. As we all know, the current situation is quite a new time for all of us. We have all been affected in one way or another. My concern and question is the following. I have 2 daughters, one in elementary school and one in high school. Both of them received distance learning as soon as schools closed in March. Our experience was quite different as teachers did participate and guided both of my daughters on their courses, including AP. I would like to receive more information on the virtual and the in-person model. I have read the virtual model makes both of my daughters to have an instructor that might not be of my school, but does that mean both of my daughters will no longer be in the school they currently are attending? Both of them transferred this year, and I don't want them to lose their school and position in it. And if so, can I later on transition and change to in-person model? That way both of my daughters go back to the school they first attended. If that's the case, will the in-person model begin with online learning? And once it's safe, would we move to a second phase and be physically in school? Or does it mean we will automatically open on August 10th? Thank you for your time and commitment to our community. Next, dear President Alavi and fellow board members, I am concerned about the rising cases of COVID-19 in our county and the rapid spread amongst people in enclosed spaces. I don't feel it is safe for employees to return to work at fully staffed capacity. It is not safe. I am asking you to consider transitioning us back to work by having us on a hybrid schedule, which would allow for the safe physical distance. Next, Dwayne Miller. Why are we closing schools when children between the ages of 4 to 17 in California have over 30,000 infections and 0 deaths? Next comment. Will classified staff such as noon duty supervisors still receive pay during this 2020-2021 distance learning? Next, anonymous. As an RUSD staff member, I have little ones at home. There has been very little direction as to how our job schedules will look this coming year. All we are told so far, classified employees return next week with our normal work schedules. Will there be flexible work hours for us or option to work remotely to help our own children with distant learning, or even an option to have our children with us on campus? Next, Due to the possibility of distance learning taking place during at least the first trimester, is the district contemplating any layoffs or furloughs of classified employees, specifically office workers? Next comment. Good evening, President Alavi and fellow board members. I am writing to express my concern with our return to work. The space in our office building is not big enough to allow for the proper distancing of 6 feet. We also have to share common areas that are very small and would also not allow the proper distancing. I would like to continue working remotely from home and return to work on a staggered schedule, but only when it is deemed safe to return to a group setting. I thank you for your time and attention to this matter. Next comment. Members of the board, thank you for all that you do for our district. The decisions that you make have a lasting effect on us as a community. I am a teacher at one of the local high schools. I love my kids and their families. I would love nothing more than to go back with my students, to laugh with them, to listen to their stories, to eat lunch with them again in my room. I would know then that they are okay. It hurt that during our last quarter, many were unable to meet with me because of circumstances beyond any of our control. All I wanted was to see their faces, to hear their voices. At the last board meeting, when the district presented the in-person 100% model, I was shocked and a bit angry. Angry because it felt as if the district did not care about my students, the ones that I worry about, wanting them back in class altogether. My students are the students that are more vulnerable to COVID due to the circumstances they find themselves in. According to Cal Matters, a nonprofit journalism organization committed to matters concerning California policies and government matters, in an article published on July 7th titled "Latino Children Suffer Higher Rates of COVID-19." Latino children account for the majority of all California cases among those under 18. They account for 67% of the cases when race ethnicity is known, even though they account for only 48% of Californians under 18 population. According to the article, medical experts point to several factors, all rooted in the inequities we find in our society. Parents are essential workers, often without essential PPE, living in close quarters, a lack of healthcare access, higher rates of underlying conditions. Thank you for keeping the 100% in-person model from going forward as a viable option at this moment in time. And we've met the 2 minutes for that one. Next.
I'm sorry.
Melody.
Have we reached the 20-minute mark?
No, we have not, Mrs. Alavi. That was just the end of the 2 minutes for that comment.
Sorry, go ahead.
Next comment is Melody Clark. Board of Education. First, thank you. I know you are doing the best you can during this very uncertain time. Unfortunately, there's a lot of anxiety about the current school options, but I think there are small changes that can be made to help parents feel more comfortable with their choices. So here are the 2 things that parents want most. 1, they want their children to be taught by the teachers at their normal school. And 2, they want to be able to control when their children go back physically into the classroom. The only option that allows children to be taught by their own teachers is the in-person option. But what is lacking is the ability of the parent to decide when their child is ready to go back into the classroom. The district will decide when we move from phase 1 to phase 2. But what if a student does not feel ready to go back to the classroom and wants to stay at home in phase 1? Will a parent be forced to send their child back? It is this awful choice that has pushed some parents very reluctantly into the virtual option. I'm sorry, Mrs. Alavi, hold on one moment. There are a few simple, I'm sorry, we're having a technical difficulty here. There are a few simple things you can do to the in-person option to solve this problem. One solution would be to allow parents to move to the virtual option at the point when their in-person option moves from phase 1 to phase 2 without having to wait until a semester break to make a change. It is not an ideal solution because parents would be giving up the instruction they want for their child, but it would satisfy their most important need, which is for safety. I have a different idea that I have shared with you last week about a way to allow those students who are not ready to move back into the classroom in phase 2 a way to stay at home, but still be taught by their own teachers. It just requires that when the teacher is teaching their class in the classroom in phase 2, they turn on a camera so those students at home hear the same thing that the student on campus hear. It's simple, no extra work for the teacher, and the students at home get to have the same instruction as their classmates. So please consider making one or both of these amendments to the in-person option. Next comment. Dear RUSD board members, currently, while planning for instruction, there are no protections in place for employees with health conditions among our classified union members contract. We are fearful employees that are vulnerable to illness or ill will go to work and risk their lives to support their family due to a fear of being unemployed. Union contracts prevent confusion, and in this case, protect staff and students from the devastating consequences of COVID-19. Currently, employees are required to provide documentation of their condition and are faced with subjective considerations for accommodations such as telework. Telework would be a protection adopted in union contracts to protect all staff and students enrolled at RUSD. The health of employees directly impacts the safety of our students, and this cannot be impressed upon you enough. Employees are afraid for their lives and the survival of their families, literally and economically. We cannot rely solely on the provision of the ADA to protect our staff and students from exposure during unprecedented times. Please consider the impact of the district not adopting agreements that protect employees and in turn the health of students. Please consider the impact this has on equity facing students with the loss of support staff and the message sent to all our RUSD families as those with poorer health face potential discrimination in the form of rising systemic injustices related to COVID-19. The current leave provisions under the HR 6201 provide limited leaves, do not account for multiple exposures, leaving staff again faced with risking their lives or not feeding their family. Please consider these during your reopening process. Next comment, Melissa Taylor. Good evening. My name is Melissa Taylor, and I am a mother of 2 young RUSD elementary students who are participants in the DLI program, entering 1st and 2nd grade. I am a product of RUSD schools and registered nurse by trade. I received my training here and have spent the last 10 years giving back to our beloved Riverside community through my practice at a major healthcare delivery system in the county. My husband is also a proud alumna of RUSD. My stepmom is a recently retired RUSD primary school teacher, and several other of our family members and friends are RUSD constituents and employees. As such, I do understand the complexities in this back to school discussion. Today, I'm responding in response to the urgency, anxiety, and frustration experienced during the last board meeting. I do not feel the point of view and reality of a large majority of RUSD families, including our own, was well represented. We demand your advocacy and action to design, communicate, and implement a safe path for in-classroom instruction at the earliest possible opportunity. As a nurse and a healthcare leader, I appreciate that we are somewhat at the mercy of public health and state officials. I feel the impact of the virus on a daily basis and take seriously the risk to our public and our health system capacity. As a parent, however, I emphatically believe that my children need to be in the classroom with their teachers and peers. No distance learning can take the place of in-person instruction, particularly for our younger students. As a 2-career home, we are not equipped to deliver the same standard of education while maintaining our ability to deliver our own essential services to the community. This is the reality. Thus, I have questions that I hope you will better elaborate on during today's meeting. Mrs. Alavi, that's the conclusion of that 2 minutes for that comment, and we've also reached our 20-minute time limit.
Thank you. So do you have more comments?
We do have more comments.
Okay, then I'll ask the board, what is your pleasure?
Ms. Alvey, I would move to give another 30 minutes to this public comment and see how we go from there.
Okay, do I
Under your
have a
2 minute.
second?
Yes, ma'am.
To Ms. Lock-Dawson seconds. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Ms. Reno Frosto, 30 more minutes. That'll be 8:25. Go ahead.
Thank you. Our next comment does not have a name. With the governor requiring 14 consecutive days off the watch list in order to open schools to in-person learning, will we be on a wait and see week by week approach for the first semester? Or is the board able to state a date that we will definitely be doing distance learning until, and then reevaluating based upon community conditions? It just seems that if parents know schools would be in distance learning for at least a specific length of time, parents could make a better choice and arrange for childcare and/or work modifications for that length of time. The next comment is from Alexis. Hello, school board. I am a student attending RVS. I would like to have the choice of having the hybrid model with my RVS teacher on the RVS campus when buildings open back up. RVS meets my needs and the needs of my peers. I am unable to go to a larger school because the campus is so large that it takes all of my energy to punch my wheelchair from one class to another. Riverside Virtual School campus is small enough that I still have the energy at the end of the day, and sometimes I'm even able to walk. Because of their flexibility in scheduling and courses, I am able to work ahead and not fall behind as much when my health decreases. Next comment. I am an RUSD teacher. As much as I think we should immediately reopen for in-person instruction, in light of the governor's newest orders, I believe it is in the best interest of teachers, students, and parents to determine a minimum period of time which we can expect distance learning, virtual learning for all students. The uncertainty of waiting for the county to have a 14-day decrease in data is too stressful for all involved. Teachers cannot simultaneously plan for virtual and in-person learning without knowing what to expect from week to week. The process is incredibly different even to plan for a 1-day versus 2-day-a-week model, much less not knowing from week to week if we could be brought back to campus with little notice. I hope the board will consider adopting a minimum time period for the virtual start to in-person. Next comment. I personally know that many parents have seen many more on social media that are choosing the hybrid model even though they do not want their children to go to school in person for a long time, and some not at all, because they want teachers from their home site school only. If and when in-person learning starts, they say the teacher will have to teach in person to those who are ready to return, as well as continue teaching online with the students they've had since school began, because there won't be enough virtual teachers, and it won't be the trimester or semester time to change models. So the teachers will have no choice but to do both. Is this what the district is expecting of teachers? Will the district transfer those teachers to the virtual mid-semester if they are not actually ready to return, or require those students to attend in person if that is the model they signed up for this week? Our next comment doesn't have a name. Some districts have made and announced the decision that they will be doing online learning for the rest of 2020. This way, teachers already have their assignments and rosters, and everyone is at their home school distance learning until this unsafe time. In December, if it is safe, they will open school to in-person learning in January. With hybrid schedules at that time, parents can choose to continue online at that semester break. If in December it is not safe to return to in-person learning, everyone continues as they have been until things change. This way, if the entire school year ends up being online due to community health issues, they will not have moved students and teachers around for no reason. Is the board setting a date such as this, or could in-person learning start as soon as late August? Our next comment from Victoria. What is your plan? How many kids will be in the classroom? Will children move from one class to the other, or will teacher move from class to class? Our next comment from Alyssa Chitwood. Dear members of the school board, The school year will begin with distance learning as long as Riverside is on the state's COVID watch list. With that being said, I encourage the board to approve and adopt an in-person option moving into the 2020-2021 school year. Our students should have the option to resume school in person if it is deemed safe to do so by those in charge of county health governance, and students should not be required to learn virtually all year. If it is safe to reopen schools, then with safety measures in place as described by the district at the last meeting, I ask for you to give parents the option to fully open schools and give 5-day in-person learning as an option. Those families who want to stay online do not need the hybrid option. They can stay online. Those families who want to be in person do not need to also be online. They can either be in person if health officials deem it safe, or they can do distance learning if it's not. This ensures students will have the most daily access to their teacher and daily instruction, as it is impossible for a teacher to teach a class of live students at the same time as attending to and assisting virtual students who are working from home, which a virtual model would require in order to provide similar access. For our students, a hybrid model is simply unnecessarily difficult on families who want in-person schooling. It may make it so that older siblings and younger siblings have to attend school on different days, and those older siblings may be needed to watch younger siblings. A hybrid model requires both online and in-person learning at the same time, and the ability for students, including young children, those just 5 to 8 years old, to independently manage their own learning. This requires constant parental supervision, which may not be available. Simply put, there will be students who lack the ability to use computers efficiently and navigate connectivity issues, and we will have issues accessing their education on a daily basis. And that comment will end due to time. Our next comment from Renee Kozicki. Hello, my name is Renee Kozicki, and I am a teacher in RUSD. I love my job, and I'm so thankful to work for a district like RUSD that prioritizes the health and safety of our whole community. I would like the district to decide upon realistic metrics to use to decide when to move to the different phases of returning to the school buildings or move back to distance learning. Right now, it is too vague. I think that we should consider infection rates, testing rates, hospital capacities, and other numerical data so that we can make clear decisions that aren't clouded by political arguments. When we transition back to reopening school buildings, I'd like school board members and administrators to visit classrooms regularly to help support teachers in enforcing health and safety measures. Jerry Feldstein. Hello, I want to express my appreciation to the board for all your hard work. I know it's not easy. I have a son who is in the mild, moderate special day class, but also takes math in a general education class. I'm wondering how this would work once he goes back into the classroom. I understand the safety issues involved and was wondering how this is going to be addressed. I don't want him to miss out on his general education class, so any information would be appreciated. Thank you for your time. Our next comment has no name. Hello, I am both a parent and a teacher, and I am urging the board to allow our students to be able to return to 5 full days of in-person instruction when we are allowed to do so. Our children need to be in school as it is the best place where equitable learning takes place for all. The kids need to be back in school and the teachers need to be back in their classrooms. Next comment, doesn't have a name. Dear RUSD Board of Education and Cabinet members, I am writing today to let you know how disappointed I am in you. For an organization who claims to be invested in our children's future, you are certainly not showing it with any decisions to open the school year in an all virtual modality. RUSD kids need in-person instruction. They need to be around other kids. Education is not all about academics, but rather also teaches other valuable lessons such as social skills and how to get along with others. These skills are especially important for our youngest students. Excuse me. These skills are especially important for the youngest students, incoming kindergarten and TK. Why are you willing to ruin the education and lives of our children to combat a disease that is as mild as the flu and does not really impact children in the same way it does adults? Why don't you have the courage to stand up to those idiotic politicians in Sacramento and those in our beloved Riverside County and the media scum who seem to twist every COVID-19 story to their own benefit? The American Academy of Pediatrics advocates for in-person instruction for all children. Why aren't you using reliable sources of information like that to make decisions that will impact our children forever? Why do you not recognize all the information and learning that has been lost since March? We need 100% in-person instruction to start immediately in order to start making progress on all the learning that was lost. It will take a long time to regain those months, which is why we need to start now. Please don't let any more time pass without in-person instruction. We have faith and trust in the health and safety measures you will put in place: hand sanitizers, hand washing stations, frequent cleaning of high touch points, etc. We are ready to send our children back to school. We are ready to keep them home if and when they are sick. Are you ready for us? Sincerely, a concerned parent. Our next comment from Lisa Deering Thomas. Hello and thank you. I'm ready to ask the board to provide some clarity as to how long it is anticipated that phase 1 will last at the start of the school year in the in-person model. It is my hope that the board will vote this evening to commit to maintaining phase 1 through December. This would give parents the ability to make plans and the confidence to select this option, keeping students in their chosen academic program while knowing students will not be abruptly shifted to phase 2 before it is truly safe. Making this timeline transparent enables more families who wish to prioritize student and teacher safety while maintaining a presence in their chosen academic program to choose the in-person option, which will also keep more teachers at their preferred school site. If committing to phase 1 through December is not possible, how long does the board anticipate it will remain in effect at the beginning of the school year? Also, how will the state mandate for a classroom to go to distance learning if one person tests positive for COVID-19 be applied in a high school setting? Will parents be given any flexibility over whether their child gets moved to phase 2 and the in-person model? If the board cannot provide an indication as to how long phase 1 will last, I fear, and others who wish to prioritize their child's safety and the safety of our teachers above all else, will be forced to choose the virtual option despite a strong preference to remain in a carefully chosen academic program. The next comment from Kirill Thomas. I am writing to strongly encourage the school board to mandate that the in-person option remain in phase 1, distance learning, through December. Such a decision would allow parents to choose the option that most closely retains their program, STEM, IB, or DLI, and school choice with the assurance that the mode of instruction will not change prematurely and force their children into circumstances they consider unsafe. It will also allow more teachers to retain their school site assignments of choice. And most importantly, it will ensure that teachers, students, and staff remain safe as possible during the ongoing surge. Not doing so may force families who want to return in-person instruction as soon as, but not before it is safe to do so, to choose the virtual option. If too many families choose the virtual option, the district may well destroy or seriously damage some of its most successful programs like STEM that depend on a special curriculum and the teachers to deliver it. Giving a predictable and appropriately cautious first term will also keep RUSD in line with other large school districts in Southern California. I have two other questions regarding the in-person option. First, if the board does not vote to extend phase 1 through December, who will decide when and how we move from phase to phase and according to what parameters? The decision cannot be left in the hands of a public health officer acting without clearly announced parameters and susceptible to political pressure from constituencies outside RUSD. Second, how will the state mandate to revert to distance learning if one student in a class tests positive for COVID-19 work in a high school environment? Thank you for your efforts to juggle what are truly complicated issues. Comment from Dale Kinnear. Clearly, much work has been done to develop the in-school hybrid model. These questions remain. Number one, can you provide a detailed explanation of the in-school hybrid model for phases 2 and 3 of the in-person program choice? The PowerPoint slides are unclear. 2, are all parents guaranteed the option they chose, whether it was homeschool, virtual, or the in-person model? 3, in the in-school model, what does social distancing look like for those students bused from their Casablanca and East Side neighborhoods? 4, what happens to students if their parents don't choose an option? 5, teachers must choose an option by this Friday. When are they notified as to next year's school placement? 6, it's not only important for teachers to know their school assignment, but also the courses they're teaching. When will schools be notified of their teaching staff so they can reconfigure their master schedules? 7, how will classified employee assignments change with distance learning and the hybrid model? 8, teachers demonstrate various skills with regard to using technology required to be effective in distance learning. Some teachers are similar to me. They get frustrated when any little thing goes wrong with technology. Others are competent and completely comfortable and skilled with teaching online. How does RUSD's staff development program address the various needs of teachers with regards to distance learning? 9, how are subjects like PE, ceramics, and art covered in distance learning? And 10, on the agenda, your report tonight states fiscal impact none. How is this possible? Jody Fessenden, I would like the district and board to reconsider a 5-day week in-person model for all students who are interested. In-person instruction is essential for our kids. I was so disappointed to hear so many teachers and staff for RUSD speak at the last board meeting and only bring up their own personal concerns such as their exposure, their family, their schedule. It's sad that not one of them thought about the students and the quality of education they would be missing out on. All families are concerned about those same issues, but we all went back to work and are protecting ourselves in every way we can. The district should have been working on safety and health measures months ago to make schools a safe environment to return to. In March, it took us all by surprise, so the district did the best they could. This time you have had 5 months. Our students deserve a quality education. We are not looking for teachers to provide daycare, and so many have made comments about. We are looking for our children to get the education they deserve. Next comment has no name. I am a classified employee of the district and would like to know what is happening with us. Are there teachers teaching distance learning out of their classrooms? Where all their materials are? Are we as instructional assistants able to also be there to provide support to the teacher and the students if that's the plan? Thank you. Anonymous. Thank you for your time. I would like to give input regarding the hybrid model. I hope the board understands and takes it slow to get the right approach. Give time to everyone to get the schedules right so that it works. I also hope that the board understands that phasing in each model is the best interest of health and safety of all involved. Next comment. The hybrid being proposed for the in-person model makes a lot of sense with groups evenly attending back-to-back days with a Wednesday break between groups versus every other day. Will additional sanitation measures be provided by the district on those Wednesdays? How will the groups be split? If alphabetical, can siblings with different last names switch groups to attend school on the same days? Anonymous. I am appalled that you are meeting in person and putting lives unnecessarily at risk. It appears that you took the comments about the meeting in person last week and twisted the statements. It appears that you are trying to prove a point instead of meeting in person because it is safe to do so. I find this overkill and shows a huge lack of compassion about other people's lives. Nothing new for RUSD, I guess. Next comment. Dear Mr. Hanson, why are we having this meeting so late? For months, what have you and your team been working on? While I know that no one can plan for all possible situations, you planned for 2, fully in school and fully out of school. In what world does this dichotomy solve for the full spectrum of situations our community may have been facing when we reached this point in the pandemic? Well, actually the point we were at during the last meeting when this was supposed to be decided. During the last meeting, it became apparent that this apathy to imagine what was not an oversight, but rather an active choice not to plan. But your bullheaded ignorance has cost the community valuable time. What tipped us off was that you were displeased. You were not getting your way, was the grimace on your face. As a public servant, you should be happy to provide the best for your community. It takes more muscles to frown than to smile. So chin up this time, sweetie, we're all watching. Next comment. Will the district allow teachers to teach from their classrooms during distance learning? Having whiteboards and the other supplies easily accessible would be extremely helpful. Thank you. And our next comment. The plan as proposed today states elementary age children would receive 3 hours of instruction in the morning and 3 hours of supported independent time in the afternoon. We need a plan for combination classes like mild to moderate special day classes so that both grades receive a fair amount of instruction, since it would be impossible to teach 2 grades at one time for 3 hours in the same morning block. Courtney Walsh. Why are we not moving the start of the 2021 school year back to a later date? Teachers, staff, and parents are not prepared in the least to have an effective start on August 10th. My child has working parents, So how will I be able to ensure my child is participating? Is this where we are at, that unions are in charge and no one is willing to fight for the children and renegotiate contracts for a later start date to the school year? Everyone is screaming safety, then let's do the safe thing and push the start of the school year back. Holly Reese, will secondary educators be required to move classrooms rather than students move classrooms? For example, if I teach math in middle school, will I move to another classroom throughout the day to teach a different classes of students? The next comment has no name. When will teachers be notified of their assignment if they have submitted and unable to return to worksite or voluntary virtual request? Also, will there be training for virtual teachers? Erica R. If coronavirus is too dangerous for prisoners and we are releasing prisoners, yet we are sending kids to school as if it is not dangerous to them. Next comment from Stephanie. It is essential for students to attend school in person. Their intellectual, social, and emotional growth depends on it. Remote learning cannot foster the type of environment that children need to grow and flourish. Keeping children out of school any longer will have long-term detrimental impact. COVID-19 poses very little risk to children, but the risk of keeping them isolated from their peers and school community is a very real threat. Encouraging children to spend more time on screen and less time with face-to-face interaction is a mistake that will have future consequences. If young children are allowed to attend preschool, why shouldn't older children be allowed to attend school? There is no clear distinction. If daycare is essential, then school must be as well. Elizabeth Stroutman. Per the FAQ for the type of instruction options for the 2020-2021 school year, it says that choosing homeschool will affect if you are transferred into a school within the district, and you will be losing your transfer school. I understand why normally choosing homeschool would change your school selection, but this year is most definitely an extenuating circumstance. I think most parents that choose homeschooling for this year are not doing it because they want to, but because they feel it is the best option given the uncertainty we are all faced with. I respectfully request that any current valid transfers into a school site still be honored for the 2021-2022 school year if the parent chooses homeschooling for this year. Thank you. Next from Sandra. If we are doing distance learning and we need a sub, can we get a half-day sub? What if we need a long-term sub? How will we provide lesson plans and materials to them? Teachers' editions, access to Google Classroom, and any other resources we have. If we are unable to teach live sessions due to surgery, I will be unable to speak due to surgery, can we provide pre-recorded lessons? Will the district make accommodations, especially if there are no subs available? If I am unable to start the year due to surgery, how will I plan for a sub? What will the guidelines be as to parents being in the live sessions? Can we use Zoom to do our live lessons? It is a more effective tool. You can still see the students if you share your screen. You can't do that with Google Meet. Can the district provide Seesaw, as it is a much more effective and user-friendly for primary than Google Classroom? When I used it in the spring, students completed their work on Seesaw as opposed to their assignments I posted on Google Classroom. They were more successful and parents said it was easier to use. Will the district provide other online tools that were offered for free during the spring, such as Screencastify? Joanna Main. Thank you for this opportunity. I am wondering about classified employees. I am a special day class aide at the elementary level. Will I be working out of a classroom, either digitally or in person with students? If so, what will that look like? Will I be working from home? If so, what will that look like? If I am under the direction of a classroom teacher and he or she chooses to teach digitally from home, but I want to be in the classroom, is that permitted? Thank you again for the opportunity to be addressed. I cannot imagine all the questions and concerns and decisions that you are having to deal with. Our next comment has no name. Dear board members, I appreciate that these are challenging and uncertain times that require all stakeholders to bring multiple perspectives to the table for discussion and debate. As a parent of a child going into 6th grade, I want my son to return to school in person as soon as possible, but I am not willing to compromise his safety, the safety of my family, and the safety of my community. As a professor in higher education who teaches online classes, I am well aware of the complexities involved in offering quality and rigorous curriculum remotely. I am concerned that so many options are being offered to appeal to everyone. Dividing these efforts and available staff resources has resulted in multiple options that seek to make everyone happy, when in reality, no single option makes very many people happy. I am writing to the board to ask that you do not approve an in-person option and instead approve one plan for virtual learning in the fall that will transition to a phased in-person learning when the county meets established metrics per the statewide framework. Allowing teachers to remain at their previously assigned school will allow for a smooth transition from virtual to in-person. It will allow teachers to focus all of their efforts on providing the best possible instruction and to continue to coordinate with grade level cohorts on curriculum regardless of mode of delivery. Going forward, one comprehensive plan would expedite the pivot from virtual to online and set our students up for success moving forward. Bridget Nelson. Teachers should record videos of lessons and put them on YouTube and have it in Spanish too. This way, parents and teachers can do the lessons when time permits during the day. Then have live online help with teachers available during certain times of the day so kids can log in and get the teacher's help live if necessary. Then have a once a week online class for sharing time and class discussions where the entire class logs in for this. All work has to be uploaded on Google Classroom, which makes it easy to track what the kids have completed. Additionally, there should be a technical helpline available for those requiring assistance in getting the tablets set up with the appropriate links, apps, and hotspots for those requiring that technology. Make sure there is Spanish-speaking tech available too. This ensures each kid can get on and are ready for day one of class. Maybe even a YouTube video of how to access Google Classroom. That way people can reference it at any time. Susan Kelly. I would like to address the fact that business services office for the 5 budget technicians and 5 accountants and 1 other coworker are in a very close working environment. Most of us are not 6 feet away, more like 4 feet or less. The offices are not ready with any plexiglass or anything to separate us. I don't feel that we should be returning to work when it is not safe for us to do so. The plan was if we returned to the offices and didn't feel comfortable in the current office setup, the manager would move us to the conference room or somewhere else to keep our distance from each other. We have been working from home safely since week 2 of the shutdown with everything I need to do my job, and I hope you decide to keep us at home until we are off the watch list. Thank you for your time. Our next comment has no name. The requirement by the state is approximately 4 hours of learning. That is a combined total of live instruction and independent work. Do I understand that correctly? Did I hear correctly, RUSD is requiring 3 hours of live instruction? This might be a lot for families with multiple kids using the same internet at the same time. It might be better to keep this more broad so teachers can provide taped lessons for some of the 3 hours for kids with limited bandwidth rather than require all 3 hours to be live. Bryson Back. Dear RUSD board members, not reopening schools is not an option. We are the only country not returning to school this year, and our governor's attempt to play politics with the future of our children is unacceptable. Not giving parents and teachers who want to return to instruction in person is a dereliction of duty, anti-science, and tyranny of which the likes has not been seen in this state. I have provided articles as sources to back up my statements. That not only is this ludicrous to close schools, it is anti-science. Schools are reopened in Denmark, Norway, Quebec, Idaho, and Montana. Elementary and middle schools never closed in Sweden. The CDC indicates that the case fatality rate for children with COVID is 0.0325%, which is significantly less than the flu. International studies are showing limited COVID transition in schools. We know there is a small incidence of inflammatory syndrome or Kawasaki disease, but those cases are extremely rare. RUSD has a duty to educate and lead in allowing the reopening of schools based on evidence that COVID-19 has minimal impact on children and parents and instructors younger than 50. RUSD has a duty to protect the mental and lifetime health of children missing the stability of school in their lives. RUSD has a duty to inform and give parents the choice of returning to normalcy. That being said, please stand up for what is right. Reopen school to in-classroom instruction for those parents, teachers, and staff who are willing to do it. Our governor is not a king. He is our employee. Thank you for your time. And then there are 7 articles linked from this comment. Marilyn Grell Brisk. My son is supposed to start at the Riverside STEM Academy this fall. However, we do not believe that it is safe for him to start in-person classes. That is based on what all the science and health experts have said, and the fact that after much discussion, I don't believe RUSD can maintain effective social distancing. If we choose virtual classes, our son will not receive instruction from a STEM Academy teacher. Therefore, we don't really have a choice. If we want a STEM-based education for our child, we must choose the in-person instruction. Many of our colleagues and friends are choosing in-person classes knowing full well it is unsafe, but believe this is the only choice they have. This isn't fair. Students who received RSA instruction, online instruction in the spring actually had a very positive things to say about it, which is why I'm truly flabbergasted as to why this is not an option for STEM students in the fall. DLI is available as an online option. Why not STEM? Tina Bulat, what programs have been put in place given Governor Newsom saying schools that are in the high-risk counties be closed until he deems it safe to open them? What about those students that online schooling doesn't work for them? Is there going to be traditional classes with Zoom teaching, or how is all this going to work? Jack Hoffman, as someone with a parent working within the district, I am very pleased by the actions taken by Governor Newsom and his administration regarding school reopening. After watching the last meeting, I was very worried and irritated at the foolish optimism some members had regarding being able to physically reopen in the middle of our biggest surge of cases. I was upset by the comments Mrs. Alavi made that the teachers cared more about the health and safety over physical learning. That attitude seemed to permeate throughout the meeting, with teachers and the staff being thrown under the bus, despite being at higher risk of infection than anyone in that Zoom meeting. I was upset by the dismissal of virtual learning by the board. I would find their concerns valid if it wasn't stated from the beginning that grades wouldn't be impacted and students would face no consequences for missing class. I was upset by the survey the board kept citing to justify physical reopening being the will of the majority, especially with no information regarding the demographic of those who took the survey or the closest school in their vicinity. I would not be shocked if the anti-maskers of Woodcrest made up a disproportionate chunk of responses. And I was upset by the ignorance displayed by those refusing to have their kids wear a mask to school. If the board is ever going to vote with those interests, they might as well state their opposition to vaccination and science while they are at it. And Mrs. Alavi, we are at the end of the 30-minute session.
Thank you. That makes 50 minutes of public input, and I think it would be wise to hear the presentation at this point. Do any board members object?
How many more comments do we have?
Ms. Reno-Frosto, how many more comments?
There are 19 more comments. 19 more comments, Mrs. Alavi.
A lot of the comments, as you can see, they're everything from one side to the other, and lots of questions. Some of these questions can be answered by the presentation. But I'll definitely go with what the board wishes. Mr. Lee?
Mr. Lee? I would suggest, Mrs. Alavi, you're right. I think a lot will be answered in this new age by the presentation, but with 19 left, I am learning from as we should, from the comments and writing down questions I want to make sure we get answered. So with a break, if you don't mind, a little bit in between, just I would propose another 30 minutes, and because some of these have been very short, I would ask if the speaker is doing a wonderful job, but perhaps I don't hear as fast as I used to. So if she could just slow down a little bit, I'd appreciate it. And
Yeah,
I think some folks at home might
it
too.
is
But that is my motion, Mrs. Alavi. Thank
It's
you.
difficult to hear. Dr. Farouk?
I'll second that motion, just in the spirit that this was an agendized item, and I think we should give it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear a word you said.
I don't know what else I'm trying to speak in the same. Because this is an agendized item, I think if it's 19 more speakers, I think it's appropriate that we give it a full consideration for that. So I would second the motion.
Okay, thank you very much. Do the rest of the board concur? Okay. All right.
Mrs. Alavi, I believe your mic turned off.
Yes, I said continue.
Thank you. The next is Adriana Resendez. I don't feel it's safe for the schools to be open. It will be hard to meet the 6 feet apart in the special ed department. A lot of the students will refuse to wear masks. What's going to be in the procedure if one school gets a case? Next comment, Deanna Moore. Now that the entire county has been mandated to begin with distance learning for possibly the entire year, will the teachers be distributed rosters of students from the home school they are assigned, so that if an in-person model is implemented at some point in the school year, that parents who choose this model will be sending their children back to school with teachers and peers they are familiar with? Also, with the curriculum and programs for the individual homeschools, such as Core Knowledge at Franklin Elementary, or dual language immersion at Castleview Elementary, STEM, Riverside Virtual School, etc., be the continued programs taught to the students registered at those schools that have specialized curriculum and programs. Thank you. Next is Renee Trowbridge. I would like to hear how any of and all of these programs for returning to school will support the IEPs and 504s. The distance learning at the end of the last school year left my 2 students with no support. I am not seeing that the district has taken these into consideration as much as they should when developing these programs. My students need to return to school. They need the social outlet that they haven't had since March. I need to hear the supports being planned for these students. Thank you. Next comment. Thank you for all your commitment and dedication to ensuring student safety and health during this time. I listened to the last board meeting and noted many of you talked about equity for students. However, we have not seen nor heard how equity will be met for our dual immersion students. How will RUSD provide support to our DLI children, specifically in kinder and first grade, as they are beginning to learn to read? I hope we get a reassurance from the district and perhaps some collaboration with parents, teachers, and admin to have a deeper understanding of what this support and equity will look like for our DLI kids K-12. Next comment. As a parent of a child who has special needs and has a one-on-one aide, I would like the board to consider how that can be accommodated during a distance model. If the aid has been determined by the IEP team to be necessary to access the appropriate curriculum, then this must be continued during distance learning to ensure equitable access. Similarly, therapies deemed vital to the child's continued development by the IEP team needs to be provided synchronously. A pre-recorded video is not sufficient to ensure continued progress toward goals. The school should look at getting a waiver through the state so that children with such needs can still be accommodated safely in person to ensure continued growth. Thank you for your time. Next is Kim Beckel. How is the board going to accommodate teachers who have school-aged children in the in-person model? I will have to teach 5 days a week. I do not have anyone to watch my son, so he will need to be at my school site with me. Will he be able to sit in my room and do his remote learning while I am teaching? Next comment. Thank you for your dedication to the community with COVID still going around. It is likely we will have some form of virtual learning environment during the start of the coming school year. I noticed it was mandatory for students to attend webcam sessions at the end of last school year. I've heard from many psychologists and social workers that there is a link between anxiety and being on a webcam. How does RUSD accommodate children without IEP or any other accommodations who have elevated levels of anxiety or fear to be on a webcam, in particular in the lower grades? How does it affect truancy if and when children refuse to be on the webcam because of this? Thank you for your consideration. Next, Christine Zimbowitz. In regards to the hybrid model, I have the following questions that I feel need to be addressed to ensure that distance learning is in fact as rigorous and robust as the in-person teaching. Our children have already been negatively impacted, and I feel will continue to do so without a clear understanding of the plan. Can you clearly explain how the teachers 8:20 a.m. to 2:40 p.m., 380 minutes, is being allocated to support students' academic achievement since distance learning is only 3 hours, 180 minutes a day? Will the teachers be working in their classrooms for a full day every day? In the 3 hours, the students are expected to work independently. Can in-person office hours be available, scheduled for students to get additional instruction or questions answered? If each student was scheduled one 30-minute session a week, that would equate to 6 students a day, or 30 a week, assuming every teacher has a full class. Specifically, how will this work in secondary and high school when they have 7 classes? 25 minutes of daily instruction each. What accountability oversight? It will be provided since distance learning was done with little to no teacher instruction and relied on apps. Videos and lists of self-guided assignments with the parents doing most of the actual teaching. This is not feasible with most parents going back to work full-time out of the home. Will parents be able to report classes with limited no teacher instruction? Can you give a detail of the timing that the in-person model can start? For example, if Riverside County is taken off the watch list, will the following Monday start in person? What exactly constitutes a move from phase 1 to 2 to 3, etc. in the hybrid model? I would like to understand what benchmarks are being used to determine the phased implementation date. And that's the end of the 2 minutes for that comment. Next comment. Distance learning option. If the district feels it is time to return to an in-person learning environment, but we parents still don't feel it is safe for our household to return yet, can we opt to continue with a virtual option? Or because we choose the distance learning option, will we be required to have our children return when the district decides? Next comment. Dear RUSD, next comment. Jane Doe, please do not open schools until it is safe to do so. Virtual may not be ideal, but it is the safest option for all of our students. Please do not unnecessarily put our children and RUSD staff at risk for contacting COVID-19. As an essential employee, let me tell you how awful it feels when you are informed you have been exposed to COVID-19. The worry and guilt that I may have brought something home to my children, one of whom is autoimmune compromised, is terrible. Why do we want to expose our children and staff unnecessarily? The health of our children is not political. Some parents are making it so. Please do not be bullied by them. Next, concerned. Will the board go on record to commit to ensure what is outlined in previously released literature regarding custodial sanitation process of district sites will actually happen? I work at a site that is definitely not being sanitized on a regular basis. High traffic surfaces such as door handles, bathrooms, etc. are not being cleaned any more than before the pandemic. Who is ultimately the owner of making sure students and staff will be safe by ensuring proper sanitization procedures are being followed? Next, Priscilla Sulis. With all schools going online, and parents needing to stay home to make sure our kids are attending via online or in the homeschool format, what is going into place to help parents financially that now cannot return to work, look for work, or have to leave their jobs to make sure their children are attending school from home? Next, will there be pay cuts for teachers? Next comment, Jay Caskey. With hybrid courses or at home being the paths taken for this school year, what will be the level of involvement between the teachers and students? I have a child in the DLI program, and the level of involvement that we saw for the last 3 months of this school year, I am afraid my child will fall further behind her counterparts that are not in the DLI programs if this next school year is the same. With hybrid distance learning being the course of action, will teachers be seeing a reduced pay to reflect their level of involvement? Will they be paid based on the level of work and engagement that they have with the students in their classes? It seems completely ridiculous that they are already getting the salary they do for 180-day contracts, then to cut the time they are involved and engaged with the students further. It is our taxes going toward their pay, so will the board, city council, state look to make emergency changes to the union contracts. The level of pay should reflect some actual work on their part. And the next comment, Jody Fessenden. I would like the district and board to reconsider a 5-day-a-week in-person model for all students who are interested. In-person instruction is essential for our kids. I was so disappointed to hear so many teachers and staff for RUSD speak at the last board meeting and only bring up their own personal concerns, such as their exposure, their family, their schedule. It's sad that not one of them thought about the students and the quality education they would be missing out on. All families are concerned about those same issues, but we all went back to work and are protecting ourselves in every way we can. The district should have been working on safety and health measures months ago to make schools a safe environment to return. In March, it took us all by surprise, so the district did the best they could. This time, you have had 5 months. Our schools, our students deserve a quality education. We are not looking for teachers to provide daycare, as so many have made comments about. We are looking for our children to get the education they deserve. And Mrs. Alavi, that concludes the comments that were submitted prior to the beginning of this item.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And now we have the presentation from staff. Dr. Lewis, are you going to head this up? Oh, Ms. Renee Hill.
Have a loud voice. Thank you. Mrs. Alavi and the board, we do have a presentation for our in-person hybrid model, and Dr. Lewis will give most of the presentation. He may refer to one or the other of us depending on your questions. Thank you. Like so much feedback.
Good evening. Thank you. I bring back for the board this evening a follow-up to the last time we were together talking about our reopening plans. Before I move forward into answering, I'll try to incorporate as many questions that were asked into the presentation as well. But before I go, I do want to extend a piece of gratitude that Mr. Lee spoke of earlier. Remember, when we developed our 6 action teams, we asked for our community's help and support. We had teachers, we had classified members, we had parents, we had administrators, we had community members that were all part of helping create the plan that's best for our district. After our last board meeting, we brought those teams back together for both the virtual and hybrid team, and those groups came back together and worked nonstop in preparing for tonight's meeting. I just want to thank them and thank the community and all of the parents and the teachers that put in that time. We even had students part of that. And then that work was led by Dr. Sosa and Dr. Deanda led the in-person team, and Mr. Dunlap and Dr. Angulo led the virtual team. So tonight I'm going to do my best to bring that to you in a summary format regarding the in-person continuum. Thank you. So just as a reminder for those watching and for the board, on July 8th, the board took action on both the home-based model and the virtual program model. So this presentation is only going to be geared to the in-person continuum and an update. Based on the last board meeting, the action teams began planning on July 9th through July 14th in preparation for developing a hybrid model and a learning continuum. On July 11th, we published frequently asked questions to both staff and community, trying to do our best to cascade and answer the many questions that exist, knowing that there are many students impacted by our decisions. The program selection form asking families to choose either a home-based option, a virtual option, or an in-person option was sent home on the 13th. And then we provided a community update on July 15th, again, trying to answer those questions to continue the communication, and we'll continue that again this evening. So tonight we ask you for your consideration on a program choice for an in-person learning continuum. And just as a reminder, this is all geared for a start date of August 10th. So tonight we'll review our program selection update. There were some specific points the board asked to bring back, and we have those for you this evening. And since our last meeting, we've received state and county updates, and Mr. Walker will review those with us as well. Then we'll get into the in-person program choice and the details of what the schedules will look like, and then the health and safety precautions and transportation, how that will impact the in-person model. We'll talk about additional student supports, as some questions have arose in that area, and then at the end we'll wrap with questions, but along the way, if there's anything I can clarify, please let me know. Excuse me. So as an update, on July 8th, we took action. The board decided on the both home-based and virtual model, and then the teams began planning, and that brings us to this evening. But I did want to remind everyone that after tonight, the work will still continue. We still have to prepare school and be ready and have students in the right places and the right courses and work with our staff. So after tonight, again, the next phase, or phase 3 of that work, will begin. So we are prepared to welcome students back in whatever capacity they choose on August 10th, as well as all of our staff involved. So again, it's just another reminder, we ask that all families please choose the learning program choice that best fits your needs, whether that be the home-based program, the virtual program choice, or the in-person choice, by July 23rd at 11:59. The reason for that is on the 24th, that's when staff will begin making sure students are in the right places. And that does take quite a bit of work on our side to make sure we start open on August 10th, welcoming everybody back. So please, if you have not done that and you are watching this meeting, hopefully we provide some clarity that allows you to make that decision before July 23rd at roughly midnight. So as an update, a few days ago, these were our current numbers, but I am glad to report that we have seen an increase. So as of earlier this afternoon, we had 21,130 respondents, or choices made, and those are taking out all of the duplicates, because remember, parents may be changing their mind for whatever reason, and we took those out. So that represents just about 50% of our students. While we're happy we have 21,000 respondents, we are still missing 21,000 respondents. And we need to make sure that we need everybody's help in our communities and our parent groups and anybody that has a friend or a colleague or a family member that we can remind them to please make that decision by July 23rd at midnight. So I'd like to welcome Mr. Walker to review some of the new state plans and closure criteria.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. As you're aware, the governor came out on Friday, and gave some information to the districts and to the state, and I want to review some of that with you today. So one of them was a safe in-person school attendance is now based on local health data. And using health data, schools can physically open when the county in which the school districts are in does not appear on the monitoring list for a period of 14 consecutive days. Riverside County is on the monitoring list, along with 33 other counties. There's a total of 58 altogether, and all 10 of the largest counties are on the monitoring list. The local, those that don't meet the requirement must begin the year on distance learning mode. So that's where we are, and that's what brings us here today. The next requirement is facial coverings, and in regard to facial coverings, all school staff and students in 3rd grades and above must wear facial coverings. Students in 2nd grade and below are encouraged to wear facial coverings or face shields. When it comes to physical distancing and other adaptations, staff must maintain a 6-foot distance between each other and students during the school day. Symptoms checks must be conducted. We call them screenings. You saw them in our health plan when we reviewed the health committee. Hand washing stations should be available, sanitization stations, and sanitization and disinfection routines should be employed. Quarantine protocols, such as isolation areas for students and staff who do not pass the screenings or are displaying symptoms, should be established. And testing and contact tracing is in place, that we are going to ensure that the requirements to test staff regularly, basically 25% of your staff every 2 weeks or 50% during a month, covering the whole staff and repeating again after a period of 2 months. And then the last one, of course, is rigorous distant learning. And Dr. Lewis is going to be going over that on another slide later on, but they want, and we are certainly seeking to have a very rigorous, robust distant learning program. On the right-hand side of the slide, we have closure criteria. In consultation with the public health official here in the Riverside Unified School District, we're going to obviously, in addition to the state, be following all of the recommendations that came down. A classroom cohort goes home when there is a confirmed case, and a cohort obviously is if we are on a 2-day-a-week process or even a 1-day-a-week process, then 1 day cohort A comes in on Monday. I'm just making up a scenario you'll hear more in a little bit. And another cohort of half the group is coming in on Wednesday, and we get a case on Monday, then that cohort would not be coming back to school, but the second cohort would until a case was confirmed. A school goes home when multiple cohorts are having cases, or when more than 5% of the school is testing positive. And a district goes off track when 25% of the schools in the district have a positive case during a period of 14 days. So we would close any closed schools during that period. We'd keep and monitor. When districts in the Riverside Unified School System get to 13 schools that are affected, we would close the district down. So those are just the criteria I wanted to go over. And this is as of Friday when we had to post. I didn't bring the newest information at this point in time, but we are still on the list at this point. So I'll answer any questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. And now we'll begin the work of the working group and what we're bringing back. So the in-person program choice that we're referring to, and there were several questions this evening, so I would like to make sure we, again, are trying to clarify what this choice is for families. If you select the in-person program choice, it is your desire that when schools are able to successfully move and allow students to attend campus, and you're going to hear about more of that this evening, that is your desire as a family for your children. And you may have different choices for different children in your family, and that is okay. But if you select the in-person program choice, when students attend school, you will be assigned to the teacher at the school where you're attending, and you will be expected to attend that school in person. So please keep that in mind when you are making that decision. What you can expect when you get there: you'll obviously have a certificated teacher, core adopted materials and assessments, supports like in typical when you're in school. You have small group instruction, social emotional supports, and supports for different groups of students. Equity and access when we talk about devices and internet supports and transitioning to distance learning. Distance learning, if we're not able to attend school in person, is a part of this, and I will explain that in just a few slides. Lunch and recess when we're able to attend campus. You'll have different times, we'll have prepackaged meals, they will be outdoor when possible, and we've spoke about that at other presentations. Co-curricular and extracurricular activities. I will give you an update as part of this as well regarding the recent CIF decision with athletics, and that also impacts visual and performing arts and other clubs and activities that students are part of. And then arrival and dismissal. When students enter campus, what will they expect? They will expect to have a temperature taken. They will be monitoring their symptoms at home. They will be social distancing, and then they'll be walking in and beginning that classroom when we are able to attend in person. And same as dismissal. And we know a lot of these behaviors need to be reminded and taught and practiced, and we have full faith that our teachers will work our students through that when the time comes. So as I progress through, there are a few things I'd like to remind everyone of the presentation. So number one, the new terminology. On the left, you'll notice there is a graphic of a schoolhouse. As we give you different examples of either schedules or what it might look like, that is going to represent when students are attending campus, when they're attending school. The middle, where you represent by 3 individuals, that is synchronous time. That represents the time where you have a student engaging with their teacher via a device. So they're not on campus, but that is live interaction between the teacher and the students when you see the 3 people connected. And on the far right, that represents a student sitting at a computer. That's going to represent asynchronous. And what that means is when a student is working on assignments independently, the teacher has created in Google Classroom, there may be videos, there may be assignments they have to complete, readings they have to do, whatever the teacher feels is necessary to be done, that will be posted and students will be working on that independently, which we're going to call asynchronous. We identify elementary as preschool through 6th grade and secondary as 7th through 12th and above. So the next question is, what is in-person? What does it contain? So I would like to qualify hybrid. Hybrid stands for a combination of both in-person and distance learning. So that is a time when students can go and attend on campus, or they have to be in distance learning where they're engaging with their teacher via a device. And we'll give more specific examples. On the right, you heard Mr. Walker speak about cohorts. We will assign students to be in either Group A or Group B. And that will be done by both last name and address to provide the most continuity we can for our families. So regardless whether you have an elementary school, a middle school, or a high school student, if you are in Group A, you will see the alignment of those schedules this evening for those that are in the same address or of the same last name. And same for Group B. In the bottom, it talks about students with disabilities and special day classes. There was a desire to have students attend campus more often. And we are able to reflect that in the schedules that you'll see later this evening. The next, a lot of questions around distance learning. What does it entail and what does it look like? So I thought we would take a minute and clarify. Number one, distance learning is defined when instruction happens between the student and the instructor being in different locations. So that's where you'll have students maybe at home and the teacher maybe in the classroom, and they are connecting via a device. That is where you'll hear students talk about Google Meets that they were in. That's what that is referring to. You'll also hear that students are in the general supervision of a certificated teacher monitoring their learning. You will see a difference in the expectation of distance learning moving forward than what we saw during remote learning. And that's because we have had time to work with our teachers and our associations and our planning on a very rigorous, high quality to meet students' needs during this time. On the right, I'll talk about online interaction with check-ins between teachers and students, and also time of teaching. We would call that either instruction or direct instruction or small groups or different times when you were together interacting live with your teacher. And then there'll be print materials with assignments that are subject to both written and oral feedback. For a student, that means graded work. You will have attendance taken, and you will be graded on your knowledge of the standards as you progress through with distance learning, which again is different than remote learning from March to June. The instruction will be aligned to grade level standards or the course that you are in. And then there is a requirement for daily live interaction with teachers and peers for the purpose of instruction. That daily live interaction is a key component of distance learning that again is different than when we were remote learning. And then on the right, we talk about additional supports. We know that we have needs for students that might be foster youth or McKinney-Vento. We might have special needs for special education or related services, or designated or integrated English language development. And then we also talk about additional meals that we will get into with each model as well. So just clearly defining distance learning. So what we bring to you tonight is a continuum. This is a new graphic representing what the plan is from the working group bringing forward to the board for consideration. I'll work left to right. So on the left, it talks about the recommendations to begin in phase 1. This aligns with what we've heard in our state, where sites would be closed and students would be in distance learning. That is where they'll be engaging with their assigned teacher from their school in a distance learning format with daily live interaction. We'll give you some samples. As we move through the continuum, based on health circumstances, we heard Mr. Walker speak to the parameters that have been set, we will move towards phase 2 when available. And that's where we recommend we begin with a one-day hybrid model. And again, we'll give you examples. What that represents is students will attend school 1 day per week, working towards phase 3. And phase 3 would be a 2-day-a-week hybrid model, again, as health circumstances permit. We would then move to phase 4 with precautions, where we would be welcoming students back in the in-person model 5 days a week on campus, and eventually ending in phase 5, where we are back to no restrictions with 100% of our students on campus. Another question was asked earlier about the transition between program, and I just would like to be clear here. If you select the in-person model and you would like to go to a different model, That is done at the grading period. So at elementary school, that is done at the trimester, and at the secondary school, that would be done at the semester. And that would go either from in-person to virtual or virtual to in-person. But there are clear markers, and that is done for instructional pacing. We want to make sure that students are receiving the standards they need to receive in a time frame, and that we're aligning that as such with teachers. The next is when we talk about movement between phases. There were many questions regarding when do we know to go phase 1 to phase 2. So that's regular and ongoing monitoring of indicators. We as staff have talked about certain time frames that we would revisit, that we may recommend at a later time when we have more information. But at this time, there is not a set time frame between phases because this is a very fluid process with what is happening with health conditions. What we would, though, encourage the board to do when we are making those, we will be watching this daily, if not by every health order or change that comes out from public officials. But what we'll also do is be updating the board regularly. So as we look to make a change or we see things trending in a certain way, we understand communicating that to all of our stakeholders is extremely important. So that is a process that we will make sure we develop with ongoing developments. As we get into phase 2 and 3, again, as we progress to phase 5, following those health conditions will be the key of when we're able to transition between phases. The governor talks about using local health officials, local data, and then hospital-based resources within the county. And again, this is, as Mr. Walker spoke to, he is the lead for our health and safety action team. He is constantly in communication with both local and state officials as this data and criterion is set forth. I'll pause here for a second. Any questions before I start getting into models?
No questions yet. So, Mr. Lee, go ahead.
Would you just, Mrs. Alley, would you prefer us to wait to ask our questions until the end of the presentation?
Seems like a good time if you'd like to interject something.
Okay. Let me just quickly run through my questions. You touched upon a little bit in our preference that if a person teaches or a student chooses a particular model, we want them to stick with it to the grading period. We heard several comments on this topic today that potentially parents are choosing the in-person model to make sure that their student is assigned a teacher from the campus that they're most comfortable with. In the event that a student and a parent chooses that option, and then we meet the criteria issued by the county and the state to open schools, and then that parent does not want to send their kid back because they're still fearful, what would we do? If it's not a trimester or semester.
So I think the first thing we would do is we would work with that family. And we would listen to their concerns. We would identify what led to that decision versus other decisions. The challenge becomes, and the reason we're transitioning at the grading period, is there is also a space availability and a teacher assignment that is involved. So the request we make and the importance for that is, as students are assigned teachers, changing those between models, we may not be able to guarantee room. So if you select in person and hypothetically 10 weeks from now we're able to move into a phase, or 2 weeks from now we move into phase 2, if you're not ready to do that as a family, then at that point we may not have a virtual spot that is available for you. That is the quandary and the reason for that. So that's why we ask families to be very conscious of what the models are and the fluid state of the models as they're making those decisions.
And the semester for high school and secondary is at the end of winter break or the beginning of winter break?
That is correct.
And then trimester, when is the trimester over?
The exact date.
Okay. All right, so October. Okay, got it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Farouk.
Thank you. To piggyback off of what Trustee Lee said, I just want to understand if, like, when you provided those details that that a family might lose their option, their spot if they change their decision before the end of the grading period, right? I just feel like those kinds of details we should put in writing and make people aware that that's the context of the decision they're making, because I haven't seen that written down in any of the information that's been sent out to families. It's just a comment. We
could articulate that differently in the FAQ if that would be helpful.
Okay, and then I know that if we go back to that last slide, it says movement between phases about guidance from health officers and the governor and all that. And in the slide prior to that, you also say regular and ongoing monitoring of indicators. The broader concern I have is it seems, now obviously things are changing rapidly. We didn't have that guidance from the state prior to last week. So I understand that the situation is changing, but as of right now, it seems that the direction the state has provided is basically that if you meet this criteria about the monitoring list, then you're eligible to do in person, and if you don't, you're doing distance learning, meaning that it's a binary situation. Whereas we as a school district on our own volition are proposing this option of having phases in this hybrid model of going from distance learning to 1 day to 2 day, right? That's what's being proposed by staff. My point is I don't think that we can assume that those health officials are necessarily going to guide us based on those specific approach that we're taking. They're just, again, making this generic thing. Either it's safe to do some form of in-person or it's not. Mm-hmm. So if that is the case, then what concerns me then is that we might not get the insights that we need from these officials, right? And it sounds like my understanding from our conversations with our county health officer, Dr. Cameron Kaiser, that he's not providing us those metrics. He's already stated that. So I just want to be very real and candid with families that this is what we're operating with. But at the same time also, I think we need to be very clear then how are we going to make those determinations? And again, I understand if that's something, especially because based on the governor's requirements of safety, we will be opening the school year with distance learning, so we would have some time to figure that out. But I ask you, is that your understanding as well, that we are going to have to make our own metrics and determinations, again, between the phases, the metrics?
I think Ms. Hill would like to address this.
Yes, Dr. Farouk, we discussed as a team some gating, and we relied for reference to some other counties in other parts of the country. So we do have a draft that we originally had in the presentation until the governor made his guidance this past week. So I would just consider it a draft form, right now for our team, that there would be a certain amount of weeks rotation. We have 3 or 4 health-based criteria and organizational-based criteria that we could bring back to the board once Riverside County gets closer to being able to move into in-person, and we need those additional phases. But we didn't want to bring them tonight. They've already been superseded by the governor's guidance now, so we didn't also want to bring the in-between phases if they were just going to be superseded sometime soon.
Okay, but again, so that's fine, I think, but the interest for us and the gap in understanding is between the phases.
Yes.
So, but you're saying that you have some draft on that, and
yes,
and that you'll be sharing that with the board and
yes,
the community for consideration soon.
Yes.
Okay.
So we have it in draft form. We're just keeping it right now because already our considerations were superseded by the governor's guidelines.
Right.
If that happens again, what's the point of bringing it now and then everything turns all over again?
I understand, but again, I just want to be clear. It
I
sounds
appreciate
like
that.
we might be just having a binary.
Yes.
Okay, so
thank you.
The next comment I want to make related to this is that from a family's perspective, the possibility of going from distance learning to a 1-day hybrid to a 2-day hybrid, and then because of some of an outbreak or something going, are we saying that we would then be going back potentially to 1 day? Like how much movement is possible on this continuum? Is it purely that if we go down 1 day and 2 day, and there's some kind of a safety issue, that it goes automatically to distance learning, regardless of how far along it is? Or is there variations that we would, move between these different scenarios?
The way we've talked about it, Dr. Farouk, it would depend on the partly on the scale of the how many goes back, the school or the district. Let's just take a school example. If a school needs to go off cycle, those students are off cycle for a period of time. When they return, they'll return to the phase that the district is in because they've been out. They've conceivably cleared their cases, so they would return back to where the district is.
Okay, because I think part of concerns that we're hearing is that parents are having to make planning decisions regarding childcare, regarding picking up food, whether it's from our nutritional meals. There's a lot of different coordination happening, and if the transition between these phases is happening too abruptly, and again, I get that we're all in a difficult situation. I get that. That there's going to be people that are not going to end up getting, being able to get this coordination in order, being able to get a babysitter, whatever the situation is, and people are going to start falling through the cracks.
Right.
That they're not going to be able to physically show up when they were supposed to, and then this district is potentially going to think that they're not exercising their in-person option and they might lose their seat. These are the kinds of things that concerns me, and I think part of the decision that we have to collectively make is it's a trade-off, right? We want to give families as many options as possible, but at the same time, if it's too fluid, the situation, then you're going to have these abrupt pivots that families might not be prepared to make with a 1 week notice or something like that. Okay, is there a consideration, and again, I'm just saying this hypothetically, of making only these bigger changes of transitions at grading cycles so that there's more time to anticipate and plan and communicate? Because again, we've obviously this has been part of a theme of this meeting from earlier, is our ability to communicate in a timely and effective manner as all of this data is changing. I hope that we're exercising every option, because not everybody's on social media, not everybody's checking emails. I hope that we're really being very thoughtful about how we're communicating this timely info. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. Thank you, Dr. Farouk, for that in-depth question. That was good. If I had to pay you $1 for every question I have, I should have stopped at the ATM, because I'm sure the folks out there feel the same way, but we're all learning a new language. In Dr. Farouk's question, so basically what you're asking me to do pretty quickly as a parent is to decide what my child is going to be doing this entire school year unless the whole thing opens up again. But if we do it in stages, if I pick virtual and not the future on-campus option, I'm kind of stuck with virtual. Even if something changes at my home, though, I'm doing that because my wife doesn't have a job, and then she gets a job, so are we going to be able to be flexible, or am I frozen in that slot with the decision I'm supposed to make in a few days as a parent?
So if we use the in-person model as a scenario.
Yes, sir.
If I as a family choose that.
Can I interrupt for a second? All the microphones aren't turned on when people are speaking. I know Ms. Hill last time her microphone wasn't turned on. Now our Dr. Lewis microphone isn't turned on. I don't know if it's back in the sound room, but I'm getting messages from home saying they can't hear when that microphone's not turned on.
Test.
There we go, it's on.
Good. Red is on. Thank you. So, Mr. Hunt, your question. If I am a 4th grade student and I select the virtual option.
Yes, sir.
We are asking that you select those options based on grading periods. So as an elementary school student, you would stay in the virtual option for 1 trimester.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a high school student, you would intend on staying that for the semester.
Yes.
If I select in person, as we progress through the continuum, it would be the same request, that you would stay in that for the trimester or as a high school student until the semester. Not knowing how we are going to progress through the phases based on current situation in our school district.
Right, but I want to be sure that life happens, you know, and so with the economy and all, parents are going to be losing jobs, trying to get extra jobs, and that's going to be about childcare and how that all works. God, these are tough. And so I just want to be sure that there's a way that I'm not frozen in that selection, because 2 months from now something happens in our lives and I've lost that childcare, I've gained that childcare or whatever, but I don't want them to feel they don't have any options. I understand why you want to do it for classroom planning and all of that, and teacher planning and how we do that, but I want to be sure there's some sort of appeal to say, look, I did choose virtual, but now my situation at home has changed or whatever. So I just want to be sure that. And then on the cohorts, again, we're going to do this by addresses and last names, right?
Yes, sir.
So we're the Abernathys, and we live next door to the Zimmermans, and obviously we're going to be in different cohorts if it's based on that, but we share childcare. So would the Zimmermans be able to appeal that they can be in the same cohort with the Abernathys if there's situations like that?
That's a great question that we have not thought through, by default, I would say the difficulty is splitting the cohorts by address and alphabet. There will need to be some adjustment because nothing is going to be 50% down the middle. Right. So to the best of our ability, we will work with that.
Okay. And I'll have more questions with Alavi, but I would like to just make one note. I spoke to one of our teachers recently who has COVID, and a very touching and very insightful to have to speak to someone like that whose son also has it. So she wrote us a letter or an email, and I sent it in. And unfortunately, and no blame cast, this is Joanna Burgess, Shamawa Middle School PE teacher. And I would like to have it put into the record and given to the board members and all, because I think it's so insightful and painful and tender, but it really addresses one of our neighbors telling us directly. So if we could do that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure, I think that would be lovely. Thank you. Dr. Lewis, my question to you, and maybe Dr. Sosa, Dr. Deanda can help on this, is it seems overly complicated to go from 1 day to 2 days to 5 days. And I just wonder about that stepping. Was there a reason that you chose to do it this? What was the reasoning to go from the 1 day to the 2 day? Is that any more beneficial than just the 2 day? Tell me why that method weighed out.
Sure. I actually, if we don't mind, I'll ask Dr. Sosa to come up and explain from the perspective of his team what the direction was to those two models.
That'd be great.
Thank you, Ms. Sally, for the question.
Sure.
So we can kind of attack it from two different ways. Sure, not a problem. Is that better?
Speak up.
Yes, I'll speak up. I'll use my coach voice, as I heard earlier, right? Yes. So we had two reasons for going in that direction. The first reason was the overall consensus of the action team. When we looked at the different models, and we looked at probably close to 24 models that were into 3 different categories. And we looked at those models, and we really, decided what would be the safest to come back from an all-distance learning perspective while maintaining social distancing and maximizing those opportunities for sanitization. And the overwhelming consensus for both students, staff, and different community members that might have been on that group was that it would be safer to go in that direction. We also felt that the way we structured the 1 day and the 2 day, it still did leave time for that Wednesday sanitization day. So without going from 1 day to 5 days, where we would have increased staff on campus, increased students on campus, increased need for sanitization, that might be a nice phasing approach for the system, and knowing that we have to make sure that all of those high touch points and surfaces still remain clean as we bring more folks on campus.
Right, okay. So they felt that 1 day was much safer than 2 days.
Yes, essentially.
And then 2 days much safer than 5 days. What I'm concerned with, and I think that everyone will probably have the same feeling, is that transitioning is going to be a nightmare for families, just a nightmare. I don't know how they're going to do it. They're going to have just barely be getting daycare going for the one-day model, and then you're going to swap to the two-day, and it's going to be a nightmare. That being said, that may be the only choice. That's why I asked about the one-day versus two, because it might be better to skip that one step for families. I'm just thinking as a mom trying to set up my daycare kind of situation. But that's why I wondered if people really felt strongly about the one-day model.
They did feel strongly about the one-day model, yes. I absolutely can see where you're coming from. And one of the ways we tried to mitigate that was sequencing the instructions so that there was an open day in between. So when we added another day, those students just came on the adjacent day. So it was just the next day instead of being perhaps 2 or 3 days, with trying to mitigate what some of those troubles might be on our families having to deal with childcare.
Good, good. Well, I want to extend my compliments to you and Dr. Deanda, because I don't know if you realize, I sat in on several of these task forces. There were 60 members and lots of input and breakout sessions, and you handled it beautifully and got everybody to participate. So well done in that regard. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Alvey. It was our pleasure.
Just one more quick comment before we continue. I know that you put in the PowerPoint about the state plan and you have the bullets in there. I think it's important that you just verbally articulate exactly how the governor defined the safe in-person school-based data, because I've been getting a lot of inquiries that either families are hearing it word of mouth or they don't even know at all. And it doesn't explicitly say that on the slide. Can you articulate exactly what the governor's criteria on a county being removed from the monitoring list is, please?
Are we talking about a time frame associated with that?
How does a county get removed from the monitoring?
When they have, when the county is removed from the monitoring list, when there's been 14 days of declining numbers in the county, that's the criteria. If we're not in a situation of continued increased numbers and we start to stabilize, then the county will be able to come off that list at that point. There's a number of different factors associated with it, but that's one of them right there.
And I think this is what the challenge for families is because it's impossible to predict 14 days out at any particular time what the trend is going to be. The school district can never give a definitive time frame when we would be legally allowed to reopen classrooms physically. Is that correct?
The anticipation of the county coming off the list can be expected when we start to see a plateau and a start to decline. You can start to think that, okay, we're in a good space, we're going to get to where we need to be able to open it. If we're around a one-day model at that point in time when we're going to open, the recommendation that we had originally put in place was that we would do something for 4 weeks and then we would make the next move. We'd give time for people to plan that these are the steps if things continue to stay stabilized. Now, there might be anomalies over here with one school, and we take care of that. And hopefully we don't get other schools combined where you have to close a cohort, or if you have to close the whole district because multiple schools up to 13 have been impacted. But we wouldn't even begin the in-person model until such time as the COVID climb starts to stabilize to a point where we start to have 14 days of stabilization.
And then there will be a gap of lead time to communicate that to families, right?
Correct. Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
We would start that as soon as we start to see something that is maybe 5 days in and it looks like the projections are going to continue. And again, Dr. Lewis mentioned that we are constantly in contact with our local health officials, and we're monitoring those numbers on a daily basis. At this point in time, we are not close to a stabilization at all. So.
Right. Thank you for providing that context.
Mrs. Lockaustin.
Thank you, Mrs. Alvey. My understanding is that it's not just the 14-day marker, right? I mean, it's things like number of ICU beds, hospital capacity. I mean, there's a number of different criteria that will be used to determine.
That's correct. I actually have it here. If you want the details, I can provide it to you.
Well, I know there's at least 5 or 6 other markers, I think. So, and the reason I say that is because I think it just completely adds to the various permutations of scenarios that we could be dealing with before we can, declare us able to move to a different model or not, because it's not just 14 days, it's going to be a combination of things.
Correct.
And once you start adding variables into something, you've got to start getting a pretty large number of different scenarios that are there. It's okay.
Yeah, one of them was the intensive care units, the availability of hospital beds, the impact on local essential workers in the health division, and then the stabilization of cases in regard to the county as a whole. Yeah. Not spotlighted throughout our county, but the county as a whole.
All right, thank you very much.
Dr. Farouk.
The point I just think that, again, we should be very clear with sharing with families is that this is the metrics that the governor provided, and this is going to be the gap when those metrics are achieved and the time frame that we would share with families to start beginning the transition. I'm saying that specific information we should share, that's how the district is going to approach this to families.
Very well.
Yeah, just for members of the board, I suppose something for you to consider is the board could choose a specific date with the condition that the county is released. And I hear what you're saying, Dr. Farouk, and some districts have done that. Some have said they're going to start in December or whatever. But so keep that in mind. You don't have to do that now, but if you want to give families a notice, you could say, we will be back in person on such and such a date, if the conditions are met at that time by the county. So just keep that in mind as we walk down this path, okay?
Proceed. Thank you. So we're going to begin giving you some examples of what it would look like, and this again was the work of the action team, of what type of hybrid model would we bring forward. So number one is phase one, and this would be the distance learning model. This is where we are currently. So on August 10th, the recommendation phase one is to begin every student who selects in person in a distance learning model. This is an example of one type of schedule. This is not the recommendation. This was just an example to give the board and everyone viewing what an idea might look like. So when I begin phase one, I'm going to receive roughly 3 hours per day of that live interaction. That could be small group, that could be whole group, that could look many different ways for elementary school students, and the same thing for secondary students. The sample before you is an example of what it would look like maybe if all 3 hours were in the morning. On the bottom right for secondary, what would it look like in the afternoon? Another type of schedule here that is being worked on through all parties with staff is an all-day schedule. What would it look like if you are in a distance learning, quote-unquote, regular school day with mixed in breaks, with mixed in snacks, with mixed in lunchtime, while you're at home engaging with distance learning, but there are set points by grade level. And the team felt it very important that we have a district-wide schedule, knowing that we have families, we have students, we have daycare, to provide that consistency. So this is just one example. There is another schedule that I do not have represented in the presentation that shows for elementary school that it would just be more of a typical day. This would be our kinder schedule. This would be all the way through 6th grade, what our instructional day would look like. And the bottom, you'll notice that is, again, pending negotiations. So we're working with our associates on what those schedules look like. But what we can reassure everyone, during our distance learning time, you will have multiple hours of live interaction on a daily basis between your child and their teacher. That is a requirement of distance learning, as we spoke about earlier. So as we progress through distance learning, we're not sure, again, how long we'd be in phase one, but Looking forward to what phase 2 would look like. This is the recommendation of a 1-day-a-week hybrid model at elementary. So again, taking it back to the icons, I would just like to orient everyone first. Reminder, the schoolhouse will represent when students are in school. Parents are dropping them off. They're going through that procedure to walk into campus. They're with their teacher in the school in 2 cohorts. A blue cohort, or group A, it's identified as blue on the slide, or a maroon cohort, that is representing in group B. So on 1 day a week, from an elementary school teacher perspective, and I'll give you the student perspective next, on Monday, group A would come to school and attend. And again, remember, just as this goes through, group A will be the same for both elementary, middle, and high to provide that consistency. So group A would be live, while group B would be working asynchronously or independently on assignments that my teacher has prepared that are loaded into Google Classroom, and I'm accountable for that work. On Tuesday, you'll notice by the 2 different symbols, that is the time where we have both synchronous, where I as a student are connecting for multiple hours with my teacher in live environment, and then I'm also going to have work that my teacher is going to assign me that I have to complete either independently or a small group, but it has to get done that day. That will be the same for Wednesday. And you heard Dr. Sosa also talk about Wednesday is also a cleaning time, because on Thursday, we're bringing in group B. This is the other half of the class that is now coming in for their 1 day a week on Thursday. They would be with their teacher on campus. During that time, group A would be staying at home, working on those independent assignments that the teacher has assigned in Google Classroom. And you'll notice on Friday, we go back to that synchronous time through distance learning. Students are engaging with their adult for upwards of 3 hours per day with live interaction, and then they will have independent time that they are working on. I'd like to bring your attention to the bottom. You'll notice the recommendation is to have special day classes on campus every time we have students on campus. So students that are in special day classes would not be assigned a group. They would be attending both Monday and Thursday. Those classes are already reduced in number, and then we would be following all the health and safety precautions, but it would allow those students to be on campus 2 days a week. And on the bottom, our local context, you're going to see that throughout. 1, public health orders, and 2, working with our bargaining units. A lot of this is still in progress as we walk down this path together.
Dr. Hanson, did you want to say something?
Dr. Lewis, on Wednesday, you said that would be a cleaning day. Would you elaborate on that, please?
I will. So on Wednesday, and you're going to see this theme throughout all of the hybrid schedules, Wednesday becomes our cleaning day. So we'll have Group A attending on Monday. We will have Group B on Thursday. Well, in between those 2 times, we want to make sure that our staff are able to clean high-touch areas, go through the health and safety protocols, sanitization needs, anything else on campus that we need to do to get ready and prepare for a new cohort coming in on Thursday. And that will be consistent throughout the presentation. So I'll move on to a student view. This may help either somebody watching or just a different perspective. So if I am a 5th grade student that is assigned to Group A, and I'm in a 1 day a week model, this would be what I would expect as a student. On Monday, I'm in school with my teacher, receiving the regular instruction on campus. Tuesday and Wednesday, I'm in both synchronous, live time with my teacher, and I'm also in asynchronous time. On Friday, I am working independently. This is the asynchronous time. So I'm in my Google Classroom doing the work that is assigned by my teacher. Because remember, on Thursday, Group B is at school. The teacher is with Group B. So if I'm at Group A, on Thursday, I'm working asynchronously. On Friday, we are back to that 3 hours of live instruction, as well as assignments that I will complete independently or asynchronously. We will be providing supports during the asynchronous time, where if I'm a student and I'm having academic challenges, just like we did with tutors, we have AmeriCorps tutors, we have Avid tutors, we have other community partners that we will continue to partner with. So if I'm working asynchronously anywhere throughout the model, I'll be able to log in and have a schedule where I can go get help and support if I need it. And you'll see that consistent as well. So that's phase 2. Now we move on to phase 3. This is where we bring in students 2 days per week by group. So what it would look like, same type of schedule. On Monday and Tuesday, if I am a Group A student, I'm attending school both days. During that time, Group B is working asynchronously. So my teacher has preloaded assignments. They have preloaded videos, different contexts by teachers. that I can follow my Google Classroom and get my work done on Monday and Tuesday while Group A is on campus. On Wednesday, this is the time we are again in synchronous, 3 hours of instruction with my teacher or small group or office hours, whatever we're able to schedule that a student need, as well as independent work. But that is also that cleaning day we talked about. So staff is going through high touch areas, cleaning campus, having it ready for a new group because we bring in Group B on Thursday and Friday. So students are on campus 2 days a week. Their synchronous and asynchronous time is on Wednesday. This would be phase 3. So again, just a student perspective, if I'm in Group A, Monday and Tuesday, I'm on campus with my teacher. Wednesday, I am connecting via synchronous instruction and asynchronous or independent activity. Thursday and Friday, I'm completing asynchronous or independent that has been loaded in Google Classroom and my teacher has assigned to me. The teachers, when they are in person, will be monitoring to make sure the work is done when students are assigned independently.
Mrs. Lockdowson.
Thank you, Mrs. Alvey. I think it's worth repeating, Dr. Lewis, too, how long students will be on the campus when they're there.
So if I am a Group A student, I'm on Monday and Tuesday, I'm following my regular bell schedule. Thank you. On the bottom, I'll bring you back to our special day class. So now we have students on campus 2 days per week by group. Our special day class students will be attending school Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. So our special day students will be on campus 4 days per week as we progress through the model. And again, all pending our negotiations with bargaining units and of course, public health order.
Dr. Lewis, can you give the public examples of what those special day classes are?
It could be a special day class of students in 1st through 3rd, or 3rd through 4th, or 5th and 6th, where they are typically students in special education who have an identified individualized education plan that is providing them those supports. You're welcome.
I'll just say this, they're some of our most high need students that we serve. And yeah, that's just to help the public understand that.
Mr. Lee, we're sure getting some feedback.
Yeah, I think it has to do with so many mics on at the same time.
Yeah.
Maybe if you turn yours off, Mrs. Alvey, will that do anything?
Seems to not affect it.
All right.
Go ahead.
So I know it was just an example or potential schedule for at least the elementary in terms of the 3 live hours of instruction and then the 3 hours kind of on their own independent. Before March, what was the time of live instruction provided to students in the classroom?
Could you repeat that last part, Mr. Lee?
Yeah, so prior to us closing schools in March, what would an average elementary school class teacher provide in terms of minutes of instruction?
Again, we lost the sound on the podium to the sound techs.
See if I can do anything. That should work.
There we go. We are getting a little bit of feedback. So a typical student day on an elementary campus, Mrs. Ibarra, bell schedule, roughly 8:30 arrival for elementary?
For elementary, it's for the students, typically about an 8:30 arrival, 2:30 exit, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday.
I apologize for I hear the back feed. So Mr. Lee, the goal will be, as we look at that distance learning, that there will be a similar type of schedule while students are in that environment through distance learning before we begin the hybrid model, if that's your question.
No, not quite. So, I mean, I know that the kids, when they're at school, they're there for 6 hours a day. But I also know the teacher's not talking at them for 6 hours a day, right? They're doing independent work, they're doing writing assignments, they're on the playground, they're eating lunch. So I'm just trying to compare the amount of minutes in a normal setting a teacher would provide to a student versus the proposal here of 3 hours. Basically what I'm trying to get at is are they going to receive more or less live instruction? And why was 3 hours chosen as opposed to 4 or 2 or 5?
So the first question, I'm not really sure how to answer it, to be honest, because it's going to vary by classroom. So when you look at typical type of instruction at the elementary school campus, you will see 15 to 20 minutes of instruction, and then you will see students working in groups. You'll see a teacher circulating the classroom. So to tie that to minutes with instruction, I would need a little bit of time to pencil that out to give you a rough idea. The reason that 3 hours was chosen is the team felt that 40 to 60% of that day is where they would find that live instruction that would be able to meet that instructional need with students while we were in that model. So again, it's also going to vary by grade level. If you have a kindergartner and what that live instruction looks like and how that kindergarten teacher is scheduling that, that is going to look different due to attention span, due to need, due to small group, than a student who might be a sixth grader. So again, there will be that flexibility. They'll be engaging live, but students might be doing work while teachers interacting with a certain group of students.
Okay, I think that helps a little bit. And then,
Mr. Lee, if you don't mind, I'd like to add.
Please.
I was dropping in on the action teams also, and the action team did have a conversation about making sure to communicate that those hours are not lecture hours, they're live hours, so that there might be some choral response, for example. There might be a teacher read aloud. Some of it might be lecture, some of it might be a demonstration. So the live time is not lecture time necessarily. They wanted the teacher to vary the modes of learning so that students could stay engaged.
And then especially with the primary grades, K through 3, when they're doing their independent study, what can we expect that to look like? I'm just thinking, just my own house, right? When my kindergartner is going to be in first grade. I would require constant, at least for me, constant supervision to ensure that they're staying on task and they're making progress, whatever the teacher's asking. So I'm just curious what the expectations that teachers are going to have of students and whoever's facilitating or supervising their learning independently.
So I think that is another question, Mr. Lee, that is when we talk about the phase 3 rollout, so between action of the board and then working with teachers and teacher leaders to develop those best models of instruction. I'll give you an example. We have phenomenal kindergarten teachers. And one thing that action team was very strong in is everything needs to be developmentally appropriate. So trusting our kindergarten teachers, and I have an elementary school at home as well, and we know that's a challenge. We know that's hard for parents, we know it's hard for families. So one thing you will notice as we go through is the varying support of siblings. And we know that we have a lot of siblings at a home who might be in junior high or high school that are helping their younger students. So finding structures to do that in both a hybrid when we get there and also the virtual model, because that's a consistent concern. The team was very aware of that. So we will continue those best practices and working with teachers, but ensuring it is developmentally appropriate. The other thing, Mr. Lee, I would say is, again, back to parent making a decision for their program. This is one of the suggestions of the team, because we have to have that asynchronous time where students are working. And that is part of it, of ensuring that we provide content and material that students are able to complete. So that's going to vary, again, by ability group.
Okay, and if you don't mind, Mrs. Alley, one more question, and then I'll turn it over to somebody else. So in regards to the asynchronous instruction, K through 12, it sounds like if we're doing distance learning, if you sign up for the in-person model and you're doing distance learning to start, or you sign up for the virtual model, there's going to be some kind of library of synchronous instruction for students to engage with, right? And so that's one question. Second, will students who choose an in-person model have access, the same access to asynchronous instruction that the virtual students would have?
So the first question is resources for students that are able to view videos or synchronous type of activities from teachers during asynchronous time.
Correct.
That is absolutely something that can be done. So you'll notice into the schedule is also training for teachers and how to best, this is all new to all of us. Right. So how to best instruct is something that the PD team is working on, and working with teachers on, again, age appropriate, what can you pre-do or preload with your students when they're asynchronous? And what does that look like? As well as there are many other resources that we'll reference that we will be working with our teachers on through the model. The second piece regarding the two models of are they consistent? While we are in distance learning or during hybrid and you are asynchronous, the resources and what is available will be comparable to what is in virtual. But remember, they are two different teacher assignments and two different programs. So the hybrid is working towards a 5-day-a-week model while maintaining rigorous and high-quality instruction. So that will continue, just working towards a different, whereas virtual will be consistent. That would be a model where your daily schedule is, and you'll see what that will look like later this evening.
Sorry. I know I've mentioned this before, and I've talked about, especially with the asynchronous options for students and even parents, that if a student is struggling with a particular standard, regardless of grade level, could they access, or could a parent help them access some, library of content, videos, lessons, with almost like a teacher's guide. So the parent or whoever's facilitating the learning could, okay, my kid is struggling with fluency. Let me go to this, online library resource. Let me see one of the teachers that's been teaching kindergarten or first grade or something for 20 years and is, a model teacher. And there's lessons there that I can provide supplemental resources for my student to help bridge any gaps that they might not get in the 3 hours of live instruction, and that might not be available in that particular teacher's asynchronous Google Classroom. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, and I think that is the creativity and innovation that we have been talking about, that is a goal, as well as there are many resources out there that also do the same thing. So making sure we connect our PD model and are providing those opportunities, and we have phenomenal teachers. So finding a way to create a bank of information by grade level or by content is a desire. To be transparent, our team will be working on that. We've had the discussion. We are building PD models to begin as we have teachers participate for August 10th, and that work will continue, and that's a great suggestion.
Doc, can I just recommend one more time for the parents, Doctor? Would you define again synchronous and asynchronous? I know you did at the beginning, but do it several times throughout so people understand, please.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Hanson. So Mr. Lee's question is when we are asynchronous, and what that means is I am working independently. I am not with my teacher in a live session. I'm doing work that my teacher has assigned. If I need help, am I able to get to those resources? And that's what we're working on. Synchronous is a time when I am connecting with my teacher via a device, and we're in, for example, a Google Meet. That is the difference of synchronous is independent, asynchronous is independent, synchronous is live with my teacher in some type of interaction. Thank you.
Thank you. I really hope that, I know this is kind of minutia, but that we can come up with more friendly vernacular, terminology than using terms like asynchronous. I think for some families, that's a little bit confusing. So to piggyback off of what Trustee Lee said regarding that library for those students that are studying independently or that might want to access it even if they're doing in person, if a teacher is open to, on their own decision, again, and I'm not saying that this would be mandated or anything, but if a teacher has the professional development acumen, has a camera, and they're open to doing a live instruction so that the students that are doing virtual and that aren't in person get a more, that direct kind of experience, there's no issue from the district side of holding that up, right? It's more about, we don't necessarily, the capacity to have all teachers do something like that is a whole different conversation, and it has its own challenges and financial considerations for professional development, technology, and all that. But we wouldn't. There's nothing that would hold teachers up if they wanted to do that, right? Individually speaking.
Yes, Dr. Farouk, a teacher, if they're willing and they have the skills and ability to do it, they're welcome to have their lessons. We don't currently have a library. We have talked about ways that we could possibly build a library. We don't have one, but many teachers did record some lessons. And somebody mentioned earlier a tool that Seesaw is a tool that's easy for primary students to navigate and also primary teachers to navigate, which helps teachers. It's not a live recording of the teacher, but it's with the lesson, and the students can respond on their device as the lesson goes along. So there's ways to do it, but like Dr. Farouk mentioned, permitting it and requiring it are two different things.
And teachers, even during our distance learning, while we're under these safety guidelines, teachers have the option to physically come into their classroom, or they have the option to conduct this from home, right?
That's at the table right now.
So, Mrs. Ibarra?
Yes, Dr. Farouk. At this point in time, we are discussing that flexibility for teachers to be able to have opportunities to go into their classroom simultaneously if they choose that that's not the environment in which they're comfortable in, to also have the ability to teach in a remote setting from their home based on the current distance learning concept.
And in terms of our employees overall, so not just classroom employees, but employees overall, any task that can be telecommuted, our employees have the option from a safety standpoint to exercise that. And is that considerations being done?
That too. I'm assuming that the question is more related to support staff and or our classified employees. And we are also working simultaneously with them to be able to look at each specific classification and if their job can be done in a remote fashion, and if it can't, what accommodations can be made to support them in returning safely.
One thing that I'm struggling with trying to understand is, so if a family chooses in person, that even because of the safety guidelines, all students will be starting distance learning at the beginning of the school year, again because of the governor's criteria. But if a student chooses in person, even though they will be starting distance learning, you're saying that they would be then paired with their homeschool teacher. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Why is it that we can do that for them when all students will be doing distance learning, but we can't make that an option or make it a point to make that a priority for this for students that are going to be doing distance learning long term?
Thank you, and I know that has come up in several different forums, so I will do my best to answer from a parent context. Mm-hmm. So when we select an option, the intent is I will be in that option for a fixed amount of time. So for example, if I select virtual, I'm in there. We asked parents to do that for a longer period for their discussion, but at least for the grading period as we spoke to. We don't know when that transition is going to happen with the in-person model. That is why when we have parents who select the virtual option, they will be assigned a virtual teacher. Just like when we have a family select the in-person option, they will be assigned an in-person teacher that is at their current school. The reason is we don't know what those trade-off points are going to be yet. Virtual will remain virtual. That is the goal of the virtual program. The goal of the in-person learning continuum is to work back to my campus. So the reason that we chose to do it that way is to avoid starting school with a teacher or a different teacher and having to mix teachers due to choice option. That's the rationale.
I see. So that same concept applies to the special programs like DLI, core knowledge, or special needs, English as a second language. That same principle applies to them as well?
Yes. So core knowledge and dual language immersion, I'll walk through that example because that may help some people listening. So our goal is in a specialty program that is either delivered with different content or delivered in a different format, that if we offer both virtual and in-person, that we'll be able to offer both programs in a virtual and in-person format. So for core knowledge, if I'm at a core knowledge school and I select virtual, our goal is to offer core knowledge in a virtual environment with a virtual teacher. Likewise, we'll offer core knowledge for those that are at that school. They'll be able to attend with the teacher that is assigned to them at their campus. just like dual language immersion. If I select a virtual program as my program choice, I will be assigned to a teacher from Riverside Unified School District. Those two programs that are unique to a few campuses or a few programs, with the enrollment and the staff that teaches those programs, that's where we believe we'll be able to offer them in both the virtual and in person. So it's not one or the other. Families have the choice.
So I respectfully ask your expertise or whatever staff that you defer to, the trade-off between being the concern about that, if a student is going to be transitioning to in-person, you don't want a situation where they will have to change, that a distance learning person would have to change teachers in the middle of a grading period because of the fact because of that cross issue that you're referencing, right, with the homeschool. What I'm asking about the trade-off is, on one side you have stability, that you're only considering these transitions at grading cycles on our end, right? I'm just saying hypothetically. And on the others, and that way, all families potentially could stay with their homeschool and their teachers, right? Theoretically, in that scenario. And the other is that we have more fluidity, but it means that all the distance learning students do not get to stay with their homeschool situation. Have we made that calculus about that trade-off is really worth it to take one approach or the other?
If I understand your question correctly, I believe so. We have talked as staff and the action teams of how to best assign those students, and that was the conclusion we reached.
Okay.
I do want to add that we have contract language that we're adhering to when it comes to staffing. We also have, there's so many things that are negotiable, that are still fluid. We can still discuss them, but we are trying to make the best balance between how to provide these services and continue to honor our contracts and languages in the contract when it comes to staffing, classes, ratios, and class sizes.
I really think, because I totally understand. You guys clearly are, this is your field. You guys are experts in this. That just providing that explanation and context on the reasoning on why these things happen, I think would really serve families well, just having that information laid out, not just the questions and answers. My last question before to continue the presentation is, can you elaborate on this whole, again, this seems to be a communication thing about the Riverside Virtual School Summit View and the possibility of this being kind of like a fourth option. And can you just address that whole situation right now with those students?
Sure. RVS is another one of our phenomenal programs that we have in our district. And like all students at all programs at all schools, we're asking them to make a program choice for several reasons. One, we would like to give all students the option to pick between our three programs, two of which are relatively new. The students who attend Riverside Virtual School have been part of a very cutting edge, innovative way to do instruction, which has worked very, very well. In this time period and what we are developing, there are different requirements. So part of what I talked about was that daily live interaction that is a requirement. So as we progress through these models, we're asking Riverside Virtual School students, like all of the other students and all the other programs, to select an option that is best for them. We may have some students decide that the home-based program fits their needs because that's more of an independent study model at home. We may have some decide the virtual program is best for their need, or in person. One thing in working with Mr. Dietz that I can assure the board is they will be reaching out to all 100 and roughly 30 students that are RVS students and staff members to walk through and have questions and answers about program choice that meets their unique need. He's also doing 2 Q&As for all of the question and answer periods for all of the students at EOC in both RVS, Summit View, and Raincross. The challenge becomes is as we progress through the models. It's very difficult to know when we are going to be moving in and out of the models and when we can have students on campus. So for the 2021 school year, it is going to be a year of influx. And we are going to be developing and walking through our continuum. As we progress towards phases 4 and 5, our program that RVS, there is a desire to continue to expand that program. It has worked great to have students on both campus, meeting with teachers, then they're having independent work, and that has worked very well for multiple students. So as we get through 2021, we'll be following SB 98 and all the requirements and program options. As we continue into 21, 22, and beyond, there is the desire to actually provide new options for students who are attending our campuses that maybe in the previous years we did not offer as a district.
And we're going to be providing information to all those families to clarify some of that confusion as you just addressed.
Every family is going to get a personal contact. Yes.
And is there going to be a dedicated resource, like a phone line for technical support since everybody's going to be on distance learning initially, especially for, if they have issues with laptops, getting online and all that kind of stuff?
Yes, a robust tech support, and I believe there was a question as well about Spanish support. It will be in both English and Spanish.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Before we leave the presentation, I do want to comment on the fact that we're making sure that we are educating on the new terminology when it comes to synchronous, asynchronous, and not changing it because of the fact that SB 98 is requiring us to be accountable for our instructional minutes. And in order for us to all have the same terms, same information, when the state comes for audit, everybody, whether it's a parent or a student or an administrator or a teacher, will be able to speak to the same language. If we continue to change it to make it more understandable, yes, we can, of course, but it might jeopardize that process. And so it's best for us to continue to educate on those terminology.
Thank you. Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Mrs. Allaby. Mrs. President Allaby and Dr. Hanson, Dr. Lewis, I mean, it's 10 o'clock, and let me just preface that. I'll stay here all night, but there's about a couple thousand people watching us right now, and they're staying up, so they're probably saying get to the point. I mean, we have three things going on. One is the philosophical, and do we do this, and how we handle that, and then we thought of this, that's great, and that needs to be done. There's the other, which is a structural. You're trying just to get us through this to the third phase and how we're going to look and all that. But the other one with that, though, is if we go 14 days, I'll bet we're not going to go 14 days of sustained decline for a very long time. So and I've got to sign my children up by, Thursday? I've got to make a decision by Thursday. So I want to ask, and if you listen to some of the questions, we're really getting to what the parents want to hear instead of, here and there. So I'm going to ask some questions about what the parents are thinking, and that's what I think we need to be concentrating on. Are we mandated tonight that we have to pick an on-site plan or whatever, or can we say we're going to have one and it's still being worked on? Because we've only got 48 hours until these moms and dads have to pick something. That's why I kept saying if they pick the on-site one, which when it happens, then go, are they stuck there if things change? So that's the things they're thinking about as they look at their watches to go to work tomorrow morning. So I'm not getting on here. I'm just saying, do we have to choose this exact model tonight? Are we moving blocks around?
Mr. Hunt, I'll say that staff has asked me to take action on this.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, it doesn't mean if we, thank you, Ms. Allaby, I appreciate that. It doesn't mean that we can change it later because we've got some time, realistically speaking. I mean, let's just talk real here. So let me ask you a few things. One of the things about American education revolves around two items. One is that a school district provides the room. It's a safe, clean learning environment, and it has equity in it. We work very hard to make sure that Longfellow and Kennedy and all that are the same. The second is the teacher. It sounds around a professional educator that he or she has a lessons plan they're following. So let me start there, which is going to be more difficult. What happens when they do sometimes get ill or whatever, a teacher has to leave? How does this new lesson plan going to work with a substitute coming in? Are we preparing but are we beginning to have some folks we're going to call on and that sort of thing? That's my first question. Go ahead.
Mrs. Ibarra.
I would like to actually answer the question about whether we have to make a decision or not. The reason we have to make a decision is all of what we mentioned to you, not all, but majority of it is negotiable. We need to get to the table and agree, and we need to assign teachers, we need to do the staffing, and be ready for August 10th. Absent that, changing the school start date will need negotiation also. So we either pick an option so we can start that process to be ready on August 10th, or we actually have to change the school start date, which would mean a whole lot of other challenges.
I'm sorry if that came across. I'm just saying, I don't have I've got a red and blue plan here. I don't think there's a green and yellow one if I don't like this one. So I know what else I'm going to vote for, sure. I understand. I want to get to the details, though, that the parent is thinking out there because they have 48 hours and all that. They don't understand respectfully about negotiations and all of that. They don't. They just want to know, how do I get my child in a good education situation? Which one do I choose? And even if they choose the on-site, it might not happen for a long time. So how is this going to work? Is this what we're doing under virtual as well? I mean, are they going to? I mean, obviously not going to be on campus, but what's my child going to look like under the virtual on August 11th?
So we actually have a virtual presentation following this presentation to give you an idea.
Okay, well, we might want to get there sooner or later. But so again, so the substitute, let's just talk about that. The continuity of the lesson plan.
Yes, Mr. Hunt, thank you, Dr. Lewis. With regards to substitutes, we are actually in the process of putting our substitutes. We have cohorts of subs that sub for us regularly. There will be that cohort that is going to be actually going through some of the same training that our teachers are going through to be prepared. Then we have the next cohort who are just day-to-day subs who are called on a random basis, but they still are subs for us. And they will be going through the initial, more or less, how do I get into the Google Classroom? How do I support the teacher? Where are the lesson plans? So we have different levels of subs for the district. We have those that are long-term. They're going to be starting the year off in a classroom. They're going to be getting the same intensity and training that our actual teachers will be getting. And then we have the second cohort, the next level of our day-to-day subs that are called in that will be going through training that gets them the ability to get into the classroom, get to the sub plans for the teacher.
Okay. And please don't think, any of y'all, that I'm, I hate when people who sit up on these dioceses talk to folks out there and they say, I got your game. I'm confident that y'all have been working hard. You're going to be working hard in the morning to refine this, and the next day be doing the same. I'm just trying to help some things understand. So back to the classroom then. The district provides the classroom. It's a learning environment. We want it to be equitable. Now, I know, and I was glad to hear Dr. Hanson and others say that we're not set upon that Mrs. Johnson and Mr. Smith have to return to North High School to teach the classes. That depending on what kind of class it is, they could do it from home. But are we setting some sort of standard for that classroom that Mrs. Johnson? I talked to a friend of mine today. His wife's one of our counselors, wonderful people, and they have a place up in Wyoming. And they've said, well, look, maybe they want to get their children out of here, and they can go there, and his job allows them to work remotely. So that's great, but I want to be sure that classroom, because someone mentioned about the whiteboard, that made me think about that, because you do have all those tools we give a classroom. We, the district, give a classroom. So how are we assuring that? What kind of standards? I just want to be sure the equity of delivery, not that a teacher doesn't have credibility and ethics, but just help me understand how we reassure the parent of that. And then I'm going to ask you about on the reverse side. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll have Mrs. Ibarra answer the teacher location part, and then I'll talk about the instruction part.
Okay. Are you okay?
So, Mr. Hunt, if I was following both parts of your question. If I understood the teacher location part, you're asking, will they have access similar to what Dr. Farouk asked with regards to being in the classroom and or having the remote access?
Well, I'm just saying that we've discussed that the teacher perhaps doesn't need to go back to their classroom 102 there at North High School to teach their chemistry class. They may do it in their own living room, and it would be safer for them, and they're older, and whatever problems, whatever situations there are, and they don't feel safe. We want everyone to feel safe. But will we have equity to know that they have the tools around them to whatever's going to appear on the kid's screen besides the student's screen, besides the face and the instruction? Are we going to require a certain minimal level of support tools?
Well, we have the standards.
Help me out. You're an educator.
All of the teachers follow the standards, and each teacher demonstrates. You can have one chemistry class that looks totally different on the same campus, and that's the autonomy that the teacher has. Okay. But the teachers will be held to the same standards that they're held to under the normal pre-COVID circumstances. Could their classroom look differently? Absolutely. But again, I'll go back to that happens in a normal circumstance. Okay. You walk into any two English classes or any two second grade classrooms on any of our campuses, and they can look different. So I think it goes back to the teacher is the professional. They're going to be able to have set expectations that they will be held to. They're at the table with us working to ensure that they have those tools that they might need if they opt to be at home, but simultaneously, they also will have access to be able to go into their classroom.
That's reassuring. Thank you. Dr.
Would you mind if we continued with the presentation because of the hour?
Well, that's fine. I just wanted to I'm sort of weighing, thank you, Ms. Alley. I'm just trying to say, okay, what are we trying to answer? The folks are wondering out there, what do I do and how it's going to work? And they need to have a lot of faith for one thing. But if you're right, if we have a mandate to do something tonight, that's fine.
We do, and it would be good if Dr. Lewis could get through the presentation, and then I'll get back to you then.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Alvey. Could we have the presentation back up, please? Thank you. So that sets the criterion for elementary school and what it would look like in both phase 2, a one-day model, and phase 3, a two-day model. Now we're going to transition to what a secondary schedule would look like for both phase 2 and phase 3. So again, I'll orientate you to a few things on the slide. We are still back to the schoolhouse representing being on campus. The three people in a triangle representing that synchronous time where I'm connecting through a device with my teacher. We're in live engagement. And then we'll talk about asynchronous time when we look at the student view. But what this would look like is the team recommends a block schedule on all of our secondary schools. Again, this is grades 7 through 12. And for those that may not be familiar with a block, what it means is in a regular schedule that's not a block, students typically will have 6 periods. And they go to all 6 periods every day. In a block schedule, you divide that in half. So on Monday, you would go to 3 of your classes, and we're going to call that periods 1, 3, and 5. And then on Tuesday, you would attend periods 2, 4, and 6. The main pro to this in the hybrid model was to help us eliminate transition time on high school campuses. So this does allow students to cut their transitions in half. And it also allows teachers longer time to go through and spend with our students during the schedule. So what it would look like on Monday, this is a teacher view. On Monday in week 1, let me pause for a second. Another point of clarification. From a secondary perspective, to get through 1 day a week model in phase 2, it's going to take us 2 weeks to see all of my teachers. And you will see that. And I actually had the privilege of working at a school that was on a block. And for those not familiar, it may sound foreign. Students and teachers pick it up very quickly and begin that transition of what a block will look like. So for those that are not familiar, it is something we would provide professional development on and definitely orientate students to. So on Monday, I'm going to have periods 1, 3, and 5 if I am in Group A, the blue cohort, on my campus. On Tuesday, you'll notice that it shows Group A and B together. That's because students are at home connecting through a device with their teacher through synchronous learning. That's why both students are together. On Wednesday, you'll notice both students are together and you see all periods. That's called an all periods day is what's being recommended, where the teacher will see all of their students synchronously to check in and then provide additional support in the afternoon. On Thursday, you'll see Group B is there. So in week 1, Group B will have periods 1, 3, and 5 on Thursday. And the second week on Thursday when they're in school, in person, periods 2, 4, and 6. And then again on Friday, we're back to that synchronous learning time where I'm connecting with my teacher through a device.
So Dr. Lewis, on Wednesday, that will also be a cleaning day for staff at the secondary level?
Yes, sir, Dr. Henson. Thank you for clarifying that. On Wednesday, throughout the model, this will also be that high-touch area, extra cleaning, able to go through and prepare for the other group of students to come to campus. You'll notice on the bottom, this is what it looks like from a student perspective. If I have periods 1, 3, and 5 on Monday, and I am in Group A, we'll follow that blue row. On Tuesday, I have periods 2, 4, and 6 synchronously. Wednesday, I have all periods. Thursday, I have periods 1, 3, and 5 working independently on assignments my teacher has provided, or what we call asynchronous. And then on Friday, we are again back with all students through synchronous instruction. The second week, when I am on Monday, you'll see Group B during that same time as opposite of Group A during that week. This is the second week. Both of the rows just inverted. So if I was on Monday, if I was Group A and I had periods 1, 3, and 5, now on Monday I have periods 2, 4, and 6. The most important part of this model, listening to comments, is if I have multiple children at both elementary and secondary, Group A will align on days they're at school. So if I'm responsible for drop-off and pickup, I'm doing that for, regardless of grade level, on the same days that my students are in person. And the team spent a lot of time to ensure that. So when we transition out of phase 3 into a 2-day-a-week model, week 1, if I am a Group A student, I have periods 1, 3, and 5 on Monday when I'm on campus. And on Tuesday, I have periods 2, 4, and 6 on campus. Wednesday, again, would be that all-period day, allowing for cleaning, high-touch areas, things of that nature. And on Thursday, I would be, if I was Group A, remember now I am home because now Group B is at school for their 2 days a week, working live with their teacher. From a student perspective, it would look like this. Again, Group A on campus Monday and Tuesday, synchronous instruction connecting live with my teacher on Wednesday. Thursday and Friday, Group A is now at home while Group B is at school. Lots of schedules, lots to consume, but that's how we would get through the hybrid model. The next two that I will cover, health and safety, that is just a reminder as we talk about in the in-person model. All of the health and safety precautions we've talked about beforehand. All of the signage has been ordered, all of the path of travel, similar to what you will see in some pictures in a second. Screening with temperature checks when students are on campus. Face coverings, as you heard Mr. Walker talk about, and path of travel. As well, you will expect to see seats facing forward in classrooms. Some of the extra furniture that may have been in there might be removed to allow more room to socially distance. Since we are putting our students into Group A and B, if there are typically 30 students assigned to a teacher or 34 students, half of that would be in Group A, half would be in Group B. So that's how we end up with fewer students on campus at one time with the two groups. Social distancing when possible, and then working through any partitions when available. These are just images of what you can expect. These are renderings, these are not exact. But on the right-hand side, you'll see the social distancing between desks, desks facing forward, maximizing the social distance area in the classroom. And on the left, that might be a multi-purpose room where we're providing lunch. And again, you will see if we have to be indoors, we'll be socially distanced. And then just some path of travel examples. When you talk about common areas, or when you talk about hallways. And again, this is just one example of how you might divide a hallway in half. Another way is you might find a one-way hallway. So we are going up this set of stairs, we're going down that set of stairs as an example of some variability that you might see. Another question that has come up, and just to remind everyone around transportation. Again, safety and precaution trainings for all staff, signage, sanitizing before, between, and after routes. Face coverings would be on students and staff, loading back to front to minimize that travel, possibly even assigned seats, and social distancing when possible. And last, social emotional supports for students. Just as a reminder that we will continue to have the abundant supports that we have available in our district. So just a few. SAP counselors, preschool through 12th grade, will be available in both models. School psychologists, school counselors, we know the importance of all three. They will continue to be able to serve students. Additional supports, we talked about tutoring earlier for students who need additional support, as well as referral to health and community services, preschool through 12th grade. Lastly, as a review, and I appreciate your patience, we're looking at a 5-phase learning continuum with a recommendation to start in distance learning and progressing into phase 2, which would be a hybrid day 1, to 2 days of hybrid in phase 3, to working with 5 days on campus with precautions, and ending being 5 days on campus with no restrictions. Again, on the bottom, we talk about regular and ongoing monitoring of indicators, as well as local health conditions. So tonight we ask that you consider taking action on our learning continuum for an in-person model.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Dr. Farouk.
Thank you, President Alvey. Regarding the transportation, one of the things that I thought we were also going to do was have a higher volume of busing for the students that are going to be bused longer periods, like East Side or Casablanca. That's the case also, right? I didn't see that on the slide.
That is still correct. Yes, thank you.
Okay, and then I want to speak to the student support slide also. I think that's fantastic. And by the way, really want to commend staff for showing the visuals of what classrooms and the school campuses will look like. I think all of that helps contribute to people getting a better sense of the degree of safety measures we're taking. So we know, especially with all students, because of the governor's requirements are going to be starting distance learning, that there's going to be impacts to families associated with that, right? And one of them is going to be the social emotional, which obviously applies even on in person, obviously, but it's a unique kind of social emotional well-being involved in distance learning. So I like the fact that that you have this slide. Is there going to be opportunities to elaborate on the details associated with what we mean by tutoring, how the SAP counselors, psychologists are going to adapt in this distance learning environment? Is there anything you can speak to now? I know more details will come also.
So there's a few I can speak to now. I'll start with tutors. So similar to what we did during the spring when we have tutoring available. So if I'm a student and I need support and I'm not able to check in with my teacher, we had hundreds of tutors that we were able to work with that provided different times where multiple students could check in with, and that schedule will continue. It's currently being built, so we'll be happy to provide more information as soon as we finalize that schedule of what that would look like for our community. Another example would be as we continue with SAP counselors, and also school psychologists providing supports for students, families, and staff. Another component that we're working through is providing additional professional development for teachers that we're exploring with trauma-based instruction. So as we talked about the professional development modules for teachers, when they come back, there's also going to be new learning because we know teachers and students are going to have very different conversations. So that's also working and helping our teachers develop that skill set as well.
And I know that our school district doesn't have is it whether it's a licensure or the authority to do any form of childcare? That's correct, right? It's the county, or is it the county office of which county office is responsible for childcare?
It's the County Office of Education.
Education, correct. So I know that that's outside of our purview, but again, out of the consideration for our families that are going to have to be, adapting to this environment, we are making every effort to work with the county on how they can expand those programs and offerings and how we can communicate that to families in need.
Absolutely. Ms. Hill, I don't know if you'd like to comment any further, but I know we've been in constant communication with the county office and looking at options for our families.
You're right, Dr. Farouk, that we don't offer childcare, but we've been collaborating with Riverside County Office of Ed Early Care Center. They maintain a roster of both licensed and like family care homes there that people can access. And we've also been asking our typical partners for during the regular school year if they'd be willing to offer childcare and get listed on the early care roster so that we have one place to point parents. We had a conversation today about one thing I learned by that collaboration was that some child care places have a no device policy. So we'll be communicating, just having a letter to encourage child care places to reconsider their no device policy and assuring them that we have Go Guardian, which filters the traffic on the device for a student according to SIPA guidelines.
And we're going to be putting this information out soon in anticipation of the start of the school year, right? Because people will need lead time to make arrangements.
Yes.
And regarding, I know that in these times, of people being confined in their homes, again, there's a higher propensity for abusive situations and at-risk behavior and so forth. We are working, I think we're doing outreach with like our church community and other places where there's safe spaces for and resources for people to go in these tragic situations. Is that correct as well?
We haven't fully got efforts underway, but we have had conversations with them, but we haven't honestly taken a lot of action on safe places as yet.
Okay, I hope that that's something we can do because it seems like there's been a lot of spike in documented cases that coincided with shelter in place. So
I have that action item.
Thank you,
Thank
Dr. Farouk. Mr. Lee?
Thank you. Some of the questions that Dr. Farouk had, I had jotted down as well, but I do have a couple additional. So I know we've talked a lot about Wednesday being cleaning day, but I assume that the evening schedules for cleaning when students are there, emptying trash cans, wiping down doorknobs, and other things that are going to be done not just on Wednesdays. Wednesday is like a major disinfecting day, right?
You are correct.
All right.
Thank you.
And is there any protocols during the day in terms of providing materials to teachers or other staff members or students to be able to wipe down their desks, high-touch areas, anything like that?
Yes, Mrs. Ibarra, would you like to provide context?
Mr. Lee, I'm assuming when we get to phase 2, phase 3, the next phase is in, and yes, there will be protocol. All classrooms will have resources available to them in the classroom to do any kind of spot cleaning that they choose and or desire that they feel is needed. We will also have the custodians who are there on sites having different shifted routines to be able to address those needs depending upon the site too.
Okay.
But that's phase 2 on.
Right. Okay, thank you. And then my next question has to do with technology and devices. So I know we had a fairly successful, I'd say very successful rollout after the March shutdown to get 15,000 or so devices in the hands of our students, and I don't know how many thousand hotspots. So once we have the breakdown of what our students are selecting, are we in a position to be able to acquire the necessary devices and hotspots, because I know that was a challenge in March, just because everybody was trying to buy them, to be able to provide them to every student that needs them?
Mr. Lee, we believe we have enough devices to begin the school year for our students, and we're in the purchasing process for replacements for those. Supply chain may be a problem, but that's why we did the order now, knowing that we can cover the beginning, but hoping to get ahead of the supply chain problem.
Okay, but in regards to hotspots as well?
Hotspots as well. And in addition, tonight, the city council was considering, I'm here, so I don't know what happened. I'll have to find out. Proposing using some of their CARES Act fund to collaborate with the district to buy hotspots, because right before the shutdown, they got a grant from Verizon for a partnership, and they can no longer use the hotspots for their constituency because they're not coming to libraries and community centers. So they're willing to shift those over to us if they can get them from Verizon.
Okay. And then another question, a little bit different topic, but regarding technology. So when students are engaging in this live interaction with their student, are teachers able to see the students on the screen like a Zoom meeting? And likewise, are students able to see their fellow students in the classroom and their teacher? Or is there any kind of limitations? I'm just thinking about the Google Meets that I've participated in. There's just like a column, and you can see 4 or 5 people at a time. So is there a way for teachers to be able to see all their students?
So I know they're continuing making changes to Google Classroom, and I believe there's a grid view that is available now that allows you to do that when you go both in presentation mode and back with your whole class.
Okay, so
there are many experts in the room, so if that's not accurate, okay.
Okay. And then I also had a question on that child care. I mean, most of it was sorted out. I know I had reached out to a couple partners in the faith-based community that seemed willing to help. There was, I know, some questions about liability and licensing and some of those hiccups. But I would like to, I mean, maybe we continue to find out what the county is willing to do, and then see what some of our partners are willing to do, so we can kind of be the connector. Because I really do think that, you know, whether we're in this virtual distance learning time frame for, I mean, it's going to be probably at least a month, I would assume, maybe more, but likely more, having learning centers throughout the city, so that you don't have questions of Wi-Fi. If a student can't get a device turned on, someone can go over there and help them turn it on. If they can't connect to their classroom or download something that's in their classroom, somebody can show them how to do it. So not necessarily a child care situation, even though that would cross that T as well, but more so just to help facilitate the learning for parents like the mom that came here and spoke and said she doesn't have the skill set to do that, or the mom or the dad or the grandma or the aunt that they're the primary caretaker of their kids and they can't be home all the time. So I mean, I think it's still worth the effort to push this information out and find a provider, especially if there's funding out there to help cover the cost for these students. So I just want to encourage staff to continue to do that, and I'm willing to help in those efforts too. Another question I had to do with, a couple parents mentioned it in the public comments. Was there any discussion in the action teams in regards to this almost like hybrid of a hybrid, where if you choose an in-person model and there's students who are not ready to come back yet, but kids are in the classroom because we're meeting all those guidelines, and then providing a live feed for those students who are at home to listen to the instruction from that in-person teacher?
At this time, no. There are
so that never made it even to like the discussions and some of the...
It was dialogued, absolutely.
Okay,
there were many suggestions that were brought up. The recommendation coming out of that, there are a lot of challenges and navigation that you would need to do that as a district being poised to do that. There are a lot of reasons why we're not ready yet. Infrastructure being one, devices being another, preparation. So as we had those dialogues, it was brought up. I've received several inquiries from community. It's a great suggestion, but at this point, it was not something we thought was a viable recommendation.
I'll just add to that, Trustee Lee, too. It need to be negotiated for video and the teacher live like that. That would speak, that specific thing would have to be negotiated.
Okay.
I'm going to point out before I start calling everybody else that it's 10:30 and I think we should take a quick break before we do action. But I'll call on you both first.
Okay.
And then why don't we take a break? Mr. Hunt?
I was going to make a motion, Mrs. Alvey, but I'll wait till the questions. I don't want to get in the way of my...
I have a fairly straightforward question. So most of the questions I've been getting from parents are regarding those with intra-district transfers or programs of choice. So specifically, I'll throw a scenario out there. So you have a child, a student who is on a transfer to, say, Poly's DLI program, but their homeschool's Ramona. So at the beginning of the year, are they going to be taught by the DLI teachers at Poly, or will they be being taught by teachers at Ramona because it's their homeschool?
It's a great question. So in the in-person model, if I am a 9th grade student at Poly in the DLI program and I select in-person, I will be taught by the Poly staff in DLI. And that'll be done via distance learning. And all of this, whether it's in-person or virtual, which we're going to talk about in a second, any transfers that are in place are valid for the 2021 school year, regardless of program choice. Okay. Because we know the difficulty we're in.
Okay. So, but you would have to select the in-person option for that?
In that scenario.
In that scenario, for DLI. Okay. For that. Okay.
Correct. Would you like me to answer that in a virtual setting? Would that help as well?
No. We'll get to that very quickly.
Okay.
But I just also, what about, say, like an elementary student who's, say, on a interdistrict transfer to, I don't know, Franklin, and their homeschool is Woodcrest? They will be, and at the start of the year, it will be virtual. They will be being taught by teachers from Answer.
It's a great question. So if I'm a Woodcrest student on a transfer to Franklin, and I select the in-person model, I will be taught by staff at Franklin.
Okay. All right. So it seems to be the in-person thing is hinging.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, move on. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. With sincere appreciation to all the volunteers and staff that were on those different committees to put this together, an impressive presentation that we need to ratify and let the state know we have this choice. as long as we're one of the top 5 counties that are in trouble. I don't think we're going to have it for a while, but I would move then to approve the on-site, in-person program choice as presented by staff as our option for this district. If that's, thank you.
So there's a motion and a second on the table. We will take a vote.
Well,
Mrs. Alvey, your microphone, would you please turn it up or turn it on?
Sorry.
We have the right to debate this, though, before we take a vote.
I have a motion and a second, so we can discuss it.
Okay. No, I'm saying before we vote on it.
Okay. Dr. Farouk, Amazing, you are listed as wanting to speak. Do you?
Oh, sorry.
Are we taking these as separate actions?
No. This is the action for the.
There's one action.
The in-person.
This is the action for the in-school model.
Okay, but we approved the others.
We already approved the others.
Okay, that's what I'm thank you.
Okay, Dr. Farouk.
So my biggest concern about this is that again, I go back to communication. There's so much information that has been ascertained just from this dialogue between our board and staff, and the decision for families to have made their choice is within 48 hours, right? That's correct, right?
That is correct, Thursday night at 11:59.
And how many families, are able to stay up till, 10:30 plus at night, and even then, there's information that if were they watching it continuously. My concern is that if we're going to make this decision, that we need to create more flexibility for families to have more time to make the decision that have not made the decision yet. Obviously, for families that know that information should keep coming in to help us plan, but I think we need to provide more grace to families that have not made up their mind, especially in light of that, from the discussions that we had, getting this communication and information out to reaffirm what people have heard and to inform the people that were not able to watch this. I think it's really unfortunate if this is the only means, and I know again that staff will be updating things in general, but it's so close to the deadline. That's a major request that I would have before we would proceed with this.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lee?
Yeah, and I think I had asked the same question when the information went out last week, and I think staff has a reasonable answer as to why that deadline is kind of important. So do you guys want to answer that before I ask my questions?
I can, and there's something else, Mr. Lee, if I may, to answer Dr. Farouk's. At Ms. Hill's direction, another thing that has been done, Dr. Farouk, to try to bridge that gap, because we recognize that as important. An email went out to site leaders this afternoon, I believe, or even this evening, pending action, to begin outreach for every family. They'll be receiving a school list for every student that has not selected an option, and they're developing outreach plans to be done tomorrow and Thursday to get teams together to come through and actually get on and contact families that have not selected an option as another attempt to begin to bridge that gap. So that's just another step we have taken. Mr. Lee, to your question about the rationale, Mrs. Barr, would you like to speak first on your side, and then we'll talk about instruction?
Well, there's two pieces that fall under personnel, and one of the main components is staffing. In order to be able to move to that next phase, to let teachers know what they're teaching, whether it's grade level, whether it's program virtual or distance learning, we absolutely have to have some form of a hard deadline to be able to start that process for parents. Because we can't make any of those firm decisions to let staffs know what they're going to be doing, and or even, and I'll give you something you can probably wrap your hands around, you take a middle school or a high school that has to rebuild an entire master schedule based on a number of students that might have chosen to go virtual versus staying at their home school. That's not a process that can be done in 24 hours. Then we have to look at what teachers they have that have chosen to leave based on credentials to then backfill those positions at those schools credential-wise in a single subject. Elementary might be a little bit easier because it's a multiple subject credential, but it's still a staffing component in the sense that, let's say you take Franklin and you have half of the students who might opt to go out to the virtual. We then, but their teachers, all of the teachers choose if they want to stay in an in-person model. We have to go through what's called an involuntary process to be able to ensure that we have a placement for all of the teachers. So outside of the teacher piece, which is one of the most critical components, the second piece is we have to be able to have the information for some of those programs to then go back to the table, as Ms. Kakish has alluded to be able to make some of those decisions that impact the staffing and the students and how we can start.
I just want to add that starting the school with that accountability, master schedules, teachers assigned, instructional time defined, is crucial for us to get the level of funding that has been held harmless for us by the governor, is pending all of these implementation of SB 98. And so if we don't adhere to that and methodically, and as Ms. Ibarra said, all of this needs time. We want to be able to balance the needs of all of our employees, administrators, assistant principals need to build those schedules, and voluntary transfer, negotiation before that even goes. And as you see, it's only a couple of weeks that's left. So it's very crucial that we have this timeline, and that's actually been extended 2 days, 48 hours, because originally we were trying to start this process earlier.
Mr. Lee, the last part of your question is another outreach we've done. Ms. Hill reminded me, we've had staff at meal service areas. So we've communicated to families that if you need assistance during the meal service time, we had staff there that was helping make that program choice and answering hundreds of questions, trying to build that cascade. So there's another step we've taken to try to bridge that gap.
Yeah, and I think to Angela's point too, and I think you mentioned it, but just to reiterate, I think just updating based upon what happens tonight and the information that has been decided, updating our FAQs so that parents that haven't stayed up, which I venture it's most of them, 90% of them, they can get clear answers tomorrow so that as they spend the next 48 hours, if they haven't made a decision, they can make a decision. But I think, it's no easy decision for parents. Again, I've got 3 kids in elementary school. I'm one of the 50% who have not made a decision. So don't worry, you guys can call me in 48 hours if I haven't chosen, but it's a tough decision, but I think parents they're talking about, parents and guardians are talking about these things now, and they're just looking for more information and data to make a best decision for themselves. Before we take a vote, I do have a couple other questions. I was trying to split my questions up so not to dominate the time, so I apologize for that. But there was a question that was asked during public comment about can we guarantee parent choice? So based upon the choices that parents are making for their students, is there a scenario that is possible that we can't provide that first choice for students?
So we have actually talked about that as staff, and we are confident that with the numbers of students that we have and the staff members that we have in different settings, that we can honor those parent choices. We're confident. Now, might there be an anomaly that we'll have to work with a family and help them through that? Maybe, but at this point, we're confident.
Okay. And then what happens if on Friday a parent doesn't make a choice? Is there a default choice?
Good question.
Yes, there is.
Or are they going to call? Okay.
So part of the challenge with answering that question and my hesitation is we want to make sure we hear from families. If we don't, there is a default choice that will be assigned to that family, and that's the in-person model if we do not hear from them.
Okay. And then 3 last things, and I'll be done. So what are our neighbors doing about these time frames for in-person when it's safe? Are they making a decision kind of like we are? We're not, at least at this point, we haven't said, okay, we're not going to even entertain in person until after Halloween or after Thanksgiving or after Christmas.
In talking to several of the superintendents throughout the county, all the districts that I'm aware of have chosen distance learning, and they're going to look at this again after Labor Day and just reassess, which is that first part of September. That's what a majority of the districts around us are going to do.
Okay.
So again, I'll go back to what I said. The board, if you wanted to, could choose a hard date that we will come back if we meet all the conditions to give families that notice. Is it in September? Is it October 1? And I don't know that we need to necessarily get there tonight, but we'll be back on August the 3rd at our next board meeting. But you could do that. Now, there's unintended consequences. If you chose that, and you say, okay, we're going to come back October 1st, but let's say our county goes way down, and all the districts around us are back mid-September, but we've already put out there for childcare October 1st. So I guess there could be some unintended consequences for that, but it's something for the board to consider.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something for us to consider too, because I think that the one thing that's been predictable with this pandemic is that it's unpredictable. And so trying to wager when we'll meet the criteria, I mean, we saw what happened, the last month, right? We saw it stabilizing and then it destabilized. And, I predict more unpredictability, so I think it will be hard for families and for teachers to prepare. And I know one person from the action team, that was their major concern that they at least emailed me twice about, was the unpredictability for families and parents to plan. And I think that's what's causing so much anxiety, because parents can't plan on these three options, right, necessarily. They can't plan within the options when they'll shift. So I think at some point it would be helpful, and maybe even get some staff recommendation for the 3rd to get a date that we can work towards, assuming that it's safe to bring kids back. And I think that would remove some anxiety, obviously not all, for teachers, staff, and families. And my last thing, this is the third thing, was I've heard a lot about, from parents, they're looking at distance learning or virtual learning, and they're using their past experience of the spring as a comparison of their anticipation that their student won't be successful or that they're not going to learn. So I would ask, and I know we've given quite a bit of insight as to what it's going to look like, but if Dr. Hansen, as our superintendent, if he could share with parents how this is going to be different than what we saw in the spring, so parents know what to expect, and at least what we anticipate to expect.
Mr. Lee, there is a report, that's going to talk about that tonight.
The virtual?
That's the next agenda item.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Okay, so that was the idea of the report, would be that we would hear the
That's fine.
particulars of that. Do you have any other questions?
May I just say one thing? Dr. Ryan, I'm going to take it personally, just because they talked to me before, because it's Dr. Farouk's trustee area, it's my attendance area, and I shop there. I want to be sure that our district tomorrow morning reaches out to the Casablanca CAG. Their president, Cindy Mendoza-Collins, is one of our employees. She's got the connections. The churches want to help. It's the written word with the Hispanic communities. It's important. Please make sure we don't just rely, as Mr. Lee talked about earlier, the internet and all those things. We've got to put shoes on the ground. I'll help if you have to, but you can call Cindy. She'll take care of it. The CAG and Bobby and all of them are ready, but we've got to help our Hispanic communities, because folks are going to be confused out there, but please make sure you do that. East Side has got several different groups that help over there. Reach out to them. Dr. Perez works with them. Assistant Superintendent San Martin works with them closely. You have good connections, but please, we reach those areas where people don't have all the tools and everything. So thank you, and I call for the question. Thank you, ma'am.
Well, we still have a few more comments. Dr. Farouk.
Thank you. I just want to clarify my comment earlier when I was saying that I think families need more flexibility. I appreciate the response that you guys gave to explain why it's convenient and important for the district to get that information as soon as possible. But that's not the nature of why I was asking that question, because I think that's straightforward, that obviously from a planning standpoint, collective bargaining, all of those things, it makes sense why we would want as much data as soon as possible. And we should try to do that, no question. And I really commend all of the families that have already responded. And so nobody's questioning that part. The part that I'm trying to emphasize is that I think that the amount of information that has not been made available to families, potentially up until literally like this meeting, and even now there are still gaps moving forward, is so close to the deadline that even in normal circumstances, if you're in an affluent family and you have stability and you have time again to stay up for these meetings, even for those people, this is not a convenient situation to have such a short window between those times to make a decision. And imagine a district with 67% free or reduced lunch, what kinds of challenges and circumstances that families are grappling with. So the point I'm trying to make is two things. One is that the idea that we would assign a default choice for those families that are not able to make a decision or report a decision by Thursday concerns me, because I think generally speaking, most families do want in person. So that's not, we know that, but obviously the whole complexity is around safety and regarding logistics and all of that. I think that as inconvenient as it is for us, we need to take on some of that responsibility and burden and do more of that outreach and try to work with the families beyond that time frame. I know we're going to make a big push with those outreach that you're saying, but I'm talking about post Thursday deadline, and not just assume that we're just going to give a default choice like that to people without their explicit consent. There's too many difficulties and stress and anxiety already that's pervading all of our society around these things. I would hate for us to potentially contribute to that in this way. I really implore staff to try to find a way to be more flexible. I'm talking about, again, just a subset of people that aren't going to respond after all those efforts. Do you have any response to that?
Dr. Farouk, just to ease your question, to ease your mind about the default option, the default option is the most flexible. Because if we assign a student to an in-person model, and then later on they change their mind and they want to go virtual or go in homeschool, they actually have the ability to do so. The opposite is not the same. So it is the most flexible option to be in than the virtual and in homeschool. And Dr. Lewis can add to that.
So that's helpful, but I think we should be transparent and communicate this to families, that if by this date you haven't made a decision, this is what's going to happen, and this is the reasoning behind why we would give you that option, because then you would still have more flexibility. Again, I can't stress that enough. We need to put as much information out to people. People care about the why. It's not just about the answer of this is what the situation is. People want to know the reasoning behind why we're doing this.
Thank you. Mrs. Lakassen.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. So I think part of the problem is we probably have too much choices and too much flexibility to some parents. I think it's fantastic that we're giving all these options, but I do think it's resulted in some confusion. But I think the end result is that people will have choices and they'll be able to make those. So I think it's a good thing. I will ask again. I've asked this in the past. I would really like to start school after Labor Day, and I think I've been shut down on this 3 times before, but I'm going to ask again why we can't start later.
Well, one is that we have to negotiate that decision because the board has made, I'm sorry, the decision of changing the calendar for the year, although the start date is within your privy, of course, but we have to negotiate the effect of that on our bargaining units. So that's one. 2, there is a minimum required instructional minutes that we have to adhere to based on SB 98 and the school year. And so the school year hasn't changed. There's no flexibility to the 180 days. We start after Labor Day. We're adding weeks after the end of our school year that's currently planned, or we're changing the winter break or the spring break. So there's a lot of complications to that. It is doable if it's the will of the board, but it is complex in order to meet that expectation, bargaining units, contracts, and SB 98 at the same time. And we had brought that earlier, and we made a decision to stay with the August 10th. So staff will need direction immediately if we're going in a different direction.
Okay, so that answers the question about giving us a little bit more time. Secondly, I think the other question I had was, and probably will go on the fact, I'm supposing, but so I think we need a really robust decision making tree for folks as to what when they can change their minds. I guess that's a simple way to put it. Like where there are certain thresholds. Like if I sign up, because I am with you as well, Mr. Lee, we have not taken survey yet, and I've got a senior in high school next year, so we're trying to figure it out. But if you choose something, when is the next opportunity for you to get out of that? If it turns out to not be the right choice for your family, I think that's the really critical question here.
So the answer is, if you pick a program choice that does not work for your family once you get into it, we've set those time frames at the trimester for elementary and at the semester for secondary. We can continue to communicate that and look at doing different ways to communicate that to provide that clarity, because we do know the importance of that decision for families.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, Mrs. Alavi, I'm done. Thank you.
I think we have a motion and a second on the, oh dear. Okay, let's see, approval. Nope, go back. Sorry, it's a computer.
While you're figuring that out, can I ask one more question, staff? So does this action request from staff and the motion that's made include the 5-day model when available, correct?
Yes, it's the entire learning continuum, phase 1 to phase 5.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have now pulled it up. I'm sorry about that. If you would please vote. Okay. Now.
Thank you.
We are going to take a 10-minute break. Am I done now? everybody, let's pull back together. For this last item, J1, there is quite a bit of public comment. So let's start with our 20 minutes at 2 minutes each and see how far we get, okay?
Thank you, sir. Are any of them live? I would rather take those folks.
No, it's all
Oh, okay. Thank you, Ms. Evans.
sent in. Okay, Ms. Reno Frosto, please start with our public comments. J1. Is she there?
Kirsten,
Oh, there she is.
you're muted. We cannot hear you, Kirsten.
Can't hear you.
Try it again, Kirsten. To our sound technicians, we're trying to get Kirsten Frosto's sound, please. We're starting back up. Yeah, Dr. DeAnda, we can't hear any of those. I think our sound technicians are just getting back, so let's give them a minute.
Okay.
Testing.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Success.
Excellent.
Oh,
We will begin with.
Would you please set the clock at 2 minutes, please? Thank you.
We will begin with Stephen Wallen. Please allow students who choose the virtual option to stay at their own home school that they have been attending, taking them away from teachers and students that they know and are comfortable with is not in their best interest. Punishing them for choosing the virtual option isn't right. Virtual needs to be homeschool based to keep things as consistent as possible, and forcing students into Riverside Virtual School.
Kirsten, can I interrupt you?
Yes, Dr. Hanson? Yes.
We cannot hear the sound. It needs to be turned up. So could the sound technicians please work on that? And I'd recommend that we start that 2 minutes over so we can hear you, Ms. Frosto. Give it just a minute. All right, Kirsten, try it one more time, and let's start that whole comment back over, please.
Absolutely, Dr. Hanson. Can you hear me clearly now?
Much better, thank you.
Excellent. We'll begin again. Stephen Wallen. Please allow students who choose the virtual option to stay at their own home school that they have been attending, taking them away from teachers and students that they know and are comfortable with is not in their best interest. Punishing them for choosing the virtual option isn't right. Virtual needs to be homeschool based to keep things as consistent as possible, and forcing students into Riverside Virtual School's roster will make them feel that they are starting a new school. Do we really want to take kids away from their prior year's classmates? Doesn't seem right to me. Next comment. Riverside Virtual School is in danger of being dismantled, and I urge all members of the school board and district council to please reconsider this decision. Our students are hybrid students that work at their own pace due to requirements based by both their health and mental well-being, as well as personal and professional lifestyles. Some of our students have been bullied, harassed, abused, struggle with social anxiety, depression, and overstimulation. They would surely be lost amongst the comprehensive environment. Our teachers are familiar with every one of our students and have worked diligently to create an environment that enables success, where all of our students have struggled to otherwise maintain at a comprehensive school. We ask for the well-being of our students that you reconsider dismantling this program so our kids have some semblance of familiarity in an already confusing time in their lives. We understand all of our kids are at a loss, but taking our school away is only going to further traumatize kids that are sensitive to change. What happens to RVS once the pandemic ceases? Our kids cannot be sent back to a strictly in-person environment. They cannot be required to work at an overwhelming pace with strict rules and schedules. RVS gave our kids the stability, comfort, guidance, and safety they need to succeed. If we don't fight for our kids, who will? Show us you have our kids' well-being and mental health at heart. Please save the morality of our kids and keep the RVS program. Thank you. To the distinguished board members, this is Susan Wall. Thank you for your efforts to serve the RUSD community during this difficult time. The board is in the unenviable position of having to balance the concerns and many viewpoints from parents, students, staff, and the district, as well as county, state, and federal agencies. As a teacher within and a parent of a child in RUSD, I have numerous questions and concerns, but for brevity, I will focus on the one that is very close to my heart as a parent, Riverside Virtual School. Currently, RVS is a unique, award-winning in-person hybrid program. Students' educational plans, schedules, and needs are individualized for each child. Students are assigned an advisory teacher and meet during weekly appointments to make sure students are on track. Due to the structure and mission of RVS, the school is a close-knit community and a home away from home for its students. I have written personally to each of you detailing how much RVS has meant to our family, especially our disabled daughter, who has blossomed there due to their flexibility, understanding, and accommodations. This little school, a gem of RUSD, is where my daughter and her classmates feel comfortable, successful, and academically challenged. When in-person learning ended in March, these students carried on and are patiently waiting until it is deemed safe to go back to school in person at their beloved RVS campus. Sadly, they may not be able to do so when other students are able to return to their own home school campuses. For my daughter and many of the RVS students, having to enroll in and transfer back to their assigned school is not feasible either. For various reasons, for example, my daughter's medical condition, their needs are not met at a comprehensive high school. Therefore, we, the parents, students, and community of RVS, are asking you for the opportunity to choose in-person hybrid learning with RVS teachers and the ability to return to our RVS campus sometime in the future when it is safe to do so. And that is the end of the 2 minutes for that comment. Next comment, Courtney Walsh. If a parent does not submit their choice for the 3 schooling options, what will the default option be? Next, Diana Medina. First, I would like to thank the board for approving a distant virtual learning option for students in the district. Now, in efforts to move forward with distance learning in a more equitable manner, I kindly ask the board to consider requiring teachers who plan to teach synchronous in real time only during certain time slots to record their sessions daily and provide links to their videos so students can review them later in the day. This will allow more equity for students who are not able to log on at the scheduled time due to parents' work schedules, lack of internet access, or the occasional technical difficulty at home. Adding an asynchronous, self-paced, on-your-time learning option will also be beneficial to students with disabilities that learn at their own pace. The video recordings will allow them to review the teaching session as many times as needed for them to understand the materials. Please, if at all possible, require that teachers do record their lessons and that they make them accessible to their students on a timely basis. It is vital that during these difficult times, the district do everything possible to provide flexibility in order for students to have the best chance at learning. Next, some elementary students will receive synchronous live instruction in the evening. What time is evening, and will parents have a choice? Does evening include small 5 to 10-year-old children or older 11 to 12-year-olds? Will siblings receive instruction at the same general time? Next comment. I'm thrilled that Governor Newsom shut down our schools because it has been made clear through this process that Dr. Hansen has no clue how to handle this situation. I find it frightening that he has put money over the lives of students. He had no answers at all and appeared offended when questioned at all. Makes you wonder how good he actually is at his job. Next comment, Victoria Baker. Please consider placing students who choose the virtual option with their home school. These students should be placed with teachers and classes they would have been with had this pandemic not occurred. if needed, stream the in-person class live for the virtual students. Next, Melissa Adam. Parents should not be forced to choose any of these options with a one-year commitment. Parents should have the choice to change their program selection as the virus becomes easier to control. Your wording upon space availability makes clear request for change will not happen. Next, Kirill Tomoff. How will students be assigned to the Student 1, Student 2, and Student 3 schedules? If students are assigned to a schedule that does not work, for example, Student 3, with their other activities and obligations, will they be allowed to change instructional modes? Next comment. Assuming we will have a virtual start to the school year, will there be training for K-2 teachers as to how to teach reading and writing virtually to our young children? Next, Miranda Taylor. Good afternoon. I am writing to address my deep concern about how equity will be provided to all students, including those that are medically fragile like my own child. I was made aware through a grapevine of sorts that the Riverside Virtual School that my child has attended since 9th grade, thus her home school, is to be dismantled. How will children like mine have the much needed access to their 504 accommodations? How can they be expected to follow the attendance and daily instructional requirements when they are physically unable given their medical conditions? How is the dismantling of this distinguished program providing access to a free and appropriate public education to children who cannot participate in a traditional school setting? Now more than ever, our fragile students need a place to call home. RVS is that place. Please maintain the integrity of the current RVS model for its current student population and any other child that suffers from conditions you would never wish on even your worst enemy. Thank you. Next comment, Justin Partridge. With the school year starting in a few weeks, when will teachers who will be teaching in the virtual model through the year know what classes they will be teaching? Also, will teachers be working from home, or will they be forced to return to sites as which they would interact with coworkers and work in classrooms with connected AC units away from their own young children who cannot be left home alone? Next comment, Joanna Burgess. As a parent of 2 RUSD students, an incoming freshman and a senior, and a teacher in RUSD for 24 years, I wanted to share my COVID story. No matter your political or religious beliefs, this is a real life story about an everyday Riverside family. Our family is very conscientious about the current state of our world. We wash our hands religiously, wear masks when needed, and distance ourselves from others when possible. The thought of catching COVID-19 was very scary and produced a great deal of daily anxiety. Not knowing what could happen if we caught this was terrifying. Despite all the precautions we took in early July, we caught COVID-19. My parents, ages 75 and 80, myself, and my 2 boys all tested positive. Fortunately, my husband tested negative. On June 30th, my mom started getting a stuffy nose, and since we are overly aware of what is happening in the world today, she took her temperature. It was slightly elevated, which caused concern. This continues on, and on July 3rd, both my youngest sons and my father began to experience the same symptoms. By July 4th, my oldest son and I woke up to again the same symptoms, stuffy nose and slight temperature. 3 days later, we all lost our taste and smell for literally anything, not even a hint of smell or taste, not even for apple cider vinegar. At times, we felt very fatigued and exhausted. Mind you, we are an extremely active and fit family. Despite our symptoms being mild, we are still feeling the effects of such a long, grueling, and unknown process. It is now going on day 20 for my mom, and she seems to be back to normal with her symptoms, but the anxiety, loneliness, and fear for my 80-year-old father are maybe worse than the COVID-19 symptoms. My dad is on day 18 with persistent temperatures, extreme fatigue, and at times incoherence. And that is the end of that 2 minutes for that comment. Next comment, Save Riverside Virtual School. School board members, please reconsider dismantling RVS and its programs for the health and mental wellness of our students. Our kids rely on the safety, curriculum, and advice advisory of the school and teachers as a whole and depend on this specific program to succeed. Our kids are not familiar with the comprehensive school programs and require the care and attention they are already accustomed to. We have worked hard to adjust to the already confusing distance learning at hand and plead with you to keep what familiarity we do have with our school. Our children depend on your guidance to maintain their educational well-being and hope you make the right decision when it comes to the diverse nature of our students. Thank you for your time. Next comment, Anna Burgess. I have 2 children in the RUSD district. One is going into 2nd grade and the other kindergarten. My youngest, unlike her older sister, gets bored with internet classes or listening to someone speak on the internet. She gets distracted and will start moving around and walk away. As a kindergartner that needs hands-on learning, I believe that my only choice for her is home base. But if I choose this, she loses her spot. If I choose virtual, she will not have any interest in learning, as I have tried over and over with her with different Zoom classes. She simply loses interest. I believe it is unfair for my child to lose her spot at her school for choosing home base. It's not the child's or the parent's fault that we have the COVID and she cannot go back to school. Many of us struggled hard to get the transfer to a particular school, and some have been at that same school for years. This is not fair, and I think that students that have been at their particular school for a couple of years should be allowed to attend the same school. This will be our 3rd year as a family at Harrison, and I would hate to lose my child's spot. Next, Teresa Bell. Question number 1, with school starting for teachers in just 15 days, when will staff be notified as to what grade they will be teaching and what mode they will be teaching in for the rest of the upcoming school year? Question 2, teachers that fall into the high-risk category were asked to submit a doctor's note. Come to find out that the doctor's note may be problematic and that there is an 8-page questionnaire that needs to be completed by the doctor by next week. Why wasn't this given to us initially when we were asked to provide a doctor's note? The 8-page questionnaire states that further accommodations are pending the doctor's reply. Does this mean I get skipped over virtual teaching because I don't have a questionnaire on file from my doctor when decisions about placement are made? Next, Riverside School District has had a 1st through 12th grade virtual school in place for many years, housed at Educational Options Center. From my understanding, it is a Distinguished School Award recipient. Many parents and community members have absolutely no idea that this school exists. Many think our district is brand new at running a virtual school distance learning format and are hesitant to participate. Please give a bit of background on RVS as far as its format and history to help put parents' minds at ease. Next, Karen Rimbach. I am writing because I am upset that the RVS school is being redesigned. RVS students should remain with RVS teachers. Many of these students are attending RVS because their home schools do not meet their needs. If these students are sent back to these home schools, it would be greatly damaging to them and keep them from reaching their high potential. Please keep the RVS school intact. Next comment, will teachers who teach virtually for the entire school year be required to move out of their current classroom? If not, will we be able to teach from our current classroom if we choose to? And next comment, Rachel Pendergast. I inquire as a disabled student of Riverside Virtual School as to how the board plans to meet my needs and the needs of students like me. Because of my chronic health issues, I cannot tolerate a comprehensive high school setting. I have thrived at RVS and hope that the current public health issue will not impact RVS students facing their own constant health crisis. I reviewed the proposal for both the in-person and virtual models, and neither options would provide me with the resources or accommodations I need to succeed. I have finally found a place where I can perform to my fullest, including taking honors and AP classes, and where teachers actually understand and are willing to work with me. I hope deeply for the sake of my education and fellow disabled peers that the sanctity of RVS is preserved. RVS works and it serves a specifically needy group of students whose needs cannot be met without individual intervention. RVS either needs to be preserved or the board needs to make specific guarantees to ensure the equitable education of students like me who are disabled. Mrs. Alavi, we have reached the 20-minute mark.
Thank you. How many more remaining comments?
There are 6.
Is it 6? Yeah, please finish.
Thank you. The next comment, Kimberly Scott. After the recent governor's decision, things have changed. Please consider making a district-wide decision for the first trimester to allow what would have been my homeschool teacher to be my child's virtual teacher, not an RVS teacher. Commit to a plan that includes my child's homeschool teacher as their virtual teacher for the first trimester, at least for elementary school. This gives the district an entire trimester to deal with return to school protocols, and parents can plan their lives. Children need something familiar to them right now. My only option for that is to choose hybrid. What will happen when it's deemed safe to return and I disagree? Are you going to not allow me to keep a virtual program? This is what will happen. Parents will choose hybrid and decide later, creating a staffing nightmare. Please just keep my child at his home school virtually and let me decide next trimester what I want to do. Next comment, please help parents of children in RUSD understand why teachers who choose to teach our students virtually will be shifted to the Riverside Virtual School. Why can't each teacher teach virtually until it's safe for them to return to campus? Having teachers who are unfamiliar with students from other schools seems very unfair to the student looking forward to seeing their teacher from their home school campus. IB students at JW North High School are looking forward to their rigorous IB program and being taught by their specially trained IB teachers. Parents need direction on how to help their IB students stay connected with North teachers. Please help us understand how to do so. Next, Michelle Gomez. Good evening, RUSD Board of Education. My question is in regards to the virtual learning option for this upcoming 2020-2021 school year. High school students are issued textbooks in all subjects during registration to use at home throughout the school year. On March 13th, 2020, children were also given textbooks to take home to complete their distance learning. I have 2 children in elementary school and 1 in high school. My children found it very helpful to have their actual textbooks at home. This helped them complete their assignments as they participated in distance learning. Therefore, where can we pick up textbooks for our children to use at home? Respectfully, Michelle Gomez. Next, Jacqueline Guzman. I'm disappointed to hear my kids won't have a teacher from their own school and probably not even classmates from their own school. Also, we feel it's unfair for virtual model kids not to be able to go back in person until the end of the school year. They should have the chance to go back again to in person if parents or government feels it's safe. Next comment, parent. I understand due to the governor's orders, schools are to remain closed until the county is off the watch list. Since the school year will begin via virtual learning, I urge that you require teachers to provide full lessons at school settings, not from home. And our last comment, please address the future of Riverside Virtual School and the unique needs of its disabled students. And that concludes the comments, Mrs. Alavi.
Thank you very, very much. Good job. Okay, now we will have a presentation about the virtual program. Dr. Lewis, you're on again.
Good evening again, Mrs. Alavi. I also want to make sure, since this has been prepared, I have another update that was asked that I'll give at the end, if that's okay, regarding a CIF announcement, just to make sure everybody's up to speed. Okay, thank you. So the second part tonight, just for a presentation, this is an update regarding our virtual program. When we met back, here we go. Just reminding, when we met back on July 8th, this was one of the programs that the board did take action on. So the action team has been busy planning and organizing and bringing it back, just as an update where we are with our virtual program that will be starting this week, rolling out their model that their action team has presented. So innovation is coming your way regarding the virtual model. Also, a reminder, frequently asked questions also went out via the virtual model, program selection form, and also the community update. So tonight we're going to give you examples of what an elementary and a secondary schedule would look like if a family was to choose the virtual model. So before going forward, I just want to go back to our 3 model choices for families. We have a home-based instruction model where the family or guardian is the deliverer of content. We have the in-person model, which we spoke to earlier this evening. And then we have our third option, which is our virtual school option. The key with the virtual school option to understand is this model will be provided 100% in an online environment. This does not have a live face-to-face school option that you are attending. Everything will be delivered via your device with your teacher. That is a new program that we have developed and offered as a program solution. So again, new terminology that we'll be looking at is same diagram, same graphic, but on the left with the 3 people, that is synchronous. That is the time when I am engaged in a live session with my teacher. And on the right, we have asynchronous, where again, it's that balance of now I'm completing the work on my own. This model is built for both elementary pre-K through 6 and secondary 7 through 12. And the action team built the model based on, again, that 40 to 60% live engagement, and then on the other side, a 40-60% of independent activity. And this is a solution for families that choose the virtual model. Again, as a reminder, your instructor will be a certificated teacher. It will be standards-based and course-aligned. So whether I am a 3rd grader, I will be receiving 3rd grade standards, or if I am taking an AP course, then I'll be able to take that AP course as well. Core adopted, and we'll continue our assessments. The communication, and this is part of the SB 98, is that daily live engagement. That is a new requirement, reminding everybody that came out in July legislation. So part of that will be a daily attendance and a daily check-in with those teachers and students that you will notice through the presentation. And that will be developed through the Google Suite. And that's the Google Classroom or Google Meets you've heard of and familiar with. Supports will continue. Social emotional supports, ELD, which is English language development, small group instruction, special education services, and gifted and talented services as well. On the bottom left, this is where the device and the connectivity we spoke about earlier is vital to this program. So continuing to provide those services for families who choose this option. Meals are also provided for those that pick the virtual option. They can go to the school nearest to their home. They'll be assigned a time to pick up their lunch, and they'll do that for multiple days at a time. So even though they're in the virtual environment, they'll still be able to take part in our meal service. And at the end, if they select a virtual environment, they're able still to participate in co- and extracurricular activities. And that's how I'll wrap up my presentation this evening. So this is a graphic that'll orientate you first. Up top, you see student 1 choice, student 2 choice, and student 3 choice. There was a question in that we heard read that talked about how am I assigned my student choice. So I'd like to take a minute and walk through this graph from an elementary perspective. So knowing a family selects the virtual choice, they are looking for flexibility to via their device with their teacher. So knowing that, the team came up with a very innovative option, and what we would do is actually provide 3 different opportunities for you to receive that live engagement. And I'm on the left-hand column that says time span. So your first choice would be you would like your live engagement with your teacher to be during the morning hours, and that's roughly 3 hours. There's another choice for student 2 that if you follow down that talks about afternoon. So you could also select to have your live engagement with your teacher during the afternoon. So those would be the 2 options families could pick. But there's also a third option to provide the most flexibility in a virtual environment, and that's for evening instruction. And that's where if you selected the evening choice, you would be receiving your live engagement with your teacher in the evening, roughly maybe 4 to 7 is when that would happen for those 3 hours. So what needs to occur in the next step on behalf of staff, once we conclude our date for students to have program choice, all of those that selected the virtual option will be contacted again. And they will be asked, and the timeline will be quick, so we understand the need for communication for those virtual program choices. But we're going to ask them to pick, when would you rather have your live time? Would you rather have your live instruction in the morning, live instruction in the afternoon, or your live instruction in the evening. And that is also working with the bargaining units in the associations to pair that with teacher choice. This recommendation provides the most flexibility. So one comment that has come up, what if I have siblings and I'm in the virtual choice and I have a kindergartner that is working and needs help, but mom and or dad are not able to be there. So in this scenario, I'll paint for you, let's say we have a 10th grade sibling that's in charge of taking care of their little sister during those days. This would allow that family, and this is the communication we're talking about, the opportunity to have the kindergartner maybe select morning live interaction, so the high school student would be able to get them set up, get them taken care of, get them engaged with their teacher and provide that support. And then the high schooler may pick afternoon or evening for their choice. That would be their option. That provides that flexibility. Also in the graph, what you'll notice, so if I am student 1 and I chose to have my live interaction time in the morning, then my afternoon would be where I would have my independent or asynchronous work that we talked about, and also I would have supports available to me. As well as for student 2, if I chose my live interaction in the afternoon, I would have my asynchronous or independent work maybe in the morning, or maybe I choose to do that in the evening, but that again is my time to do those works that's assigned to me. And student 3 that chose to have that live time in the evening, they again would have their asynchronous work either in the morning or in the afternoon. So providing great flexibility. This flexibility will maintain pre-K through 12th grade to provide that flexibility. And with the numbers that we are anticipating in the virtual program and choice, we believe this will align to give families flexibility and staff flexibility and pair them together. If we're not able to get the pair on their first choice, we're going to ask families to have a first choice and a second choice. So they'll identify their top 2 ways. Our goal will be to meet their first way, but if we cannot, then we'll pair their second choice. And those that have worked on schedules and continued believe that with that flexibility with teachers, we'll be able to accommodate families. I want to take time and slow that because that is a innovative way that we are providing that virtual environment that we're currently not doing. So an example would be if I chose the morning, and again, this would be replicated for afternoon and evening, but if I chose the morning and I'm an elementary student, I would have my English language arts, history, math, science, visual and performing arts, enrichment, would all happen during that 3 hours of live instruction. Now the teacher may not do all of those in a day at elementary school. They may develop their schedules as they typically do, but that's the live interaction that will be there daily. The afternoon, that's where the student will do their work, that independent work time. This is that 40-60 split that we talk about in the virtual environment. And I'll move on to secondary because they are very similar, but when you see the schedule, you'll notice the difference. So again, they'll have the 3 different choices for when do you want your live engagement time, morning, afternoon, or evening. The difference will be back to the block schedule that we talked about earlier. The schedule will be periods 1, 3, 5 on Monday, 2, 4, 6 would be on Tuesday, following what we spoke earlier. So you'll notice if I chose morning, and it was on a Monday where I had periods 1, 3, and 5, I would have my first period instruction, my third period instruction, and 5th period instruction. So the scheduling will be a fixed schedule in secondary. That is different than what it was like during remote learning time. So as a student, I will have a schedule that I need to follow. The flexibility is, do I want my periods 1, 3, and 5 in the morning, in the afternoon, or in the evening? That's how we provide that flexibility in a virtual environment. So this is what it would look like for a secondary student, just to give anybody who is listening or a perspective. So on Monday, if I am a student in periods 1, 3, and 5, I have my synchronous instruction with my teacher for those 3 hours that we spoke about in the morning, then my asynchronous time, all the way to Wednesday. On Wednesday, that is again our periods 1 through 6 check-in, and then there's additional office time, office hours, or student support after the scheduled 6 periods, where I could go in and get extra assistance if I need to. This is the flexibility, and this would be for either the morning session, afternoon session, or evening session. And again, like the other models that we talked about, this is currently being work through negotiations with bargaining units.
Dr. Lewis, will you?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Farouk?
Thank you, President Alvey. So my first question is, what accommodations is there if you miss the synchronous instruction for whatever reason? Are they able to, will it be recorded so that they can visit it later? What happens, what are their options and accommodations for that situation?
Great question. As part of SB 98, the daily live interaction and attendance is a requirement. So that's different than what we were in remote time, whereas we expect students to be attending and attendance will be taken. If for some reason a student is not able to attend class, if something has occurred, part of what we are working through, Mrs. Zabar and the association, is to have those sessions recorded. So it works for the part where I could, if I missed a class and I was absent, I can go back and watch it. But to Mr. Lee's point earlier, even if my teacher went through and did something, if I wanted to go back and rewatch that or reuse it or break it down, I would have that ability. So those interactions, because it's all done during synchronous time, we're asking the teachers to record those.
And that's because, again, you're citing SB 98, that's state law, that's not our district imposing that requirement.
That is correct.
And what if they want to change their time frame that they chose midway through the grading cycle? Is that going to be possible or taken into consideration?
This is where I'm going to have to give a direct answer, because we're building a schedule that is going to be probably, from my perspective, one of the most complex schedules we've ever built. Once we develop that, staffing will be aligned to that. And we will have those schedules built out by period in a virtual setting for possibly thousands of students. So switching those models through without those transition points would be extremely challenging.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. That is all the update that I have for this evening.
Okay. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee.
You sound a little excited about that.
Sorry, Mr. Lee. My apologies.
No, it's all right. It's getting late. It's almost tomorrow. A few questions for me. So on the secondary side, I mean, I think it's fantastic on both sides that we're offering some flexibility, because again, just thinking about, even if you have a hotspot or Wi-Fi at home, trying to get multiple students or kids on Wi-Fi when maybe mom and dad are working remote, or mom and mom or dad and dad, whatever the situation at home, it could be a big challenge. So I like that flexibility. But you know, and you mentioned it, it's going to be trying to build one of the most complex master schedules ever created. Sorry, I keep messing with my mask. When you have a big nose and a pointed chin, it's hard to keep your mask on. So when you have these one-section classes, so I'm thinking about like Ramona next year is offering one section of Chicano studies and ethnic diversity. So there's really, you're going to have to pick one, right? Like if that's only offered in the morning, then that student, if they want to take that class, is going to have to sign up for the morning instruction. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So how do we, is it just going to be a one-on-one conversation? So a student says, oh, I'd really like to take my classes in the evening, but then they signed up for, in this case, Chicano Studies at Ramona, then they're not going to be able to take the evening session if it's offered in the morning or the afternoon.
So this is actually the excitement of that complex schedule we're talking about. When you run and you build a master schedule for Ramona, you are tied to the students at Ramona. So if we have 1,600 students and you only have 30 requests a course, that would equal what we call one section or one class. We're able to bring all of the students throughout our school district and high school who might be interested in Chicano studies paired with African American studies or ethnic diversity. So we're able in a virtual environment, and this is the flexibility. You may have 5 students from Ramona, 5 students from Poly, 5 students from Martin Luther King, 5 students from JW North, all in the virtual environment that want the same class that we're now able to bring together and offer a class. Whereas in a smaller school, we might not be able to do that. So there's a side of this that could actually expand offerings that you may have had one course somewhere that we may now have multiple.
Okay. And so the same would apply for some of our AP classes or something like that. Okay.
Absolutely.
That's great. And then in regards to the concern that we've heard in the first set of public comment and then this last set in regards to this report, I think Dr. Brooks mentioned, I think we mentioned at the last meeting too, kind of the empathy side, that, hey, we realize we're trying to be as accommodating to families as possible, knowing that there is behind the scenes logistics that have to occur in order to accomplish all of these goals that we've set out to achieve in this current environment. But is it fair to say or to share with parents that if I select virtual for my student, with the capacity that we have at some of our schools that are bigger, will efforts be made to align the virtual students at their prospective school? So we'll say Ramona, for example. So if Ramona's student chooses virtual and the Ramona teachers, a certain percentage are going to choose virtual, will there be an attempt to align those students with those teachers so there's familiarity, or is it going to be just too difficult to do that? So it's just going to be all the teachers are going to be put in one list that is signed up for virtual, and irrespective of the schools in which they're normally teaching at. And same thing with students.
So we've been asked that question several times, and it's a great question. I think the key to that is, while we have the excitement of the large numbers and what we're able to offer, that also comes with they all become virtual school teachers. So to pair those that select virtual tied to the school site who may or may not be in a virtual setting or a virtual choice in the right class, logistically, when you build those schedules, the way that it works is you work with the counselors, you work with the staffing that are in a virtual environment, the students select their courses, and then it's built off of that. So to pair those with teachers from their school that may or may not be in the content is something at this point that we think may be not able to be done to start school in the 10th.
Okay. And then my last two comments, we heard a lot about public comment from EOC and how this direction is going to impact the virtual school, Summit View and Raincross. So could you just shed some light on that and kind of what steps are being taken and how this program is going to affect the students who attended that school site in whatever capacity will experience and why? And then also I have a question about project team and what their experience is going to look like next year.
So I'll defer project team to Mr. Walker with the details, or Mrs. Frausto. The question about EOC, and if I could, I'll go through all the different programs at EOC just to help those that are here. So the first program they have is Raincross. Raincross will continue to operate those that pick virtual in the course offerings that are needed. Typically, a Raincross student is somebody who's going to be making up credits, working towards high school graduation. If they select virtual, if they're an alternative education student, like at Raincross or at Lincoln, if you recall, the board has worked through and adopted different graduation criteria. So the team is well aware of that and keep that in mind based on students who select that we can still benefit and provide those options for students in both Raincross and at Lincoln. The other program is Summit View, and Summit View is a similar program that functions like what we're creating at Home Base. So Mr. Dietz has met with the Summit View staff, talked about how we'll be expanding the program, growing it to our home-based program choice that runs almost at an independent study model, where the educator is going to be doing, the parent or guardian will be the educator at home and providing work samples. The difficulty that we've heard is regarding RVS. And RVS is a very unique program that has been, and I forget the speaker who said it, but has been received accolades and has been talked about of the innovation. It's fantastic. The challenges within RVS and how it is run and functions daily, fitting with a program choice, there's not a direct alignment. So the first thing we have to do is have all of the RVS students pick one of the three model choices and have them have that ability, like all of our other students, to make a choice. That's where, when we talked earlier, Mr. Dietz and his team will be reaching out to all of those students, and I believe there's roughly 130, to help make that choice. The difficulty becomes as we work through our phases, and that's what we've been talking about. Those students will go into one of 3 programs, just like the other students that we've talked about. As they continue to come back, we will continue to monitor the shift, as we've talked about, between programs, virtual to in-person. And we will monitor that as we go, but the requirements that are needed according to SB 98 and the way the program runs, there has to be some changes for the 2021 school year. That is what we are working through. And understanding it's not ideal, and the students that have spoken, so happy they found something that works for them. We will do our very best to support and monitor and get them in the program that feels that support 2021. The aspirations are, as things begin to work through phases 4 and 5, and we have students returning back, and health precautions are heading and trending in the right direction, where we're returning students, that we could actually expand the offerings that were there in the virtual school and maybe end up with several different models and expand RVS. But in the current 2021 school year, the model that is existing will be evolved for 2021.
Just really quickly, the term that the caller used, dismantling RVS, is not really accurate, because at some point it will return, just like all our schools will return, right?
That's correct.
It sounds like the caller thinks that this is the end of it forever, when it's just this COVID time that we're going to have to kind of adjust in. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Dr. Farouk.
Thank you. And just to confirm again, communication clarifying the situation with RVS is going to go out to families, right?
Yes.
Okay. And as I mentioned earlier about the importance of us sharing our internal metrics on how we are going to approach these transitions, that's also going to be disclosed very soon, right?
Renee, would you turn your microphone on, please?
Dr. Farouk, I would say we would bring it to board first and then publicize it from there. Because remember, we have that 14-day wait that we're doing now. And so we would need to share it with board, I think, what our gating criteria is before we communicate it broadly.
But can we definitively expect then that that's by the next board meeting?
Sure, we have it drafted up. We can bring it to the next board meeting.
And Dr. Farouk, just to clarify, the transitions we're speaking about are in relationship to the in-person model.
Right.
The virtual program, there are no transitions.
Right. I'm just, because this is our last agenda, I just want to close the loop and make sure that we're going to be getting that information out. And also that even though there's inherently challenges, we are going to try to make every effort to connect people with their home schools, even though I understand that there's complexities with that, but we're going to try our best to figure that out, right?
In some situations, that is going to be more feasible than others.
Okay. So I have 2 major questions, and then I'll be done on my end. I know that there's a big commitment from our board to do district-wide STEM education. And so I want to, there's 2 parts to this one question. One is, what are the distance learning implications of a STEM student at the STEM school itself? And what are the distance learning implications of how we try to approach district-wide STEM as well? Are we looking at trying to leverage some of the assets of the programs at that school and make it more widely accessible for all students because of this distance learning? Things like that. I just want to get your thoughts on it.
So I think there are 2 ways that I'd be prepared to answer this evening and other ways that I may have to report back on. But number 1, to clarify a student at Riverside STEM Academy.
Mm-hmm.
If that student selects the in-person model, they will just return to Riverside STEM Academy. Right. If they select the virtual model, they will be assigned to a virtual teacher during the time frame that they remain in the virtual model. Mm-hmm. When they no longer are attending the virtual model, whether it be during the year at a transition point or at the end of the year, they will be able to return to the STEM Academy. Mm-hmm. That will occur. The other part of how we're supporting teachers and the elementary campus, that we can continue our robust training and we can make that part of working with teachers as we start up. When you enter the secondary world, it's course specific. So ensuring that those students are in the correct coursework, whether that be advanced areas of study, advanced classes, back to the schedule we were speaking about, Mr. Lee, because we are putting so many students, we are fully confident that we can offer that entire breadth of coursework for all the students that desire to take it.
But I understand what you're saying about the STEM school, STEM Academy student would be enrolled in the virtual program, but the actual course delivery, the rigor of the content itself, even if it's assigned to a non-STEM teacher, would that still be being extended to that specific student, or they just would be getting generic education that they would be having at any school in the distance learning scenario?
So it's a difficult question to answer with the nuance of Riverside STEM Academy, but until standards are delivered in grade level and course appropriate. So if there are additional things that we need to do after we continue our program choice window, as we've talked about, that allows us to continue so going forward. So once we have a better idea of what students have selected, what we can ensure that we cascade information about the students that are in the program.
Okay, and my last question is, it's maybe geared towards Dr. Perez. She reported at the last meeting about the new LCAP that's being required of school districts. And one thing I'm particularly interested in is the data as it relates to the impact that all of the accommodations that are being made during COVID-19 on students, and to what extent that impact is being done. So the disaggregation of that data and getting more into specifics so that we can shape public policy and programmatic responses to helping the students that have been most vulnerable or impacted. When are we anticipating the time frame of expecting that plan delivered to the board itself?
Ms. Hill or Dr. Perez, would you like to talk about timeline for the local attendance?
Do you want me to tell you the second part to that question also, or?
Restate the first part, because I had a hard time.
Okay. So the first part is that we know that the new LCAP, the version of the LCAP that school districts are going to have to do, it's going to be providing us partially data on what type of impact our COVID-19 adjustments and accommodations have on students, and which students specifically, right? Like the students that are low socioeconomic, free or reduced lunch students, whatever the disaggregation options are. I think that's going to be very important for the board to shape our public policy and programmatic considerations on how we can provide support to those vulnerable and impacted students, which again is unfortunately is a lot of our population. So I want to know, when do we expect that plan, and how do you see that impacting some of the data on equity as it relates to distance learning? Because we know that, as the LA Times had an article last week, that again, not that this is surprising, but that low-income students, particularly our African American and Latino students, the participation rates is just dramatically less than others. So I just want to, and I know that plan will be very instrumental in us, how we're going to address these things.
So to answer the first part of your question, it's the learning, learning continuity and attendance plan. We just talked about it all. It's in my head all the time. So we're going to require 2 board meetings because it's similar to the LCAP, that it needs a public hearing and then board approval. And so we're looking at, it's due September 30th, so 2 board meetings prior to that. So to be determined, coming up close to that deadline. The pieces that we would need to be reporting on it are our students with disabilities, our foster homeless, our low SCS. What are we doing in terms of our distance learning? So we're actually building that report. It has components in it where we will be requiring stakeholder feedback. So it's going to run very similar to how we've done LCAP. The only difference is it needs to be done in a very short period of time. So that will be coming soon. To the second part of your question, looking at the data point. So on the back end, between our tiny department and also all of the services, that curriculum instruction and pupil services, we're gearing up to customize the supports in each of the different program choices for our different families. So that's going to come and also be reported in the learning continuity and attendance plan.
Okay, thank you. My only request, I guess, then is if we can get drafts as that plan is being developed, anything in advance of the, the official board meetings themselves, it can better inform us as we navigate all this. Thank you for your efforts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Mrs. Appleby. Dr. Lewis, I imagine that folks watching at home and seeing the problems we're having with the podium there and your microphone and us learning this must find it ironic because we're asking them to become computer experts and online overnight. So you know where I'm going with this. I'm not picking on you. What are we going to do to help those parents out there, those grandmothers that are raising their grandchildren, all that, to learn how do you turn this on and get on the internet? What are we going to do for them? Because the most fantastic teacher with the most fantastic plan and lesson plan can't do anything unless we can get little Johnny on here. So tell me how we're going to help them. I'm not picking on you, but it's a whole new day, so I want to understand what your thought process is. I know you've been thinking about it. So
Understood, and I understand the technology struggles we're having here this evening. So I think from the question, Mr. Hunt, part of it is we have learned a lot since March.
Yes, sir.
What we have had to do with families, what we've had to do with students, what we've learned as parents, we've learned a lot. So using the best practices in helping us move forward is number one. Number two, the team and what we provided for parents, we know that it didn't work for everybody. So how do we provide additional outreach? So we've talked about the Family Resource Center, and they've held classes for parents. They've provided supports. And we also know there still were some missing pieces. So I don't have all of the answers this evening other than we will continue the monitoring. We'll continue, we have devices, ensuring the hotspots are there. One part that I think will greatly help us is the mandatory attendance.
The mandatory?
Sorry, my mask. The mandatory attendance.
Yes, sir.
So students having to engage daily and us being able to run data to find and provide that to teachers and to school leaders to monitor and require students to be there will help us find those that are not engaged. The last piece I'll mention is the outreach plan that we've talked about. Continuing that as we go through the fall. We know there's going to be new students who come. We're going to have new 5-year-olds to our district and new families that weren't here in the spring during remote learning. And we'll have to continue that outreach. And last is providing more videos and tutorials. More resources, more ways to explain those to families. That's what we'll continue for those that select a virtual model.
All right, and I very much appreciate my colleague, Mr. Lee, already reaching out to our community members and building coalitions about that. And I want to suggest, too, that taking that lead, I don't know how many times I've gone to chamber retreats with Dr. Hansen just, January, it seems like years ago now, where the chamber says, the business people, how can we help? What can we do? So this is a great city. I love living. We had to come back here. We had to find a way to get back here. It isn't easy, if you leave. And so I love Riverside because there's such a spirit of decor here and wanting to work with each other. And so I suggest that we reach out to President Roth. And there are people that I honestly believe would volunteer to help, that have the computer skills, would give of their time. But everybody knows, and that chamber knows very well, because the CARB made a decision based on us to come to this area instead of Pomona because of the school district, that a fine advancing school district, K-12, pre-K-12, does more to stabilize an economy and grow it and lower crime rates and give opportunities than anything else. They'll get it. And Dr. Hansen has very good relationships there, and some of us do as well, so please reach out to us. But there are people like that. I also want to ask you about one other item that it's a small tinkering item, but I know there's folks out there. We have inter-district transfers where, because of program improvement, a child goes from school X, which might be their home school, to a specialized school. Are those, now that we're going under if they choose virtual or if they choose the homeschool option for that year, I want to be sure, I'm not going to ask you a question, I want to state this to you and Dr. Hansen and Mr. Walker as well, Superintendent Walker. I don't want them to lose that transfer they've worked for during this COVID time, this specialized time. So I hope we can work that out and alleviate one worry that they would have for this whole program. I'm just leaving that with you, and I know you all work it out. You probably haven't gotten to that part of the inverted pyramid of problems, but if you can remember that one, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Allaby.
Madam President, Tim Walker's walking up. Let's give him a chance to respond to that last question.
Any family that is on a transfer to another school that chooses either the in-person or the virtual program option, even if they're not at that school, they will be able to return to that school when we go to 5 days a week if they would like to, or when we're done, and they will maintain their transfer. If they go to the homeschool option, the learn at home option, then the transfer goes to the learn at home option, and they would return to their home school wherever they were. That has been advertised, and we've clarified that in the FAQs. So that's the only one that affects the transfer, because you're actually changing a whole program, because homeschool option or learn at home option is a program unto itself.
Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Didn't realize it was in the FAQs.
Thank you. Mr. Lee.
Mr. Walker, would you mind coming back? I forgot to remind about my second part of my question about Project Team, and I think Dr. Lewis mentioned that you could answer that. And then my second question, I think, will be back to Project Team, about what their school is going to look like next year. And then my second question has to do with WASC accreditation, and that, in particular, the virtual school, if that will impact the WASC accreditation.
So Project Team will start in distant learning, as all schools will, because that's where we are through the governor's options. At this point in time, we're working with HR, of course, Ms. Dubera, in regard to the instructional assistants, which are key to some of our special needs programs, including Project Team, that they would be able to be assisting and supporting as needed in those different programs. When we go to an in-person program, as you may have noticed during Dr. Lewis's presentation, down the bottom it said when we go to 1 day, SDCs will come 2 days. Project Team is an SDC.
Okay.
So they would have that 2 day a week program. When we go to 2 days, they would have a 4 day a week program in person, knowing that that classroom is they're only served by the students in the special needs program that attend that particular program. Same with Sunshine School. That would be the same sort of scenario.
One more question on that. With the shutdown in March and then distant learning opening in the summer here, has there been any discussion, since especially with Project Team, I know it's a lot of hands-on learning, extending an additional year for those students to be able to stay in the program since they missed out on some key opportunities?
The determination of the program applying for students with special needs from the 18 to 22-year-old population is identified by the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, not by the state of California.
Okay.
So it would take action by legislators to approve or extend a program like that, and not necessarily something that I could check whether the local Board of Education could take on the responsibility and funding of that. But right now I'm just giving you information that it's covered under the IDEA, and it goes from 18 to 22, which extends beyond the high school. The normal course of action is a student with special needs with an IEP who qualifies for special education programming is entitled to services and supports until they receive a high school diploma or they reach the age of 22. That's the standard in the law.
Okay.
Mr. Walker, could I have you talk a little bit more, because at 22 they can transition over to the regional center that we know so much about in our region. Would you talk about that? Because
Sure.
The kids aren't just done, their program continues, but it goes under the umbrella of the regional center. Will you spend more time?
And they don't qualify for regional center at that point in time. A student who has specific disabilities would qualify for the regional center as early as age 3. And they are entitled to services from the regional center for life. Under the Lanterman Act that runs the regional centers, they're entitled to services for life if they qualify. So no matter when they qualify. When they come into school, the majority of their educational programming, of course, is provided by the school district. They still receive some services from regional center while they're in school, or they have their own service plan over here. And then when they're done, Dr. Hansen is correct. The Department of Rehabilitation steps in to assist and support any actions that may have been put in place to allow the student to become gainfully employed if possible, or to be trained in that regard, or continue that training to be employed, and services or supports in regard to some of the more involved students would receive those services, some day programs, some facilitated opportunities in other settings outside of school once they turn age 22. Okay. If you recall, I'll just give you a quick little scenario. Once we had a program that for some reason was at the adult program, we had some students that went from 22 to 35, and there was one class here on this very campus. And it was moved to a different provider at some point in time because it had just sort of kept going. So there are other services out there besides Lanneman Regional Center and other providers that can pick up some of those services.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
So we still have the WASC question.
Mr. Lee, I think there was a WASC part of that and
Yes,
program
please.
change. So there's actually multiple components. So when we talked about Summit View, some of you changing into the home-based program, there will be notification required with Summit View with both the state and with WASC, as well as with Riverside Virtual School with WASC, that there is a program change and involvement, as well as looking at WASC for our high school. So two things with WASC has been done. Not quite sure how we're going to walk into the 2021 school year, but everything that was scheduled to happen last spring was postponed to current situations. So not knowing and anticipating, we will communicate with WASC once we now have clear direction. We will let them know what we are developing, and then we will also notify the state of some program involvement. That will happen through Dr. Sosa and Dr. Angula.
Can you give us a quick 5-minute CIF co-curricular update?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Very quick. So we were all waiting for CIF, which is our governing body of athletics and also helps us with co-curricular activities, for it to come out with their announcement. That announcement came out on Monday, and long story short, they have moved the entire fall athletic season, and they've moved it to begin in the winter. So they now have only 2 seasons. They have moved all of the fall sports, and then they're going to have spring sports. The earliest competition that will begin is in the month of December. So imagine as we evolve through this, CIF is also monitoring. They will adjust as necessary, but that is the plan that has come out. The other important part, just for everyone watching regarding athletics, we are currently still under order when we are not allowing co-curricular, extracurricular allowed to participate. When we are allowed to return, CIF has said you can return with practice when permitted. So we'll continue to monitor that and update the board and the community, and we have that phased plan to when we return, we will do that in a safe fashion. So we will keep you up to speed, but that's a CIF announcement.
Excellent, excellent. Is there any further comment? Yes, Mr. Hunt?
No, Mrs. Allaby, members of the audience, and my fellow colleagues, Dr. Hansen and staff, we spent a lot of time this evening, in my opinion, wasted on having to clarify something that we didn't do, this district never would do, which is to get rid of the ethnic studies. And Dr. Hansen took the fall on that because of communication, but I'm just thinking the communication goes both ways. And we're not dealing with a normal time now, so since it's the witching hour, I want to speak to the coven out there, that those same people that really stirred this up, that took the spark and flammed it into flames and a conflagration of all this, had met with Dr. Hansen a week and a half before that on another matter. They had his phone number. None of these people I know that are leading this called Dr. Hansen or any one of us. They all know us. They didn't do it. This is not the time, folks, I'm speaking to out there, to be messing with the school district like this. We have very important work to do right now. We have 40,000 young people's lives and futures to care about, and how we're going to do it, how we're going to bring everything together. We have 4,000 wonderful, dedicated employees whose careers they're wondering about in their professions. So to do this was a disservice to your own community. When you took it and you knew this didn't happen and you decided to make an issue about it, because you can't come out from behind the rock and attack me or Mrs. Locke Dawson directly. You want to use this district to somehow, as a cudgel, to beat up others. We don't have time for that. We have too much important things to be doing. So please be responsible citizens, which I'm sure is falling on deaf ears, but let's just call it as it is. You created a panic that wasn't needed, upset people, and upset the time that we have to work on things. Grow up, be mature, be citizens, and do about your work. And next time you, by the way, you want to accuse the district of having not enough minority employees, I think you ought to do what I did. I looked at your own records, and this building and what it represents in this district has more minorities in high positions and overall than that 7-story building downtown does. So let's just call it straight. Let's meet out in the street if you want, and we'll do it that way. We'll have the arguments, but don't use this district for your own gain and self-interest. Thank you, Mrs. Allaby, for allowing me to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Well said. All right, we have now come to our conclusion, and I will ask for agenda items for future meetings. Is there anyone, Dr. Farouk?
I just want to be clear so that it's not ambiguous that I did request earlier, and if this was the right time to do it, is that for the board to consider adopting a policy that is aligned with AB 331 and the approach that Santa Maria School District did, a combination thereof regarding ethnic studies, high school graduation requirement, and expanding that further. So just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Was that going to be something that you were going to take to the governance team for a resolution?
Well, to me, it's broader than resolution because it's about potential. It's about directing staff to develop a formal plan that will be actually implemented.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Allaby, that's my recommendation, is that the subcommittee of the governance of protocols, I'll have Cheryl reach out and we'll schedule that virtually, and we'll take a look at some of these things that have recently come as a request to the school board.
Thank you. Mr. Lee.
And too, I mentioned it in my opening comments, but also to put on the agenda, I don't know how we phrase it, but to discuss the issue about ethnic studies, Chicano studies, and African American studies, and other courses that fit that theme as a board on making priorities, whether there's opportunities for year-long courses and potentially more AP classes that are available in other districts like AP World History and AP Ethnic Studies.
Well, that kind of goes along with what Dr. Farouk was saying, so maybe that is something that can come back as a whole issue.
Yeah. It's intended to be a comprehensive plan,
yep,
so I would agree.
Yeah. Okay.
Ms. Hill, I'm sorry.
I think it's a comprehensive look at offering a comprehensive and diverse course offerings for our students.
Mrs. Lockhausen.
Thank you, Mrs. Allaby. I wanted to build on that as well. One thing I wanted to ask was how our ethnic studies offerings and our other studies fit into our equity plan, and just if we could have a discussion of our overall approach and how that's embedded in there. I also want to know when we come back, and I'm gonna guess, maybe Labor Day, maybe after. I would really like to see some report from staff on just how we're doing. How is this, our choices and the way we've rolled this out. I want to know and I'm not sure what those metrics are right now, but I want to see what it looks like. And I'd also like to know, as part of that, what our mental health supports are doing for folks and our families that are struggling to have, getting supports for their children to learn and don't have devices and those kinds of things, how we're dealing with that. So I would like to hear something more on that. Okay, that's it. Thank you, Ms. Allaby.
I will adjourn the meeting tonight in memory of Jose Roscoe, who was a former student from Ramona High School. And good night, everyone.